To save my brother, my biased parents took my kidney and kicked me out of the house. Chin Yun, your brother is the hope of our Chin family. Woke up in Beihai City Hospital. I looked down at the ugly wound on my abdomen, and a bitter smile uncontrollably pulled out from the corners of my cracked mouth. My kidney was sold. It was my biological father who sold it to my biological brother by using family affection and threatening to sever the father-son relationship. As for my life and death, in their eyes, it was like a piece of waste paper, which was casually crumpled and cruelly thrown away in the hospital. Bed 36, your medical fees have been used up. If you can't pay by tomorrow, you will be forcibly discharged. The doctor walked over to my bedside and gave me a routine announcement. Seeing my pale face, he couldn't help but remind me, your kidneys were just removed. Discharging you now would be like waiting for death. I nodded, my voice hoarse. I see. Thank you, doctor. Can you lend me your phone? The phone was handed to me, and I dialed the number that was engraved in my heart. After a long silence, the phone was finally picked up. Dad, the doctor said I'm out of money and need to pay. The cold voice on the other end made my heart tighten suddenly. If you don't have money, you can be discharged from the hospital. Your brother's recovery also requires money. I was silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak. The doctor said that if I were to be discharged now, my body would probably collapse completely, and I would develop chronic illnesses later in life. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly erupted in anger. 5 years in prison. Have you become stupid? It's just a minor surgery. You'll be fine if you go home. If you need to be hospitalized, figure it out yourself. I won't give you a penny. At that moment, my heart was broken. When my brother got into trouble and injured someone, I took the blame for him. For the first time, my father was gentle with me. He said, Xiao Yun, you took the blame. The whole family will thank you. Don't worry, we will come to see you. When you get out, I will buy you a big house in the city. I believe it. But during the 5 years in prison, they never came to see me once. The house was bought, but the person who moved in was Chin went on. Later, he developed uremia, and my kidney was the only compatible one. Without hesitation, my father asked me to give my life to him. I refused. My father went crazy, from reasoning to begging and then to kneeling down. He slapped himself again and again, crying and saying he was sorry for his dead mother, sorry for his deceased sister, and even more sorry for me. He even slapped the property deed in my hand and said he would support me for the rest of his life. Even my stepmother cried and promised to treat me well. I softened my heart, had a kidney transplant. The result? I was abandoned again. At this moment, I was weak all over and suddenly heard the noise from the next ward. I'm so familiar with that voice. I dragged the 4-pole and walked shakily to the corridor. Next door is the most expensive ward in the hospital, and the cost of one day is equivalent to my monthly treatment expenses. The moment I opened the door, my eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Inside, relatives surrounded Chin, Wentong lying on the hospital bed, and asked about his well-being. My father sat beside the bed, carefully peeling an orange, his eyes full of love. On the table lay flowers and tonics, the fragrance filling the air. And me? I can barely afford even the most basic hospital bed. Furious, I kicked the door open. Dad? Why? He's your son. Why can he live here while I have to be kicked out of the hospital? My voice was trembling, but deafening. I was the one who got the kidney transplant, and I was the one who took the blame. Why in the end, they didn't even give me the most basic chance to survive? But all I got in response was indifference. Even Chin Wentong, who received my kidney, just turned his head away sarcastically. What's wrong with doing something for your brother? Do you still see me as your father? His father scolded him coldly. You are a loser. You have been a poor student since childhood and can't even earn 300 yuan a year. That house was never meant for you. Wentong is the only hope of the Chin family. Every word is heart-wrenching. My eyes were red as I roared. I'm a poor student? You gave the quota for the production brigade to Chin Wentong. You sold me to the black brick kiln, where I suffered torture and there wasn't even a piece of good meat left on my back. My annual salary was only 230 yuan. How could I give you 300 yuan? From childhood to adulthood, he has eaten better than me, dressed better than me, and I have to bear all the hardships. Are you worthy of being a father? Tears blur my vision, and my voice broke. It had been less than 2 weeks since our mother passed away, and you married her. My sister was used as a laborer and died of exhaustion at home. Have you ever treated her right? All the grievances of more than 20 years burst out. But my father just roared, raised his hand, and slapped me hard in the face. Half of my body was hit, and I staggered. My cheeks were burning. He was panting, his eyes were sharp, and he gritted his teeth. Do you think you can interfere in my affairs? I was already weak and was knocked back several steps. The back of my head hit the cold corner of the bed, and the blood instantly blurred my eyes. Before my consciousness faded, my last thought was just one word: regret. If God could give me a chance to start over, I swear that I would never let my sincerity go to waste again. Qin, Dad begs you this time, save your brother. I will definitely treat you well in the future. I heard that disgusting voice in my ears and gave a wry smile. This hallucination before death was too ironic. I slowly opened my eyes, and what came into view was the familiar coarse cloth sheets, oil lamps, and earthen walls. I was stunned for a few seconds and actually recognized that this was the shabby bungalow in my hometown. Even the portrait of the founding leader on the wall was still there. Is all this a dream? No, it's rebirth. Qin Sihai's voice rang out again. For your mother's sake, please save your brother. He just got into university. I turned my head and saw the dark and thin man squatting on the ground. It was my father when he was young. And that woman, with a charming figure, sat at the broken table, her pair of fox eyes captivating. I know who she is, Luo Fengjiao, my stepmother. She was also the mistress who entered our home before my mother's body was cold. Now is the starting point of that incident. Qin went on, got into trouble, and my father asked me to take the blame. In my previous life, I agreed out of soft-heartedness, but in return I was sentenced to 5 years in prison, suffered from a lot of illnesses, had my kidney removed, and was abandoned. But now, I said coldly, impossible. I won't take the blame for him. The father's face changed, but he quickly suppressed his anger and pretended to be kind. Yin'er, think about it again. Oh, isn't this brotherhood too fragile? Luo Fengjiao deliberately sneered. You are really a piece of shit. I stood up quickly and pointed at her nose angrily. Who the hell are you to say that about my mother? Vixen, get back to your sewer. Luo Fengjiao's face changed, and she immediately started pretending to cry. Sihai, look at him. I just got here, and he wants to hit me. Qin Sihai's rage finally broke down, and he rushed over, raising his hand to hit me, and yelled, Hurry up and apologize to your mother. I sneered. Is she worthy of being my mother? A mistress wants to enter my house. I'm a mistress? Your mother is the mistress. Luo Fengjiao screamed back. The night she died, your father was in my bed. I froze suddenly, my pupils shrinking slightly. My grandmother once told me that when my mother died, my father was in the fields and didn't receive the news. But now I know that it wasn't that he didn't receive the news, but that he didn't want to come back at all. At this moment, my heart died. Completely dead. Seeing my father's evasive look, I said coldly, You ruined her life, and you want me to take the blame for you. She's dead. There's nothing we can do about it. He sighed, but if you take the blame, our whole family can live a good life. As he said that, he kicked my brother. Qin Wentong knelt down and said, Brother, I will definitely repay you in the future. I will give you all the money I earned from college. I smiled coldly. I wanted to say get out, but then I changed my mind and a more vicious thought flashed through my mind. He nodded. Okay, Ido. As soon as these words were spoken, the room was silent for 3 seconds and then burst into joy. This is a good son. Qin Sihai patted my shoulder with a big laugh, and the sweat on his face was almost coming out of his laughter. Let's go. Don't keep the police station waiting too long. He turned around and led us out of the yard. At this moment, a familiar and childish voice came from outside the door. Second brother, you can't go. My body trembled, and I looked up suddenly. Ragged cloth shoes, yellow hair, a malnourished little face, but eyes that were stubborn and bright. Qinling, my sister, the girl who died early in her previous life due to overwork and malnutrition, is now standing in front of me. She grabbed the corner of my clothes and cried, If you take the blame, everyone will look down on you in the future. My eyes suddenly became wet, and tears almost burst out. She died so miserably in her previous life that I didn't even get to see her for the last time. I squatted down and held her in my arms. Sister, I will never let you suffer again in this life. Luo Fengjiao immediately jumped up and down. What nonsense are you talking about? How can we harm your brother? Get out of the way. She wanted to come up and pull Qin Ling, but I stopped her coldly, with murderous eyes. Try touching her again. She immediately withdrew her hand and smiled awkwardly. I patted my sister's head and said, Don't worry, I won't really take the blame for him. After saying that, I followed them out the door and into the courtyard. Several uniformed police officers stood in the yard. My second uncle and aunt were both trying to smile apologetically, and even my grandmother was called over to help out. I'm Feng Yong, and I'm in charge of this case. The leader stepped forward. The victim's leg bones are shattered, and he may be disabled for life. Now, please ask the person who caused the injury to come with us. We will make a judgment after the trial. It's him. My son Qin Yun did it. Qin Sihai pointed at me without hesitation. I stood there, looking at his familiar yet unfamiliar face so eerily calm. Feng Yong stared at me and asked, "Did you hit him?" I watched as everyone stared at me greedily, like wolves waiting for me to fall into their trap. I slowly shook my head. It wasn't me. It was Qin Wentong who hit me. In an instant, the air froze. You could hear a pin drop. The next second, everyone's expression changed. At that moment, all I could feel was despair and anger. It was clearly my brother's fault, yet I had to go to jail, and I saw with my own eyes how red-faced my father was, as if he was afraid he wouldn't have enough time to put me in jail to take the blame. Is this what they call fatherly love? I sneered and refused to let them succeed. I stood up and exposed the truth in front of everyone. The unwiped blood on my brother's trouser legs was evidence, and villagers also saw him running home in a panic in the middle of the night. He turned pale instantly and was handcuffed and dragged away on the spot. He cried heartbreakingly, "Dad, save me." But my father simply turned away, pretending not to hear. That voice, echoing in my ears, made me see clearly the meaning of so-called family love. I thought the matter was over, but then the blame was turned on me. My second uncle coldly questioned me, saying I shouldn't have treated my own brother that way. He also said that taking the blame was a small matter and that my brother would remember my kindness when he got into college. My second aunt even added fuel to the fire, saying that my brother would be able to help me when he became successful. Oh, in their eyes, I didn't even care about living like a human being, just a sacrificial lamb to be slapped with other people's stigma. I sneered, piercing their hypocrisy. You're hoping he'll lend you a hand, aren't you? As soon as I finished speaking, my father flew into a rage, picking up a carrying pole and striking me in the face. I didn't retreat. I stared at him, my heart filled with determination. If he really wanted to hit me, then he could just beat me to death with a club. As long as I lived, I would personally send him to jail. This sentence froze him, the carrying pole still hanging in the air. A glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes, but it immediately turned into a raging rage. He gnashed his teeth and yelled at me to get out of the Qin family, threatening that no one would ever give me a single meal. I felt relieved. Finally, I wouldn't have to be their victim anymore. I proposed a separation right then and there. This statement struck like thunder, shocking everyone. Luo Fengjiao was the first to object. She had married into the Qin family to enjoy a comfortable life, and now if I left, all the burdens would fall on her shoulders. Of course, she wouldn't do it. Old Lady Qin even sobbed and sat on the millstone, shouting, "Splitting the family is shameful," feigning compassion. But she didn't care about my life or death. She only cared about her own face. My heart had already turned cold. This family was my destiny. Even if I had nothing, at least I could make my own decisions and no longer bear the brunt of others' wrath. In my previous life, I was driven to despair by such oppression, and my sister died young from overwork. But in this life, I will never let this tragedy happen again. I'd already made up my mind. I had to take my sister with me. My father, his face red with rage, pointed at me and hurled curses, saying I'd given birth to a beast. But I shouted even louder, "I still think you're a beast." My roar shook the roof. With that, I resolutely turned and strode out. The Qin family was stunned. They couldn't understand how the once humble and obedient Qin Yun could suddenly become a completely different person. I sneered inwardly. It was because I bowed my head and endured anger in my previous life that I ended up covered in scars. In this life, I will never endure again. Just as I was about to go to the captain to testify, I suddenly heard a familiar cry behind me. My younger sister, Qin Ling, rushed out and tightly grasped my hand. Her frail body trembled, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Looking at her, my heart ached and my eyes moistened. I squatted down and gently wiped away her tears, saying in a firm voice, "Sister, we are going to separate now. Are you willing to come with me?" Seeing my sister's tearful yet determined expression, my heart ached. She chose to go with me without hesitation. I hugged her tightly and vowed to myself that no matter how difficult this life became, I would never let my sister suffer even a little injustice again. This time, I would completely make up for the regrets of my past life. I took my sister's hand, gathered my only bedding, and walked out of the Chin family's house without looking back. My father's angry curses and my grandmother's wails echoed behind me, but my heart was as hard as stone. Since they were so cruel as to force me to take the blame, I would use this departure to completely sever ties with them. I went straight to the team leader, Zhang Yong, and proposed a division. Shocked and speechless, he tried to dissuade me, but seeing the determination in my eyes, he finally nodded in agreement. He hesitated for a moment, then gave me a key. He explained that there was an empty house at the east end of the village, left behind by old man Liu after his death. Although it was dilapidated, it would provide shelter from the elements. After getting the keys, my sister and I went to the dilapidated house. As soon as we opened the door, a pungent, musty smell hit us. The corners were covered in cobwebs. The dust was so thick it kicked up a cloud of dust, and there was a huge hole in the roof. My sister timidly asked if we wanted to live here. I held her hand tightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll fix it up. One day, you'll live in a big house." But she smiled sweetly, saying she wasn't afraid of hardship as long as she could be with me. Hearing this, my heart warmed. She wasn't afraid of hardship, but I was. I was afraid that, like in my previous life, she would be tortured to death by this family. So this time I had to change. We immediately set to work. My sister swept the dust from the house with a broom, while I fetched water and scrubbed the walls and floors. After a few hours, the dilapidated house finally felt somewhat more inviting. Just then, my most loyal brothers, Huang Kuan and Depeng, walked in, tools in hand. "Brother Yin, why did you suddenly split up? Is this shabby house habitable?" They looked concerned and brought a tarp, a shovel, and 2 baskets of luss. My heart warmed. This is what true brothers are like. Huang Kuan even brought in some good soil from Liangling Mountain, saying it was perfect for building the house. We worked together until dark, patching the roof and plastering the walls, finally making the dilapidated little house barely habitable. Big Fatty waved his hand and placed a bag of food on the ground. "Brother, you and me have these sweet potatoes and potatoes first. We'll send more tomorrow if you're short." I quickly refused. Food is our lifeblood. How could I take it for free? But they forced it on me, saying with a smile, "No one can let me go hungry." Their brotherly love made my heart ache. I decided I had to repay this favor. I pondered for a moment, and suddenly remembered Qingshui River. The fish and loaches there were at their fattest. Others couldn't catch them, but I had a way. I gritted my teeth and said, "Let's go to Qingshui River tomorrow morning and make a big splash." My brothers were skeptical, but they nodded in agreement. As night fell, my sister and I only steamed a few sweet potatoes to fill our stomachs. She smiled and said they were delicious, but I swore to myself that one day I would give her the best food. After she fell asleep, I quietly left the house, went around to the back hill, and dug out 2 jars of liquor from under the bushes. This was my old salary as a laborer, and I thought it was useless, but now it's the key to my life. Holding the wine jar, I took advantage of the night to walk to the home of the most eccentric person in the village, Wu Dalinden. This man is incredibly lazy, never sitting when he can lie down, never standing when he can sit. He has very little work to do, but he has one treasure, bean flour. He saves money year-round, saving just that little bit for New Year's. I came to him just for this bean flour. "Is Angkor home?" I knocked on the door and called out. His voice came lazily from inside, saying he was already asleep and asking me to come back tomorrow. I didn't rush, shaking the wine jar in my hand to make the sound clearer, so he could hear. "Wu Angkor, listen to that sound. It's the best wine. If you don't drink it, I'll leave." When the person inside heard the word water and wine, he became anxious. "What? Water and wine? Oh, wait a minute, I'll be right there." The door opened with a bang, and Wu Ge came out without even wearing shoes, his feet stomping on the ground. When he saw it was me, his face was full of smiles. "Qin Yin, what brings you here?" And with 2 jars of wine. I walked in with a smile, and he quickly brought out the peeling wooden table, 2 broken bowls, and started drinking. I poured him some wine and said it had been a while since we last met, so I came to see him. When Wu Ge heard this, he was delighted. He said that I was a sweet-talking kid, but he was actually very happy in his heart. He tilted his head back and drank the whole bowl in one gulp. I poured him another glass of wine, and while telling him about my recent troubles, I tried to get closer to him. Wu Ge was so comforted by my words that he started drinking 1 glass after another. He was drunk and talked a lot. He pulled me and cried, saying that his life was hard, that no one cared about him, and that he didn't even have a decent friend. When I heard the time was almost right, I went over and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Wu, what you said is true. How about we drink this cup? And from now on, our affairs will be brothers' affairs. Wu Ge, drunk, patted his chest and promised, Okay, Brother Chin, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I then slowly explained that I had recently split up my family and was extremely poor, so I planned to start a business to make a living. However, I had no raw materials, so I had no choice but to shamelessly ask him to borrow some bean flour. When Wuga heard about bean flour, he hesitated for a moment. My heart skipped a beat, thinking I might not have drunk enough. But then he burped and waved his hand. It's just a few pounds of bean flour. Take it yourself from the bag in the corner. I was so delighted to hear that. I thanked him profusely and said I would definitely come back tomorrow. He waved his hand, saying it was a small matter, and then fell asleep on the table. I lifted the bag of bean flour and weighed it. It was about 2 or 3 pounds. This was enough for me, so I quietly slipped back home. The next morning, my sister and I had breakfast and went to Qingshui River with our things on our backs. Our village is nestled against this river, earning its name from its clear water. At this time of year, the minnows become active, their tender flesh and few bones making them a favorite fish for the villagers. However, they are very cunning, and you'll usually only catch one in a day. There are fewer people now, and the fish are most active, so it's the best time to catch them. Also, I'm afraid Wu Ge will wake up and regret it, and come back to ask for the bean flour back, which would mean all my efforts would be in vain. While I got to the river, Huang Kun and Depang were already waiting for me there, staring at the cloth bag in my hand with mysterious expressions. Hey, Qinyan, what good stuff have you prepared, and why did you choose this time come? I smiled and didn't mention bean flour. Instead, I took out a piece of grass I had picked up from the roadside from my pocket and said, I want this kind of grass, the more the better. When they saw it, they said it was Datura stramonium and reminded me that it was poisonous. Depang said that he had eaten it once when he was a child and slept all day. I shook my head and said it was very useful, so they stopped asking questions and started looking separately. 2 hours later, each of them came back with a large handful. I found a concave stone and pounded the datura flowers into juice, which we carried to the river. I opened the cloth bag, took out the bean flour, and poured it into the river. Huang Kun and Depang were instantly furious. Are you crazy? Throwing such good bean flour into water. Qinyan, do you know how rare this thing is? We don't even get to eat it normally. I didn't say a word and continued pouring. By the time they rushed over, the bag was empty. I raised a finger, signaling silence. They didn't dare to say anything more and just stared at the river with me. A few seconds later, there was a splash sound on the water surface, and several minnows rushed over like crazy, with their dorsal fins exposed and headed straight towards us. They were both stunned, their mouths opened so wide that an egg could fit in. I reminded him, don't just stand there stupidly. The grass liquid hasn't been poured yet. Otherwise, are you just waiting for the fish to run away? The two men seemed to wake up from a dream and poured the freshly crushed datura juice into the river. In a few minutes, the fish in the river turned upside down and floated quietly on the surface. A rough count showed that there were more than 30 of them. What surprised me even more was that there were a few eels and soft-shelled turtles in it. The harvest was so big that even I was surprised. I reminded them, have you brought the fish baskets? They quickly handed over 3 fish baskets. I calculated that each basket could hold 5 fish, so 3 baskets could hold exactly 15. There were too many fish left to take away. I knew in my heart that if they hadn't helped me repair the house, I would still be living in this dilapidated house. So I skewered all the remaining fish and gave them to them. They stared at the fish, but still refused to take it. I simply stuffed the fish into their hands and said, without your help, we wouldn't be here today. I reminded them that the fish were not dead and could still be alive and kicking for hours, so they would taste even better when cooked. The two of them then accepted it with joy. I carried the fish basket on my back, thinking about my next step, and walked straight out of the village. A few miles south of Qingshui Village is Luoyuan County, which had become a major industrial center due to the relocation of heavy industry to the south. There are chemical plants, cement plants, dye plants, textile plants. There are many large factories which have spawned hospitals, schools, technical schools, and everything else. The torrent of that era swept away everything. Only when our generation grew up did we realize that the boom had long since passed quietly. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and walked into an alley in the county town with a fish basket. You had to be careful, because at that time, if an individual sold things, he would most likely be accused of speculation. But city people have money, so unless they encounter an inspection, they will just turn a blind eye and let it go. Most of the people in this alley are like me, and you can see the shameful goods by lifting their clothes. I didn't rush to sell my food, but instead walked into a small restaurant where there were not many customers. I smiled and said to the waiter, "I'm not here to eat. I just want to borrow the kitchen utensils to cook a dish." The guy got upset on the spot, so I quickly explained, "This is the peach blossom fish from our village. The soup is super delicious. I'll give you one." He hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. I carried the fish into the kitchen and began to work. There were no fancy cooking methods in those days. I removed the internal organs and gills of the fish, stir-fried it in hot oil, and then boiled it over high heat. After a while, the fish meat fell off the bones, and the soup was milky white with a rich aroma. I was so greedy that I could hardly stop drooling. The guy took a sip, and his eyes lit up immediately. "It tastes really good." He thought for a moment and said, "Brother, sell me your fish. 3 a day to start with." I continued cooking and replied with a smile, "Sure, but it will be more expensive." I quoted a price, $2 a piece. The guy's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? The market price is 80 cents a piece, and you dare to ask for 2 yuan?" I sneered in my heart and explained that the fish in the market had a strong, fishy smell and could not compare to the deliciousness of the peach blossom fish. I insist that this fish is extremely fresh when simply prepared and is a real good product. He hesitated for a long time and finally nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll give you 3 first. If they sell quickly, I'll ask you for more." I immediately fished out 3 fish and handed them to him, then borrowed a clay pot and filled it with a boiled fish soup. I borrowed a pen and paper and wrote down a recipe. After everything was ready, I carried the fish basket and walked to the alley entrance. It was the time when the factory was closing, and workers in blue cloth work clothes walked by in 2s and 3s. Not long after, someone came to ask the price. When he heard it was $2 per piece, he immediately shook his head and left. I am not in a hurry and continue to watch over the stall, knowing that sooner or later, someone who understands the goods will come. Sure enough, an old man in cloth shoes and white socks stopped. He had an unusual demeanor, like a senior executive in the factory. He said that the old lady at home was sick and he wanted to buy some nutritious food. I perked up and didn't rush to quote the price. I first handed over a bowl of freshly cooked fish soup. As soon as the earthenware jar was opened, the delicious aroma filled the air, and even passers-by couldn't help but look sideways. The old man took a sip and his eyes suddenly lit up. "This fish soup is good." I took the opportunity to introduce it, saying that it was peach blossom fish, a specialty of our village, rich in nutrition and unique in taste. I handed him the recipe and quoted him a price, $2 a piece. Hearing this, the old man's face suddenly changed. "Young man, since I came to Luoyuan County, this fish has never cost more than $1. He stared at me and the fish, his tone questioning. I smiled and replied, "Old man, most of the fish sold at the market for 70 or 80 yuan are grass carp and carp. They have a strong fishy smell and lots of bones. How can they compare to this peach blossom fish?" As I spoke, I used a knife to poke open the fish's jaw and threaded the rope through it. This fish has tender meat and few bones. It's nutritious. Even experts say it contains several times more trace elements. I said frankly, as the old saying goes, every medicine is 3 parts poison. If we eat some good fish and keep our bodies healthy, we can withstand any disease. Have experts also eaten this fish? His eyes lit up, and his face showed deep curiosity and excitement. These days, everyone believes in authority. He wasn't short of money, so he pulled out a big Unity note and said, "Give me 3. I handed the fish over and added, "I really forgot which expert it was, but the test results showed that this fish is indeed much better than other fish." I exchanged the money for the goods, and I couldn't stop smiling. 12 yuan or more is equivalent to half a month's hard work for the farmers. He held the fish in his hands, looked at it, and said, "The old woman was diagnosed with diabetes a few months ago. Her health is getting worse day by day, and there's no good way to treat her." I blurted out, "Diabetes is difficult to treat. We have a folk remedy in our village. Drinking corn silk and water can help control it." "Really?" His eyes suddenly widened, his face full of anticipation. Medical resources are tight these days, and if a family has a patient, they will ask around for folk remedies. I patted my chest and said, "It's okay. I'll come to the county town tomorrow and bring you some corn silk." He thanked me profusely and left with the fish in his hand, feeling satisfied. I was moved, feeling that this man might be able to help me in the future. But there's no point in thinking too much. I have to take care of the current situation first and sell the remaining fish as soon as possible. Peach blossom fish, delicious peach blossom fish, freshly cooked fish soup. I started shouting again while holding the clay pot. Everyone around could smell the fragrance just now, and many people were standing by and watching. Brother, would you like to have a taste of that fish soup? A middle-aged man came over and asked me. I nodded. Of course, but fish soup should be drunk while it's hot. It tastes better when it's freshly made. He took a sip and his eyes lit up. This fish is really good. Give me one. As I was reaching for the fish basket to take the fish, several men in blue shirts and red armbands rushed in from the alley, looking very aggressive. Who's selling things here? Don't you know this is called speculation? The leader's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the alley. Oh no, the security department is here. Someone shouted, and the crowd suddenly became furious and ran away in all directions. I didn't have time to think about it, so I quickly picked up the fish basket and rushed out with the crowd. In this day and age, if you're caught selling contraband, you will be criticized at the very least and detained at the worst. Who wouldn't be afraid? After running for a distance and making sure that no one was chasing me, I leaned against the wall to catch my breath, my legs feeling a little weak. What's going on today? No one usually cares. A man leaned next to me with cold sweat on his face. Seeing that he wasn't talking nonsense, I asked tentatively, do the security people come here often? He chuckled and said, I don't come here often. There are so many people in the county waiting to eat. If I really wanted to arrest someone, I would have caught them all in one fell swoop. As soon as I heard it, I understood it in my heart. I must have been reported today, and the security department was just putting on an act. Brother, I'm leaving first. Everyone in the factory has left after work. Business is bad today. He picked up the bag, patted my shoulder, and left. I turned around and walked toward the city with the fish basket. I had to buy some bean flour to bring back. Otherwise, Wuxue would definitely make a scene. 5 minutes later, I had just reached the main road when I suddenly heard some whispers in front of me. Alas, it's still a little late. If we had arrested them earlier, we would have caught them all. The voice sounded familiar to me. The other one was obviously impatient. Okay, that's enough for today. We have to go back to the factory. But the man didn't give up. Listen to me. The fish seller is from our village. He brings fish from the river to the city to sell. Isn't this speculation? My heart tightened. I was the one selling fish. Could he be talking about me? The footsteps gradually faded away. I squatted down and slowly stuck my head out to look. Sure enough, that person was Qin Wentong. My fists clenched instantly, and a surge of anger surged in my heart. Wasn't he arrested? How could he be walking around the streets so brazenly? He even reported me? I put down the fish basket in my hand, picked up the empty fish basket, bent down, and followed quietly. Seeing him sighing as he walked, I didn't hesitate and suddenly rushed over to him. He suddenly put the fish basket on his head and then punched him. I threw punch after punch, as if I was venting the anger that had been suppressed for many years. I have protected him since he was a child, and no matter how partial my parents were to them, I never had any resentment towards him. But what about him? I took the blame for him, even gave him my kidney, and all I got in return was a look of ridicule. I've had enough of this. I have to teach him a lesson today. Brother, it was wrong. I was really wrong. The sound from the fish basket became weaker and weaker, so I took the fish basket away. I kicked him in the stomach again, and before he could recover, I turned and slipped away. After leaving the alley, I went all the way to the farmer's market on Jiuchang Street, which was the site of the textile factory. This place is like the previous alley, with many stalls selling all kinds of things, and I can buy things without a ticket. Soon someone came up and said, Brother, do you want some rice? The grains are big and plump. 2 yuan for 10 pounds. Without thinking, I took out $2 from my earnings and bought 10 kilograms of rice. He bought another 3 pounds of fat meat, intending to leave half for Huang Kun and Depang as a thank you. I had to return the bean flour I borrowed from Wu Shui, so I simply spent more than 2 yuan and bought 7 pounds. I also bought some seasonings and an enamel basin, planning to pickle some fish when I get home. I'll deal with the remaining fish later. I didn't spend all the money, so I put the remaining small bills in my pocket and rushed to the village with my bags. It was getting dark. I just walked to the village entrance and saw Qin Sihai and his family squatting on the doorstep from afar. They were slurping sweet potato rice and chewing stewed potatoes. Qin Yun, what are you holding in your hand? Before I got close, Luo Fengjiao's eyes were like hooks hanging on the fat in my hand. As far as I can remember, his family has never let us eat meat. Why did I suddenly become curious today? I ignored her and continued walking forward, but she dropped her meal and trotted over to stop me. Qin, you're also a member of the Qin family. So what if we split up? Blood is thicker than water. She said nice things, but her eyes were fixed on everything in my hands. I sneered. Mom, what do you want to say? She pretended to be kind and said, your father is old and your grandmother is not in good health. You bought so many nutritious things. It will be great for our family to eat them all. My eyes turned cold. Where were you when we were eating coarse food on the day of the separation? The expression on her face suddenly changed, and she tried to make excuses. That's because I'm too busy. I didn't want to listen and interrupted directly. Even if you become a fox spirit, don't play Liao Zhai with me. I know exactly what you were planning. I looked at Qin Sihai, who was sitting silently on the threshold. Shouldn't your son Qin, Wentong, be the pillar of the family? His face turned pale. Feng Jiao, come back. You're still asking for things after the family division. Just pretend that I never gave birth to this son. I watched them act out coldly, without any emotion at all, picked up my things, and turned to leave. The old lady behind him was cursing again. You ungrateful bastard, you deserve to die outside. Hearing this, I sneered in my heart. Your mother's body is still warm, and you brought that vixen into your family. Your Qin family is not worthy of talking about family affection. After turning the corner and walking through the wasteland, the tile-roofed house in front of my home finally appeared in front of me. Before I even entered the door, I heard loud cries of grief in the yard. Qin Yun, that evil creature, used 2 jars of wine to exchange for my bean flour. How can I live? Wu Shui lay on the ground, clapping his hands loudly and cursing louder than anyone else. If you don't give it to me, I'll stay at your house today. If Qin Yun doesn't come back, I'll take his sister back to get married. Huang Kuan and Depang stood in front of Qin Ling, their faces full of helplessness and anger. But people like Wu Shui are best at making trouble. As soon as I reached the door, he came closer and said, hit me. If you hit my sister, she will be my wife. I had enough and threw the bag to the ground. Don't you have 2 or 3 pounds of bean flour? I'll give you 3.5 pounds. Wu Shui immediately turned over and got up, picked up the bean flour and twisted it. It really is my bean flour. Huang Kuan and Depang were both dumbfounded, their eyes wide open as they looked at the things in my bag. Qin Yun, you earned so much. Huang Kuan came over with an incredulous look on his face. I smiled and nodded, feeling pretty good. Just as we were about to go into the house to rest, Wu Shui suddenly stopped us, staring at the bean flour bag. No, this is not the original amount. His voice was sharp and loud. I had a big bag back then. Why is there only this little left now? Wu Shui's words, my bean flour is not right, made all of us change our expressions on the spot. A slight sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. This guy really took me for a sucker and even wanted to blackmail me again? I spoke, my voice as cold as if it had been soaked in well water. Brother Wu, if you say that, I'm really excited. Before I could finish my words, Wu Shui started throwing a tantrum, yelling, I had 5 caddies of soybean flour. Now I only have 2.5 caddies left? Give me back my soybean flour. He shouted and stamped his feet, his rogue spirit coming on, and it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. I said coldly to Huang, Kuan, and Depang, tie him up and send him to the production brigade. Let Uncle Zhang judge for himself. Did I take the bean flour? You clearly asked me to drink with you that day, and I lent it to you in a moment of confusion. Wu Shui got anxious and started to throw a tantrum and yell. I smiled and said, you still have bean flour at home? Everyone in Qingshui village knows you, the lazy Wu. Can you save up bean flour? My eyes darkened and my voice tightened. Nowadays, only the production brigade has bean flour. Where did you get it from? Did you steal it? You are destroying collectivism and should be sentenced according to regulations. I raised my voice like a cold knife stabbing into his heart. Wu Shui shuddered instantly, his face turning pale. He knew I was right, that the bean flour was made by him. Normally, no one bothers to pay attention to him, but if someone really takes it too far, he will really have to go to the small dark room for a few days. I struck while the iron was hot and said in a relaxed tone, take these 2.5 kilograms home, and I won't pursue the matter. He rolled his eyes, snorted a few times, picked up the bag of bean flour and fled. Brother Yun is awesome. Huang Kuan gave him a thumbs up with admiration. You would have taken action earlier, but now you've just scared him off. Big Fatty also laughed. What's this move called? Victory without bloodshed. I smiled and asked them to bring some vegetables from the vegetable garden. I would cook a good meal for them today. I was stunned for a few seconds as I watched their backs running away quickly. In my previous life, Before I was transferred to another prison, they often came to see me and always brought delicious food. Later, I received the bad news that Huang Kun died in a car accident. Depang was dumped by his wife, and even his children didn't want to recognize him. In this life, I swear I will never let this tragedy happen again. They must follow me and rise up together. Soon, Depang brought over some peppers and carrots, and Huang Kun brought over a basket of eggs. Brother Yun, take all the eggs. I frowned. Your family's not rich. Why do you take so much? Huang Kun chuckled and said, I still have a basket at home. I'll just say it was stolen. My parents won't scold me. I understand that although the villagers are not so poor that they have to steal food, everyone has some petty thefts. Soon, I prepared the meal, a pot of rice, a plate of stir-fried meat with chili peppers, a serving of scrambled eggs, and a pot of stewed meat with carrots. I also stewed the fish that weren't sold today, and the aroma filled the whole yard. At the dinner table, I took out the money and divided it into 3 portions. I also cut some of the remaining pork and handed it to them. These are your portions. Huang Kun was stunned. Brother Yin, are you crazy? You were the one who came up with the idea for catching fish. We just helped out. Big Fatty, his mouth full of meat, also muttered, That's right, this meal is worth it. Why would I charge money? I insisted on forcing the meat into their mouths, but they refused to take the money, so I had to take it back. We chatted for a while after dinner, and when they were about to leave, I reminded them specifically, don't forget to catch fish tomorrow morning. I am confident that those customers will definitely come back. The next morning, the 3 of us came to Qingshui River again. Following yesterday's method, we worked efficiently and caught more than 30 fish in 3 hours, as well as a few eels and turtles. Brother Yin, can we go to the county town together today? Huang Kun asked me with anticipation. Go. I nodded. There were too many fish, and I couldn't move them all by myself. We walked all the way back to the alley we walked in yesterday. There were still so many people on the road that it looked like a market. As soon as I reached the door, the restaurant owner from yesterday ran over with a smile on his face. Brother, I sold your fish yesterday for $3.50, and the line was almost blocking the door. As he spoke, he took out a box of Dakiamin from his pocket and handed him a cigarette. I politely declined, and he didn't feel embarrassed and just ordered it. My name is Su Tienda. How many did you bring today? I'll take 10 first. I took the 2 big Unity tickets he handed me and picked 10 fish from the fish basket and handed them over. He smiled from ear to ear. Brother, you should supply me from now on. Don't go to other companies. You can make endless money. I smiled but didn't respond. First, focus on your supply, and we'll talk about the other things later. After chatting with him for a few minutes, I turned and left. Brother Yin, he's already made it clear. Why don't you agree? 10 fish is just over 20 yuan. Huang Kun came over and asked. I just shook my head. You are too naive. I looked at the busy alley in the distance and said steadily, even if they sign a contract, I've seen many cases of breach of contract. Besides, our method of using bean flour to fry fish will eventually become known to others. If someone really learns it, even if we sell fish for $1.50, you don't see whether they will buy from us. Merchants value profit, and there is no fraud in business. For the same item, as long as the price is different, buyers will naturally prefer the cheaper one. I have heard many times that so-called promises are not as practical as a fart. Huang Kun and Depang also reacted and gave me thumbs up, praising me for my foresight. I chuckled and quickly urged them to start selling their goods and stop listening to my preaching. After a while, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes came over. I recognized him at first sight. He wanted to buy fish yesterday, but the security department came and he was sent away before he could pay. Uncle, you're here. I greeted him with a smile and opened the lid of the fish basket. Look, today's fish is bigger than yesterday's, and the meat is firmer. It's really picked out. The middle-aged man walked over and laughed. I've been craving this fish all night. When Director Lee was stewing it yesterday, the aroma filled the entire corridor. His words shocked me. It contained a lot of information. As I skewered the fish, I asked, Uncle, the Director Lee you're talking about is the old man who bought the fish yesterday? Yes, he nodded. We live on the same floor. He's the production director at the factory. When he cooks fish in his kitchen, the aroma fills the corridor. I immediately understood that this fish had already become famous in their corridor. He sighed. Director Lee's wife is not in good health. She was suddenly admitted to the hospital last night and has only just returned. When I heard this, I thought my chance had come, so I immediately took out a smaller fish and handed it to him. Uncle, I'm giving this fish to you, and I'm also giving you a message. Director Lee asked me to bring something to him yesterday. I was worried that I couldn't get in touch with him. Chu Gaoxian was stunned for a moment, then nodded and smiled. Okay, then you can come with me. We don't allow outsiders to enter our area casually. Once you get in, you won't have to worry about selling the fish. Yesterday, many people asked where the fish came from. I thanked him quickly and asked, Uncle, what's your name? While packing my things. My last name is Chu, and my name is Gaoxian. We walked and talked, and about 10 minutes later, an old residential building appeared in front of me. A little old man was squatting at the door drinking tea. When he saw us approaching, he immediately frowned. What do you do? Before he could say anything more, Uncle Chu hurried over to greet him. Uncle Zhao, this is my distant relative. He came to see me. The old man then nodded and let us in. I felt sad in my heart that if the fish had not been delivered in time, I really would not have been able to get in today. Although this place does not have complete supporting facilities, it is already very similar to the later gated communities. Just as I passed a small pavilion, a few people came towards me. They seemed to be very familiar with Uncle Chu. Master Chu, is this the fish Director Lee bought yesterday? Yes, Uncle Chu pointed at me. This is the boy selling fish. He brought a lot today. One person immediately took out $2 and said, give me one. In this way, word spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and the fish I brought were almost sold out in an instant. There were only 2 or 3 small ones left lying in the basket. Director Lee's house is upstairs, the third room on the left. I thanked Uncle Chu, picked up the fish basket, and walked into the corridor. The narrow space was filled with cardboard boxes and wood, and one had to walk sideways. Finally, I knocked on the door and heard a tired voice from inside. Who is it? When the door opened, it was Director Lee. When he saw me, his face was full of surprise. Young man, how did you find this place? I pulled the corn silk out of my pocket and said with a smile, I remember what you asked me to do yesterday. I've been waiting for you all morning and was afraid something might happen, so I came here. When he heard this, a touch of emotion appeared in his eyes. Come in quickly. People in this era are not as wary of strangers as they were in later times. People like me who keep their word are more likely to win people's favor. Last night, the old lady suddenly lost her sight and was rushed to the hospital for an 4 drip. She only came back early this morning. As I listened to him, I observed the furnishings in the house. White walls and wooden floors, clean and tidy. It can be seen that they are a well-off family. Some of the equipment they have are things we have never seen in our village. I put the corn silk on the coffee table and took out 2 small fish. These fish are not big. Give them to Annie to nourish her body, no charge. When he heard this, he immediately stood up and tried to pay. How can this be possible? I stopped him and said seriously, Auntie, this disease can't be cured. You can only recuperate slowly. Please don't be polite. This corn silk is used to make tea, and the diet should be light. You also know medicine? He was stunned for a moment and looked at me with more respect. I nodded. If you know the basics, diabetes, to put it bluntly, is caused by problems with pancreatic islet cells, which causes blood sugar to rise. The hospital doesn't have insulin right now, so all we can rely on is diet and folk remedies. I handed him a piece of paper with a few small prescriptions written on it. You can ask your doctor to make sure it works before trying it. He took the paper, his eyes reddened a little, and his tone became sincere. Little brother, you have helped me a lot. He stood up and held my hand tightly. If you have any questions in the future, just ask. I looked into his eyes and smiled. That's perfect. I really do have something I'd like to ask Director Lee for help with. When asking someone to do something for you, the most important thing is to know how to judge the person and how to serve him. The reason is simple. If you want people to work hard, you have to give something in return first. For example, this prescription and the fish just given away are the most practical stepping stones. Director Lee smiled slightly. Little brother, is there something you want to talk to me about? I didn't pretend and spoke frankly. Director Lee, life has been really tight since we split up, so I thought of selling fish to make a living. This fish tastes good and is rich in nutrition. You have eaten it before, but setting up a street stall now is really too passive. I was thinking, could we supply the fish to the factory canteen? That would be a good idea. Director Lee nodded. So that's what you're talking about. He put down his teacup. I'm not responsible for the food, but I can recommend you. Our mess leader is Zhou Yuan, who's in charge of this. I'll write down the address, and you can go find him yourself. I quickly stood up and took the note. Thank you so much, Director Lee. You really helped me a lot. I will prepare the herbs required for the prescription tonight and personally deliver them to your home tomorrow morning. He tried to stuff the money for the fish into my pocket several times, but I refused to take it. Instead, I got a lot of details about Captain Joe from him. This man is not very old and has a good income. His only hobby is collecting antiques. The first thing he did after getting his salary every month was not to buy meat or vegetables, but to go hunting for antiques. Seeing that it was getting late, I didn't want to stay any longer and got up to say goodbye. As soon as they left the compound, Huang Kuan came over excitedly. Brother Yin, you're amazing. If we can sell this fish to the factory, we'll be very successful. I looked at the address in my hand, and my blood started boiling. It's time for me to fight to break free from the situation where I'm being sucked dry by this family. Big Fatty was eager to try. What are we waiting for? Let's go find Captain Joe right now. I waved my hand. Don't worry. Even if Director Lee helps me build a bridge, I can't just rush to his house. If we just let it go without any preparation, it would be more likely to cause trouble. I patted their shoulders and said, let's go eat first. Let's have some fun. The two of them looked at each other, and their stomachs started to growl. Brother Yin, a meal in the city is not cheap. Huang Kuan was a little hesitant. Don't worry, I'll treat you this time. I grinned. We'll even have some money left over after dinner. The three of us went straight to the most prestigious state-owned restaurant in the county. Most people are reluctant to enter here, but the workers feel honored to come here once. As soon as he walked in, the chalk menu on the blackboard made Depang drool. Kung Pao chicken for 1.3 yuan, steamed buns for 20 cents each, and shredded pork with fish flavor for 1 yuan. I didn't hesitate and ordered 15 buns, one with deep-fried pork and one with shredded pork and fish flavor. As soon as the dishes were served, the aroma filled the air and the taste was really good. We all started eating. While eating, two familiar figures walked in. I glanced up and saw that it was Qin Wentong. His face was bruised and purple, and his eyes were black. It was obvious that I had taught him a lesson last time. He was accompanied by a girl in a floral dress. She had an ordinary face, but the temperament of a lady from a wealthy family. No wonder he appeared in the city. It turned out that he had found a financial sponsor. As soon as he saw us, his face immediately fell, his fists clenched, and his eyes were burning with fire. What's wrong? The girl asked him, turning her head. It's okay. Qin Wentong responded in a low voice, glaring at me coldly, his eyes full of resentment. It's just a villain who stabbed me in the back. Hearing this, the girl frowned and seemed to be disgusted with me as well. After they sat down, the girl whispered, give me a plate of sweet and sour fish, a plate of stir-fried shrimp, and a plate of stir-fried pork. Wenong, you've just been injured. You need some rest. Don't be polite. I'll treat you to a good meal. Alas, Xiaoro, you were so kind to me. I really feel unworthy. He looked as gentle as a poet. Don't say that. Li Xiaoro looked at him with admiration. You understand literature so well. You're so talented. You were talking about Punin, Beely, and what were their names? Brock. Qin Wentong nodded with a dignified air. They're all poets of the Silver Age. I felt sick to my stomach when I heard that. This person stole so many things from me in my previous life, and now he is pretending to be a gentleman. How can I make him feel comfortable? I stood up and walked over, smiling, and said, Brother, what a coincidence. You were in the city too. His expression changed, and he stared at me coldly. Are you his brother? Li Xiaoro was stunned, with a look of surprise on her face. Yes. I nodded, smiling even more brightly. He's my brother, the first college student in our village. But brother, weren't you arrested? Why are you out now? With just one sentence, the atmosphere around us froze instantly. I saw Qin Wentong's face turn black on the spot, and he stared at me as if he wanted to tear me apart. I didn't back down. Instead, I continued to expose that ugly incident with a sneer. He had injured someone that year, but asked me to take the blame. He didn't dare to admit it, but instead pushed me into the fire pit. I knew that once these words came out, his image in Li Xiaoro's heart would collapse. She looked at him in shock, her eyes full of questioning and suspicion. I took the opportunity to press him step by step and described clearly his cruelty and meanness back then. Huang Kuan and Depang even stood up to testify, directly tearing off his disguise. Li Xiaoro was so angry that she turned around, picked up her bag, and left. Qin Wentong was so anxious that he panicked and tried to explain, but she didn't want to listen anymore and left without looking back. There was resentment in his eyes, and before leaving he threatened me that he would never let me go. But in my opinion, he was just a mad dog that had lost its backing. We looked at each other and burst into laughter. There was a sense of relief and relief in our laughter. This was retribution. Someone finally saw through his true face. After dinner, I packed up the last of the soup on the table, thinking of taking it back for my sister to try. She hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. On the way back to the village, I shared the money from selling fish today with Huang Kun and Depeng. They refused, but I was firm and forced them to accept this hard-earned money. I told them that once the canteen of the factory gets the cooperation, it would definitely not be enough for me alone, and I would have to rely on their help to manage and expand it. The two of them nodded in acceptance. We agreed to continue working tomorrow, and then went our separate ways. I rushed home with the food, my heart full of anticipation. But just when I was about to get home, I heard my sister crying in the yard. At that moment, my whole face turned cold and my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. I rushed into the yard and saw Luo Fengjiao and her sister fighting over a bag of food. Old Mrs. Qin was standing next to them. They actually wanted to snatch the things I brought back. My younger sister Xiaoling's eyes turned red with anxiety. She held the bag tightly, leaving blood marks on her small palms, but she still refused to let go. Her petite figure was trembling. Seeing this, Luo Fengjiao actually slapped her sister in the face. The burning slap mark instantly appeared on her fair face, and the anger in my chest completely erupted. "Stop!" I yelled, rushed forward, and kicked Luo Fengjiao to the ground. Looking at my sister's tears of grievance, my fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Luo Fengjiao fell to the ground and shamelessly said that it was for our own good. I sneered. If she dared to touch my sister, she would touch my reverse scale and would never be forgiven. I walked up to her and slapped her hard. The sound of slaps echoed in the yard. Her face was red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Only then did she howl and dared not to be arrogant. I turned around, gently touched my sister's head, and asked her if she was okay. She pursed her lips and shook her head with tears in her eyes, saying that she had already given them a piece of meat, but they still wouldn't give up. My heart ached, and I comforted her not to be afraid and told her to leave the rest to me. She nodded, tears streaming down her face, but she was still so stubborn that it made me feel sad. Old Mrs. Qin was shaking with anger as she leaned on her crutches, yelling at me to compensate her. Luo Fengjiao was throwing a tantrum and rolling around, looking like she was going to give up and refuse to get up. I sneered. Is this what they call family? If we hadn't split up long ago, I don't know how much more blood they would have sucked out of me. Thinking of this, I felt extremely fortunate. I stared at old Lady Qin with cold eyes, expressing the anger that had been suppressed in my heart for many years. She kept calling herself Grandma, but what had she ever done to me and my sister? My mother's body was still warm, but she hurriedly let a slut into the house. She was also partial to Qin Wentong and treated my sister and me as outsiders. What qualifications does she have to be an elder? Old Mrs. Qin was stunned by my yelling, and her crutches were shaking and she couldn't lift them steadily. The coldness in my eyes made her feel uneasy in her heart, but she still insisted on using her elder status to pressure me. I shouted coldly, completely tearing her face apart, and told her that I would rather feed the things at home to the dogs than give them anything else. She was so angry that she was shaking all over, but had nothing to say. Luo Fengjiao was still howling, saying that I had to compensate her for hitting her. She lay on the ground and refused to leave, tried to use moral blackmail to pressure me, but this time I would never be soft-hearted. I turned around and called my sister to find Huang Kun and Depeng. I wanted to expose the true faces of these people in public and make them pay for it. At this moment, I was extremely determined. You dare to call for help? Do you know what it means to keep dirty laundry in the family private? Old Mrs. Qin yelled, pointing at me and cursing with her cane, her eyes full of contempt. She kept saying that my sister and I were money-losing goods and that we didn't know etiquette and dared to be so arrogant here. I felt a chill in my heart and grabbed her crutches on the spot. Without hesitation, I gave the cane a hard snap and warned him coldly, if you dare say anything bad about my sister again, I'll destroy the Qin family immediately. After she finished speaking, old Lady Qin was stunned, her face full of disbelief. She didn't expect that I would resist, and she didn't expect that I would be so cruel. She was so angry that she was shaking all over, shouting rebellion, saying how dare her grandson treat his grandmother like this. But I didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion. I sat down in the yard with a cold expression on my face. A moment later, Huang Kun and Fatty came over and immediately asked me what happened. Go find the production team leader and tell him that someone is here to steal things. I spoke directly. I had no intention of settling the matter privately with these people. I had to make them pay the price today. Huang Kun and the fat man looked at each other, turned around, and left. Not long after, the production team leader Zhang Yong holding a pipe in his mouth, slowly walked into the yard. Before I could say anything, Luo Fengjiao rushed over and cried, saying that I hit someone, exaggerating and making herself sound extremely wrong, trying to confuse right and wrong. But who in the village didn't know her moral character? She was known for her love of taking advantage of others. Zhang Yong watched from the sidelines, but he naturally knew what was right and what was wrong. He turned to look at me. Qin Yun, tell me, what's going on? His eyes were serious, not as casual as he was with her. I nodded and briefly recounted what had happened, saying that they forced my sister hand over the pork and bean noodles I brought back while I was not at home, and they even beat her. My last words carried a heavy weight on my heart. Uncle Zhang, you know that when we split up, you wouldn't even let me take my rolling pin with me. I can't swallow this. Zhang Yong took a deep drag on his pipe, exhaled a stream of smoke, and his face darkened. Brother Qin, I understand what's going on. How are you going to handle this? Send them to the police station and have the whole team write big character posters. I said in a cold voice, leaving them no room for maneuver. If such a scandal were to get out, it would be fatal to Qin went on. Upon hearing this, Luo Fengjiao immediately howled, and old lady Qin was so anxious that she jumped up and down, shouting that if this got out, her Qin family would not be able to afford the loss of face. But Zhang Yong did not stand on their side. He shouted coldly at the two of them to shut up. The yard became quiet in an instant, and they were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Qin Yun, you're a family after all. Even if you break bones, you're still connected. If you don't want to be punished by the brigade, don't go to the police station. Zhang Yong tried to persuade me, but I sneered in my heart and shook my head to refuse. No, I don't agree. I want a thorough explanation for this matter. Zhang Yong took 2 puffs of his cigarette in silence and said, Si Hai will be here soon. Let him persuade you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Si Hai appeared at the door. It was the first time I saw him face to face since we separated. He had lost a lot of weight, his face was pale, and he looked haggard, but I didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion. Qin Yin, what do you want? He walked up to me with a gloomy face and a cold tone, trying to suppress my momentum. They stole things, so I have to send them to the police station and lock them up for a few days. That's reasonable, right? I answered calmly, without any intention of backing down. Qin Si Hai was furious and pointed at me. One of them is your mother, and the other is your grandmother. You want to send them to the police station? Aren't you afraid of retribution? I sneered. You can send your own son to prison, and you can marry someone new before my mother's 7th day. If you are not afraid of retribution, why should I be afraid? My voice was as sharp as a knife. Qin Si Hai was stunned, and his face turned pale. His disguise was completely exposed by me, and he couldn't find any words to refute. I continued. As for being my mother, you have to see if she's worthy of it. Your precious son Qin Wentong deserves to be pointed at. Qin Si Hai was completely enraged. He raised his hand to hit me, his eyes full of murderous intent, but I stood still, mentally prepared to send him in. His hand didn't drop after all, his eyes flickered, and he must still be thinking about the rich girl in the city that Qin Wentong was hooking up with, so he didn't dare to make a big deal out of this. He finally gritted his teeth and compromised. I'll agree to whatever you want, as long as you let go. His voice was full of humiliation and unwillingness. I sneered in my heart and said, if you want to solve it, just give me the mule at home. I proposed the most cruel condition, which made his heart bleed. In the countryside, mules are the lifeline. Without mules during the autumn harvest, no work can be done. This one request is the end of the Qin family's life. Old Mrs. Qin was so angry that she jumped up and down and cursed, saying that the family owed a lot of debts and had to support Qin Wentong. So how could she give the mule to me? But I sneered in my heart. It turned out that they had the money to solve the problem back then, but they chose to let me take the blame. Now, they're not worthy of calling me their son anymore. After a long silence, Qin Si Hai finally agreed and gritted his teeth to bring the mule over. The courtyard was eerily quiet at that moment, with only the coldness in my heart surging. Son, you can't give him the mule. Old Mrs. Qin rushed over to grab the rope, but Qin Si Hai pushed her away fiercely, scolded Luo Fengjiao coldly, and dropped the rope. He turned and left while scolding her. Luo Fengjiao followed him dejectedly, not daring to say a word in rebuttal, like a dog with its tail between its legs. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhang Yong nodded to me and turned to leave with his men. I took a deep breath and looked at the mule on the ground, feeling mixed emotions. Brother, isn't it a bit unkind for us to treat our dad like this? My little sister pulled the corner of my clothes with hesitation in her eyes. I squatted down and looked at her, feeling a pang of sadness in my heart. I rubbed her hair and lowered my voice to tell her about a dream. It felt real. In the dream, I took the blame for someone else, and you stayed in the Chin family, but were always ignored and deprived of good food and clothes. My eyes became moist when I said this, and I continued. Even when you're sick, you have to do heavy work, go out in the middle of the night to wash clothes, cut grass for pigs, and feed livestock, and you don't even have the right to be looked at. I told her the dream clearly, and then my voice suddenly stopped. I held her little hand tightly and said that my brother would never let this happen again. Don't be afraid, just trust me once. My younger sister had tears in her eyes, but she quickly nodded. She said she wanted to work hard with me, to have a good life, and to leave this home that only knew how to plunder. I handed her the packed meal with a smile and told her to heat it up and eat it first so she wouldn't go hungry. I would take care of the rest, and she shouldn't worry anymore. The next morning, Huang Kuan and Fatty came as promised to get the beans and flour to go fishing. I watched them walk away excitedly, but did not follow them. Instead, I took the money and walked around the village. I knew I had to cater to his interests. The head of the factory's canteen liked antiques. If I could pique his interest, I could open the door to subsequent cooperation. The antique market is not easy to come by, as very old items are rare. I figured there were only 2 or 3 houses in the village where I could ask around, so I went to Yang's house first. The Yang family used to be a wealthy family, but now only Aunt Zhou and her 2 sons are left. The laundry in the yard was slow, and when she saw me coming, she greeted me and made me a cup of water. I handed over the peach blossom fish, saying that I had caught it a few days ago, and also stated my purpose. I wanted to collect some old items, not asking for their use, just wanting to discuss the fish. Aunt Zhou was stunned at first, with joy and worry in her eyes. Finally, she shook her head and said that the old man had passed away and she didn't know where the things were. She advised me not to hold out too much hope. I didn't show my disappointment and just politely left my contact information. But when she was leaving, she insisted on keeping the fish. I smiled and waved my hand, letting her keep it to warm her stomach. Then I went to Sun Zhu's house at the end of the village. I was sure about this family because I had saved Sun Dazhuang from a disaster before. He remembered the debt of favor clearly, and his enthusiasm when we met was like fire. Sun Dazhuang told me that there might be something at home, but reminded me not to ask his parents, saying that his family had recently been arguing again because of the matter between his sister and Qin Wentong, and it was not convenient to make it public as the situation was complicated. I listened as the information was pieced together in my mind. It turned out that Qin Wentong was not a clean character in the village either. On the one hand, he was trying to please the rich girl from the city, and, on the other hand, he was entangled with other girls. How could I be soft-hearted with such a scumbag? Sun Dazhuang angrily said he wanted to set fire to the Qin family's house. I suppressed his impulse and had a plan in mind. I would not go to extremes, but I would make sure that they would lose even the land where they were hiding. When I coughed twice and walked into the room, the atmosphere was very depressing. Sun Zhu was smoking a pipe. Sun Dazhuang's mother was wiping her tears, and the room was filled with an indescribable dullness. When Sun Zhu saw me, he immediately smiled and told me that his daughter was of marriageable age, so he asked me to marry her. I quickly shook my head because I had no plans to get married so early. Seeing me refuse, Sun Zhu became anxious, worried that I looked down on his girl. I had to interrupt him and said that I had a way to let everyone see Qin Wentong's true face. Dezhuang's mother was stunned. She still thought Qin Wentong was a good person, diligent, sweet-spoken, and a reliable college student. I sneered. She had no idea what the man was really like. Sun Zhu was even more furious and kept scolding Qin Wentong for being a worthless person. He even asked me to take the blame for him. Can such a person still be considered a good person? At this point, Dezhuang's mother fell silent. I added coldly, I saw Qin Wentong in the county town a few days ago. He was being intimate with a rich girl, and they were clearly in love. Dezhuang's mother looked incredulous, so I reminded her that studying and getting into university depends on academic performance, not character, and that she should not be blinded by illusions. She only knows the surface of a person, but not his heart. I also told Sun Zhu not to tell my daughter about this for the time being. Once I get the evidence, she will naturally understand. Sun Zhu immediately nodded and said that I was brave and resourceful. He wanted to act as a matchmaker again, but I replied with a wry smile that I was young and not suitable, and now was not the time to think about marriage. This was how I changed the subject. I asked him if there were any letters or anything like that at home that could serve as evidence. Sun Zhu slapped his forehead and indeed took out a stack of letter papers, all of which were love letters written by Qin Wentong. I picked out 3 or 4 of them. The content was so corny that I couldn't bear to read it, but it just happened to illustrate the problem and was enough to make people see through their true colors. It was a real, unexpected gain. I thought to myself, since Li Xiaoro is in the county town, I will meet her sooner or later, and then I can use these things to make her completely sober. After finishing the business, I casually asked if there were any old items that I wanted to sell. I happened to have some in my collection. Sunju immediately took out a vase and said it was passed down from his ancestors. I took out $5 and stuffed it into his pocket, but he refused to take it, saying he owed me a favor. But I insisted that he take it, and he couldn't refuse, so I had to take it back myself. Before leaving, I suggested that Dazhuang work with me so that he could earn more money. He agreed and wanted to keep me for dinner. I made an excuse that my sister was at home and left in a hurry. When I got home, I put the vase on the table and looked at it carefully. Although I don't know much about antiques, I have watched many treasure appraisal programs in prison, so I could figure out some things. Just as I was thinking about it, Huang Kun and Depeng came with fish baskets. They were amazed when they saw the vase. I also secretly thought that maybe this thing could be sold for a good price. The next morning, we set off for the county town on time. This time, the restaurant owner directly accepted 15 fish and gave me $2 extra. I took it with a smile. Then we went to the alley to sell fish. Many people came to buy fish. By the afternoon, most of the fish were sold out. I suggested closing the stall and visiting the head of the canteen. I picked out the 2 biggest fish from the fish basket, took the vase, and prepared to knock on the next door according to the address Director Li had given me. Huang Kun advised me, "Brother Yun, why don't you go alone? We are not good at speaking, and it will only cause trouble if we go." I was just about to speak when Big Fat nodded and said that these fish baskets were not decent to carry. I thought about it and realized that it was indeed true, so I didn't insist anymore. I said goodbye to them and left. I quickly found the place. It was more magnificent than Director Li's residence, with red walls, white tiles, and neatly trimmed green plants, making it look particularly decent. I walked around outside twice and was stopped by an old man at the door. He asked me who I was looking for. I quickly took out a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes and handed him a cigarette. I smiled and said I was here to see Captain Zhou Yuan. Director Li had given me the address, so I came to visit him. The old man took the cigarette, and his expression immediately softened. He said that it was a great achievement for him to know Director Li and Zhou Yuan, and he also showed me the way. Turn right in front, and it's the 3rd building. I thanked him repeatedly, and then he continued to walk in. As the saying goes, it is easier to meet the king of hell than to deal with little devils. A doorman can become a stumbling block. A box of fireworks doesn't cost much, but it can play a big role at a critical moment. I walked up the stairs and knocked on the door. I heard footsteps approaching. Soon the door opened and a middle-aged man appeared. It was Zhou Yuan. I spoke politely, introduced myself, and said that I was introduced by Director Li. I apologize for disturbing you. When he heard the name, his expression relaxed. He invited me into the house, poured me a glass of water, and said with a smile that Director Li had praised me a lot. He said that although I had never been to college, I was knowledgeable and knew some medicine, which was rare in the countryside. I just smiled and then took out the fish. I said this fish is not a rare thing. You will know if you taste it. It has good nutritional value, and I put the vase wrapped in yellow paper on the table. I explained that this was a gift from a friend. I heard that Captain Zhou liked antiques, so I brought it to him for his inspection. Zhou Yuan immediately became interested. He picked up the vase and examined it carefully, commenting in a low voice. The body was of good quality, the glaze was smooth, and there was a picture of a lady on it. I was moved. This guy has a good eye. If he studies further, he can really become an expert in appraising treasures. But soon he frowned. He said something was wrong. The body and glaze were too dry, and the craftsmanship was too strong. The vase was an antique imitation, probably from the Republic of China or modern times, and was not valuable. My heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the problem was with the vase. I quickly smiled and said that I was too short-sighted to notice it. Zhou Yuan also smiled and said it was okay. As he could see, I had put a lot of thought into it. He couldn't refuse Director Li's face, so he put forward some conditions. He said he would deliver 20 fish every day, and the price was $1.50 per fish. I agreed with a smile on the surface, but my heart sank. There are many workers in the factory, and 20 pieces are not enough to go around. He was being lenient, but not really willing to help me, and the price was too low. I reached out to shake his hand, and just as we were about to end, I heard a spoiled complaint from inside the house. Why does the house smell like fish? I looked up and was stunned. The woman who came out was Li Xiaoro. She was wearing pajamas and looked extremely disgusted. Zhou Yuan's face darkened, and he scolded her for being rude, asked her to apologize to the guests, and explained that she was his daughter and took her mother's surname. I was secretly shocked that Li Xiaoro was actually Zhou Yuan's daughter. Now things became troublesome. Before I could say anything, Li Xiaoro rushed over to me, frowned and shouted at me, saying that I was Wentong's younger brother and had a heart crueler than a poisonous snake. She believed that Wentong accidentally injured someone and that I was the one who offered to take the blame for him, but changed my mind in the end and ended up sending him to jail. She almost pointed at me and cursed me. I smiled bitterly in my heart. This is Qin Wentong's method. He can play both sides and make up lies perfectly. What's even more ironic is that Li Xiaoro was completely brainwashed and believed in him wholeheartedly. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhou Yuan also got angry and scolded Li Xiaoro, asking if he had told her to stop associating with that poor boy. Why was she still entangled with him? He said that even if Qin Wentong got into college, it would be useless because there were many college graduates in the factory and he could not give her a future at all. She would only suffer if she followed him. Li Xiaoro did not give in, but argued loudly, saying that Wentong was different from others. He was talented and knowledgeable and would definitely have a bright future. Zhou Yuan was so angry that he flew into a rage. He ordered her coldly to go back and not come out again, saying that his daughter had completely broken his heart. Bang! Li Xiaoro slammed the door and left, shouting coldly before leaving. She said that if I dared to leave my things behind, she would immediately leave home and elope with Qin Wentong. Zhou Yuan's chest heaved violently, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. He sighed and said to me, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. This child has been spoiled and has become so rebellious when he grew up." He changed the subject and said that we should just forget about it. If there was a danger of elopement, it would be difficult to resolve. My heart sank immediately. He found an excuse to reject me and get away with it in front of Director Li. Seeing that the opportunity was about to slip away, I had no choice but to take another gamble. I suppressed my emotions and said carefully, "Uncle Zhou, although Qin Wentong and I have separated, we are brothers after all, and I know him best." I knew in my heart that this gamble might win me an opportunity, but might also cause me to completely lose trust or even be labeled as Qin Wentong's younger brother with no way out. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and finally spoke, "Go out and talk." I was delighted. It seemed that my bet was right, and he was willing to listen to me a few more times. When we reached the corridor, he subconsciously felt in his pocket. I immediately took out my Dakiaman cigarette, lit it, and handed it to him. He took the cigarette, and I took the opportunity to start a conversation. I spoke frankly about the reasons for the separation, from my father forcing me to take the blame for my brother to his favoritism towards him. I told him everything one by one, which was both annoying and heartbreaking. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth when he heard this, and couldn't understand why his daughter would like such a manipulative thing. Let me add that the only thing that Qin Wentong is good at is his mouth. He can confuse right and wrong, tell lies as truth, and deceive people in many ways. I lowered my voice and said, "If you want Xiaoro to give up, I have a way." He immediately became interested and asked with eager eyes what it was. I threw out my trump card, saying that Qin Wentong was actually in love with another girl in Qingshui village and had written many cheesy love letters. As long as these letters are placed in front of Xiaoro without saying anything, she will naturally see the truth and will no longer be able to follow him willingly. When Zhou Yuan heard this, his face instantly turned pale. He slammed his thigh and angrily scolded the boy for daring to deceive his daughter's feelings. He hurriedly asked where the letter was. I said this happened by chance. Yesterday, I wanted to give you an antique, so I went to a family and found that the girl there was completely deceived by Qin Wentong. Seeing that I was sincere, the girl's father handed the letter to me directly. When I held it in my hand, I realized how hypocritical Qin Wentong was. I sighed and said that I had originally wanted to take the letter to the county town to show the girl, but I didn't expect that she was actually Uncle Zhou's daughter. Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then turned into a bit more appreciation. He said that what I said was reasonable and well-founded, and I would avenge my grudges, which was quite honest. He confirmed again, "Are those letters really in my hands?" I nodded and said I didn't bring them today because I was visiting, but I would definitely bring them to Xiaoro tomorrow. Zhou Yuan slapped his thigh and made a decision immediately, saying that as long as Xiaoro could give up, he would take care of my fish-selling business. I felt relieved and finally stabilized the situation. After chatting for a while, I said goodbye and left. Walking on the road, I couldn't help but sigh that fate was playing tricks on me. If I hadn't been reborn, Qin Wentong's path would have been extremely smooth. Even if he couldn't marry Li Xiaoro, he could still finish college and have a bright future, but my sister and I would be abandoned by the Qin family and live like weeds. But now it's different. I sneered. The evidence I got yesterday will become his most fatal weakness. Everything will be turned upside down. I went back to find Huang, Kuan, and Depang, and they immediately surrounded me and asked how things were going. I shook my head and said that things were not going well for the time being, but I was confident that I could get a big order next time. They burst out laughing when they heard that. They believed that as long as I set my mind to something, I would succeed. I felt more confident. I said it was still early today, and since we were in the county town and hadn't been to the river for a long time, we might as well go and see the scenery today. They agreed immediately. The few of them chatted and laughed all the way and soon arrived at the Huayan River. It was called a river, but in fact it was more like a river. A waterfall poured down from a high place, which was magnificent. The river water in the distance is clear and transparent. This is because a power station was built on the dam, which also solved the electricity problem in the city. It was the height of summer, and many handsome men and beautiful women gathered by the river, laughing and joking in their swimsuits. Huang, Kuan, and Depang didn't dare to look up, and all their previous boasts were forgotten. Instead, I remained calm, walked to the front, and bought them 2 glasses of ice water, 30 cents a cup. The business was booming, and I was secretly amazed. Huang Kuan took a sip and immediately frowned, saying that it was not as delicious as the hawthorn water in the village. When Depang heard this, he sneered and said that it was just ice water. How could it be compared? I slapped Huang Kuan on the shoulder and laughed. You reminded me that this is a great opportunity to make money. We are going to make a lot of money. They were stunned and confused. I smiled and said, we can make hawthorn ice water, which is pure and natural. City people will definitely like to drink it. This is the way out. There are 2 things that are most famous in Qingshui village. One is peach blossom fish, and the other is hawthorn. They are large, juicy, sweet, and sour, and are perfect for cooling off in the summer. When I mentioned making hawthorn ice water, they both reacted and said that 1 cup could be sold for 50 cents. I calculated the cost in my mind, which was about 20 cents, so I set the price at 60 cents. But I reminded them that this matter should not be rushed, and we should discuss it in detail after returning to the village. After looking at the scenery for a while, a few of them were about to go back. Suddenly, shouts were heard from the front. Someone fell into the water. A woman was running around anxiously on the embankment, pointing at the river and crying for help. Someone on the shore threw a life buoy, but the water was too fast and the girl couldn't grab it. She struggled until she had almost no strength left and was about to sink. Someone sighed and said that the water was dangerous and people drown there every year, so they should just leave. Everyone was talking about it, but no one dared to actually go into the water. My heart tightened, and without hesitation, I took off my shirt and jumped into the river. Depang and Huang Kuan shouted at me that it was dangerous, but they couldn't stop me. I have been playing in the Qingshui River for many years, and I am an excellent swimmer. I quickly approached the girl, but the closer I got, the stronger the current became, and I was almost washed away. The girl was so scared that she completely lost her mind. She kept floundering and kicked me a few times. The thing I fear most when going into the water to rescue someone is encountering this kind of situation. I tried my best to steady myself, knowing that I would be exhausted if I delayed any longer. So I simply reached out and slapped her a few times, shouting at her to calm down. Several red marks immediately appeared on her face, and there was shame and anger in her eyes, but her strength was exhausted, and soon she collapsed. I felt relieved. At least she wouldn't move around anymore. So I reached out to hug her, but because her swimsuit was wet, I couldn't grab her. Seeing that she was about to sink, I desperately grabbed the gap in front of my chest and swam towards the shore with all my strength. When I was exhausted, I finally dragged her to the shore. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and put her aside. The woman who had called for help earlier rushed over and shouted Yinshu's name, but the girl did not respond. Her breathing was weak, and she looked like she would die at any moment. The woman burst into tears and shouted, "What should I do without you?" I gritted my teeth and crawled over and started performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration on the girl. This is the rescue technique I learned in prison. I kept pressing and alternating between breathing. After more than 10 minutes, she finally spit out a mouthful of water. The girl woke up slowly and cried with joy. She asked me my name and address and said she would come to thank me in the future. I told her the name of Qingshui village. I waved my hand and asked them to send Yunshu to the hospital for a checkup. The woman thanked me again and hurriedly asked someone to send Yunshu away. Huang Kuan and Depang came to support me. After I had rested enough, the three of us walked towards the village together and did not return to Qingshui village until dusk. In the evening, they cleaned the house again. Now my home is considered pretty good in the village, and my sister Qinling is also very happy. When we were in the Qin family, we only lived in a small room separated by curtains. Now we are satisfied to have our own clean house. I was about to rest at night when there was a knock on the window. It was Aunt Joe's voice. I immediately got up and welcomed her in. She was holding a small bag in her hand and looked nervous. She asked me if what I had said before still counted. I already understood. She refused to sell her antiques a few days ago because she wanted to try her luck herself, but after looking around, she couldn't sell anything, so she thought of me. I replied with a smile, "Of course it counts." She was obviously relieved and hurriedly opened the bundle, revealing an elegant inkstone. She said it was a treasure left by her husband, and she had never been willing to use it. She thought maybe she could exchange it for some money, so she asked me what I thought. I looked at it carefully, nodded, and said it was okay, then took out $5 and handed it to her on the spot. She carefully kept the money and said gratefully that I was kind and righteous. She complained that the people in the Qin family were not good people and asked how they could bear to let me, such a good child, split the family. I just smiled. After chatting for a few minutes, she stood up to say goodbye. I walked her to the door, watched her leave, then closed the door and went back to sleep. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Qin Ling and I got up early, stewed a big bowl of pork, and fried a few dishes. According to the agreement yesterday, we called Huang Kun, Depang, and San Dazhuang. As soon as Dazhuang walked in, he saw the table full of meat and vegetables. His eyes widened and his mouth was wide open. He exclaimed, "Did I make a fortune? In Qingshui village, who could afford pork?" I just smiled and told them that they could have meat every meal from now on, and then told them about the fishing trip. Dazhuang's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. He couldn't believe that this tiny peach blossom fish could be sold at such a high price. His face was full of shock. Huang Kuan teased him with a smile, asking if he didn't believe in him. Dazhuang quickly shook his head and said that in the entire Qingshui village, he trusted him the most, while he grabbed some meat. I told Zhou Yuan what I was planning. If we could reach an agreement with him, it would not be enough just for the few of us. We would have to find more people. I added that Qingshui village has a lot of wild game, so we can't just sell fish. If we really want to do this, we have to find a few trustworthy people to join us. I said I would give them 50 cents for each fish they caught, and they would not share the profits. The money would belong to the four of us. Just catching fish was already a rare good job in the village. Dazhuang immediately patted his chest and said that he would find someone right away to start catching fish today. I nodded in agreement and gave him the remaining meat to take home. Dazhuang was flattered and wanted to refuse, but I patted him on the shoulder and told him not to say anything more and just to work harder tomorrow. He immediately nodded heavily. I told him that I would not go fishing with him today and that I would go to the back mountain to check out the hawthorns. Several people agreed and said that they could leave the rest to me. After leaving Qingshui village, I went to the back mountain alone. It was midsummer and many people in the village came to pick hawthorns. Even if there was no sugar, soaking them in water could relieve the heat. I greeted Uncle Lee and he handed me a few hawthorns from the basket. I chewed them and nodded secretly. The sweet and sour taste was perfect for making ice water. I asked Uncle Lee how long it would take to fill a basket. He calculated and said 3 or 4 hours. I immediately offered 80 cents a basket and asked him to deliver it to my house. Uncle Lee is an honest and hardworking person, which is why I chose him. When he heard this, he was stunned, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. I nodded in confirmation and agreed immediately. He was so excited that he stood up and nodded repeatedly, saying that this deal was a sure win and he would definitely not delay it. Just as I was about to leave, a figure staggered out, reeking of alcohol and holding a hawthorn in his hand. It was none other than Wu Shui. When he saw the hawthorns in the basket, he grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation, while shouting that since Uncle Lee could pick them, why not give them to him? I frowned and snorted in my heart, thinking that if he is unfaithful once, he will never be trusted again. The way he threw a tantrum before was still vivid in my mind, so how could I dare to hand the matter over to him? I politely declined, saying that I had already made an appointment with Uncle Lee and would look for him next time. But Wu Shui got anxious and yelled that I didn't consider him a brother. He also brought up the incident of him lending me bean noodles before, trying to force me to agree. I could only vaguely say that there would be opportunities in the future and I would definitely look for him next time. He then reluctantly gave up and walked away, shaking the bottle of wine. I comforted Uncle Lee and told him that he would be the one to pick the hawthorns in the future. Only then did he feel relieved. Not long after I returned to the yard, Huang Kuan and the others came back with fish baskets. Da Zhuang was smelling of fish, but he couldn't stop smiling. He excitedly said that he found 2 or 3 people and caught more than 80 fish in one go. The basket was almost not enough, and he even borrowed from the entire village. I was satisfied with this, but Qinling grabbed my sleeve, worried that if so many fish couldn't be sold, it would be a huge loss. I smiled and rubbed her head, saying, "Don't worry, I never make unprepared bills. Just wait for the money to be counted. If I count wrong, I will be beaten." Qinling raised her head confidently and said that she would have no problem with the accounting. She had been to elementary school, and her grades had always been the best in the class. My heart ached. If elementary school wasn't free, the Qin family would never let her go to school. This time, I must give her the best future. Just as they put away the fish baskets and prepared to leave, they suddenly heard rustling footsteps at the door, followed by a cold voice. "It's right inside. There are people speculating and profiteering inside." When I heard the noise at the door, my heart skipped a beat. Oh no! A group of people wearing red armbands walked in. They all had serious expressions, and the atmosphere instantly became cold. Doubts arose in my mind. They usually only investigated things in the city, but now they suddenly ran to the village. There must be something fishy here. I instantly understood who was behind this. Sure enough, Qin Wentong followed behind them with a smug sneer on his face. He stared at me with provocation and malice in his eyes. Huang Kuan immediately started cursing, but Qin Wentong responded coldly, saying that if he hadn't done anything wrong, why would he be afraid of being arrested? His words were full of sarcasm. He turned around and pointed at me and shouted to the leader, Brother Feng, saying that I was engaging in speculation and secretly sending the village's fish to the city to sell, and there was evidence both from witnesses and from objects. Brother Feng nodded and immediately ordered me to be arrested and sent to the police station. My eyes were cold, and I knew in my heart that he was borrowing Li Xiao's relationship. In order to target me, Qin Wenong really used every possible means. The man with the red armband immediately approached with a cold look in his eyes, as if he had already sentenced me. Anyone who dares to touch Brother Yun must first ask the brick in my hand if it agrees. Sun Dazhuang suddenly stopped in front of me, his face full of determination, a brick in his hand. Huang Kuan and Depang also stood beside me. They both understood that I made money for them and took most of the risks myself, so they must not let me be taken away. Seeing this, Qin Wentong became even more arrogant. He sneered and shouted that they were also accomplices and should be arrested together. He was simply taking the bully's lead to the extreme. Brother Feng waved his hand, and several people continued to move forward. I had no choice but to speak up and say that these fish were caught by me and had nothing to do with them. If anyone wanted to catch anything, they could only catch me. I pushed the 3 of them away and stood up to block them. I knew in my heart that if they took action, they would suffer even greater losses, and I would have to bear all this alone. Huang Kuan wanted to stop me, but I raised my hand gently and whispered him not to worry, that even if he went in, he would only be locked up for a few days at most, and asked him to take good care of my sister. I turned around and followed Brother Feng out. The car stopped at the door. Qin Wentong sat next to me on purpose with a very proud smile on his face. The car started slowly, and he asked in a cold voice whether he had thought that this day would come when he asked me to take the blame. He also said that I stole the mule and caused my family to owe foreign debts. He became more and more excited as he spoke, claiming that I was an ungrateful person and that the Qin family had raised me for so many years, only to be betrayed like this. His face was extremely ferocious. I looked calm. If it weren't for the later experiences, I might have felt guilty, but now I feel so clear in my heart that his accusations are meaningless. I coldly asked him why he could go to college, but I couldn't. Why was it that I had to take the brunt of his mistakes? Why did he have to use everything first? I spoke frankly and said that I couldn't swallow this humiliation. I wished to see their families destroyed and their wives and children separated. 5 years in prison had made me see the truth. Qin Wentong was stunned. His face was instantly angry. Then he smiled and said that now that I am in his hands, I will never get out in this life. I was too lazy to pay attention to him. Soon the car stopped at the police station and I was taken to the interrogation room. The person in charge of interrogating me was Brother Feng. He asked my name and age in a cold voice, and I answered them one by one with a calm attitude until a report was placed in front of me, and my face suddenly changed after reading it. It clearly stated more than a dozen charges, including robbery, intentional injury, speculation, etc. If proven true, it would be enough to send me back to prison. I immediately refused to sign, saying that I didn't do these things. For speculation alone, I would be imprisoned for a few days at most, but if I admitted to these crimes, I would be destroyed. Brother Feng responded coldly, saying that all these charges were proved by Qin Wentong, and witnesses have been found. Some even said that they saw me put the fish basket on his head and beat him. My heart suddenly sank. I was sure that there was no one there at the time. It was obvious that he paid someone to give false testimony. This move was cruel and would lead to a fatal situation. I denied it again, saying that I had never hit him, but Brother Feng said calmly that he would investigate according to the procedures, lock me up first, and ask me to sign. I clenched my fists, knowing that if I signed, Qin Wentong would continue to fabricate evidence, and I would be thrown into prison with no chance of survival. Thinking of this, I sighed deeply, and a strong sense of powerlessness surged in my heart. I didn't expect that after being reborn, I still couldn't escape the ending of my previous life. Just when I was in despair, a calm and impartial voice sounded, saying, "Xiaofeng, there might be a misunderstanding, so we might as well check it out first." I suddenly looked up and looked towards the door, only to see a middle-aged man in a white shirt and gray trousers walking in. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked calm. As soon as he opened his mouth, I saw a glimmer of hope from the hellish predicament. No one expected that when I was being forced to confess, someone actually spoke up to help me out, and the atmosphere in the police station suddenly changed. Qin Wentong, who was at the door, heard the voice and his face immediately darkened. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to say anything. Brother Feng, who was interrogating me, immediately stood up, walked forward with a smile on his face, and respectfully called the visitor Director Gao in a flattering manner. Gao Rui nodded and first praised Brother Feng for his seriousness, but then changed the subject and said that I couldn't be the criminal they were talking about. He recounted yesterday's events in public, saying that his daughter, Yinshu, fell into the water, and I was the only one who jumped into the rapids to save her, and I refused to leave my name or benefits. If his wife had not asked for his daughter's name and address, he would never have seen his daughter's savior in his life. As soon as he said this, everyone in the audience nodded. Gao Rui's voice was calm but resounding. He said, "How could a person with such character be a criminal?" Feng Gu immediately admitted his mistakes. He hurriedly added that he had already found out that I had an agreement with the steel plant's canteen that the fish I caught would be supplied to the canteen. I was shocked. Gao Rui's power was evident in the fact that he asked Zhou Yuan to be his guarantor so quickly. He turned the situation around with ease. Gao Rui also said that arresting people like this was too hasty and that compensation should be paid. He also proposed a price of $2.50 per piece to make up for all the losses. A warm current surged in my heart, and I was pulled back from the desperate situation. Brother Feng no longer had the toughness he had before, and could only nod and agree to do it. Gao Rui turned around and smiled at me, saying, "Young man, you can go now. My family would like to thank you very much." I followed him out of the interrogation room and saw Qin Wentong standing at the door. His face looked uglier than if he had been crying. Gao Rui politely extended his hand and invited me to get in the car. I nodded in thanks and sat in the back seat, while Qin Wentong could only stand in the wind and grit his teeth. After I left, he was unwilling to give up and went to Brother Feng to question him. Brother Feng turned around and shouted at him, calling him a college student who had no eyes and dared to forge evidence. He said that not pursuing the matter was already a mercy and asked him not to bother him again in the future. Qin Wentong was speechless and could only leave in anger. I was sitting in the car. Gao Rui was driving himself and chatting with me. He became more and more interested as we talked and asked me how I knew so much. I smiled and replied perfunctorily that I learned it from reading big character posters and books. He nodded with satisfaction and praised me for being more knowledgeable than many college students. He said that some people who get into university can only do exercises and do not understand practical application. Even if they start working, they're still nerds who only know how to talk about theory, but not practice. The car soon stopped in front of a building. The smell of food came from the house. Gao Rui pushed the door open and went in. I saw the table full of delicious dishes. Braised prawns, braised pork, cold beef, celery, and shrimp. These are considered a luxury in my eyes, and I can't help but be a little shocked. Gao Rui smiled and said, "When his wife heard that I was coming, she went to the market to buy some good food. He pulled me into the house and sat me down, his face full of enthusiasm. Yikilu greeted me warmly, asked me to taste her cooking, and even picked up the dishes for me personally. I hurriedly thanked her, but was looking around in my heart. I didn't see the girl I saved, so I asked her about it. Mrs. Gao Rui smiled and said that Yun Shu was in the inner room and was too shy to come out to see me. She bluntly said that the girl was shy and felt that I was taking advantage of her. I quickly explained that it was an emergency and I had no other intention. Gao Rui was knowledgeable and waved his hand to interrupt, saying that he knew it was cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration, and the hospital had confirmed that the treatment was timely. He looked sincere and said that if it weren't for my daughter, he would probably have died. Only then did I feel relieved, but I didn't expect that the girl in the inner room was embarrassed and angry. Gao Yinshu in the bedroom knew that he should be grateful, but he was too embarrassed to see me. He felt mixed emotions, and his face flushed. The atmosphere at the dinner table was relaxed. When we had almost finished eating, Gao Rui suddenly spoke up and said that being a worker was the most stable job now and asked if I was interested. He even said that if I wanted to work in the police station, he could help me. It was obvious that he admired my talent and was willing to arrange my future. If it were someone else, they would probably have agreed with tears of gratitude. After all, in this era, workers are the masters of the country and are paid very well. But I thought about it for a moment and finally shook my head and thanked him, saying that I still wanted to stay in the village to develop, and I had my own plans and direction. Gaure was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to refuse, but he quickly calmed down and asked me why I made such a choice. I smiled slightly and said in a deep voice, I believe that in the future the country will be based on public ownership, with multiple economic forms coexisting. The private economy will definitely have great potential. My words suddenly raised the atmosphere of the dinner party. Gao Rui's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked me what I meant by public ownership and private economy. I calmly explained that public ownership means that the means of production are collectively owned, such as the system before the household contract responsibility system, while the private economy is a general term for individual businesses, private economies, and cooperatives. For example, small vendors in the city are part of the individual economy. They make a living by doing business and are actually part of the private economy. Gao Rui nodded repeatedly after hearing this, his eyes gradually showing appreciation. I continued, everyone eats from the same pot, and some people can get food without working, so conflicts naturally arise, and it is inevitable that those who are capable should eat more. Gao Rui frowned and asked me if this meant that current speculation and profiteering might be allowed in the future. I nodded, affirming that it wasn't just a possibility, but a certainty. We smiled at each other, understanding each other tacitly. Gao Rui has a broad vision, and he has his own judgment on the national situation, but he usually only mentions this to a very small number of people. He was surprised that a young man like me could say this. He even felt like he had met a close friend, and with admiration in his tone, he said that I had broadened his horizons. But he also reminded me that I should keep these words to myself and not tell anyone else. I smiled and nodded in agreement, but I knew in my heart that he had already treated me as one of his own. We chatted until late at night, and Gao Rui reluctantly let me leave. He also suggested that I stay overnight at his home, but I declined. After all, it was our first meeting, and I came from the countryside and had no habit of taking a bath, so it would be inappropriate for me to stay overnight. Gao Rui didn't force me. After I left, he turned around and asked Yilu what he thought of me. Yilu said, I was born in the countryside, but I still have such knowledge, which is far beyond many college students. She looked up with a flash of surprise in her eyes, wondering if Gao Rui wanted me to develop a relationship with Yinshu. Gao Rui sighed and said that I knew to call her Annie the first time we met, and that I spoke with foresight and had obviously seen the world. What he was worried about was that I looked down on Yinshu. Yilu was shocked. She knew her husband's vision too well. Over the years, countless people had used their connections to try to get to know Yinshu, including many college students, but none of them was recognized by him. At this time, Yinshu in the bedroom could no longer hold back and walked out with a red face, shouting that she didn't want to get married so early and she didn't like me. Yilu laughed and teased, saying that I was pretty. Does she really not want me? Yinshu denied it angrily, but a complex emotion rose in her heart. She didn't see my face clearly when she fell into the water. She only remembered my back as I jumped in without hesitation. After leaving Gao's house, I walked on the road at night. Qingshui village is not far from the county town, but it is not safe at night. I thought about it and spent $3 to stay in the county town for one night. When I returned to the village the next day, my sister Qin Ling threw herself into my arms. She was so anxious that she touched me all over and asked me if I was hurt. I smiled and touched her head and said I was fine. Huang Kuan and others also came, and when they saw me come back, they all smiled sincerely. Huang Kuan said that if they were any later, they would have set off. I wonder where they were going. Big Fatty brought over some pieces of cloth on which were written the words, "Qin Yun is innocent," requesting a thorough investigation. The words were smeared with red paint and covered with patches, looking shabby yet heavy. A warm feeling surged in my heart. These brothers were not made friends in vain. They almost risked their lives for me. Fortunately, I came back. Otherwise, if they really wanted to make trouble, they would probably be charged with disturbing public order. Just as I was about to enter, I heard a commotion outside. A group of people were clamoring for an explanation, saying that De Zhuang came to catch fish as a guarantor yesterday, but didn't get the money and was worried that he was cheated by me. Although their tone was harsh, their eyes were full of anxiety. When they walked into the yard and saw me standing inside, they were all stunned. Finally, an elderly man spoke up and said that they had agreed to pay 50 cents per fish, but he had not received the money yet, so he came to ask for an explanation. I nodded in agreement and said that there was indeed an emergency last night, but the money would definitely not be less. I asked Qin Ling to get the money and pay it one by one according to the number recorded by Da Zhuang. Several people felt guilty on the spot and admitted their mistakes, saying that they spoke too hastily and praised me as a trustworthy young man. I smiled and waved my hands, not caring anymore. After all, it was my fault that the matter was delayed, so I couldn't blame them. Business relies on trust to proceed, and I know this better than anyone else. After seeing the crowd off, I returned to the house and saw a basket of hawthorns on the ground. Each one was bright and plump, without a single rotten fruit. I knew in my heart that this was carefully selected by Li Ho, so I immediately asked Depeng to give him $1 wages. I secretly felt lucky that Wu Shui was not involved, otherwise the hawthorns would not be harvested and there would be more trouble. Chapter 23. Are there such families? As the saying goes, when some are happy, some are sad. Qin Yun has almost dealt with the matter, but the Qin family is sighing repeatedly. Do you think Qin Yun can come back this time? Luo Fengjiao said as she slurped her sweet potato porridge. Come back. He's not coming back. Because she drank sweet potato porridge all day long, old lady Qin became pale and thin due to hunger. He pounded the ground with his cane and said harshly, "This wolf cub eats and drinks from us, but in the end he doesn't even give us a thing. And they took our mule." That's right. I don't know when Wentong will come back. It's been several days since I finished the food I brought last time. A hint of aftertaste appeared in Luo Fengjiao's eyes, and the more she thought about it, the harder it became to swallow the sweet potato porridge in her mouth. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Sooner or later, this family will be broken apart by you. Old Lady Qin glared at Luo Fengjiao, but then said, "Our Wentong is busy with important matters. If he gets married with that girl from the city, our family will have a good life ahead of us. Look, we've already captured Qin Yan. That damn bitch Qin Ling will definitely not be able to hold on. If she comes back home then, we won't have to work so hard." Hearing this, Luo Fengjiao immediately became happy. She married into the Qin family to enjoy a good life, but during this period she had to cook meals and hoe the fields, which made her exhausted. Wentong has already said that this time he will not only arrest Qin Yun, but also sentence him. He has even found the evidence. Luo Fengjiao chuckled. She remembered clearly how many slaps Qin Yun had given her last time. She was very happy that Qin Yun was in trouble. That's not true. My Wentong is a college student. He thinks 10 steps ahead of us. Old Mrs. Qin had a smug look on her face. These two are a perfect match, and each of them hopes that the other will suffer the same fate. Is this Qin Yun's home? At this moment, Feng Tian walked into the courtyard with a smile on his face and some gifts in his hands. Apples and bananas are all available, as well as the most sought-after white sugar in the village. Feng Tian was the brother Feng who interrogated Qin Yun that day. Seeing that Qin Yun had found a big shot, he wanted to come over and apologize quickly. After all, if Qin Yun is a cunning person, he will suffer in the future. It was dinner time, and it was a rare thing for outsiders to come to the village. Many people in the village followed Feng Tian to the Qin family. Yes, this is Qin Yun's home. Old Mrs. Qin stood up quickly. She didn't know that Qin Yun had been released long ago, and she didn't know the purpose of Feng Tian's trip. I thought it was because of Tong's face that even Feng Tian had to come and please him. Thinking of this, her tail was almost up to the sky. Hello, Annie. This is a gift I bought for you. It's not worth much. Please accept it. Feng Tian walked into the yard and placed the gift on the stone table in the yard. He didn't know that Qin Yun had already separated from the family. Okay. Old Mrs. Qin was laughing so hard that she could hardly close her mouth. She winked at Luo Fengjiao, who understood and took the things back to the room. They only get to eat this fruit a few times a year. Old Lady Qin cleared her throat and said deliberately in front of the villagers, Wen Tong is still very respectable. Don't worry, I'll talk to Wen Tong later and put in a good word for you. The other villagers immediately began to whisper to each other. Qin Wen Tong is so prestigious. He even had people from the police station come to visit him. Is the Qin family really going to be very successful? I really have to study. Look at how different things are now after getting into university. Listening to the people next to them talking, Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao couldn't help but lift their chests a little higher. It's really a relief to be proud of. Question mark. Feng Tian was confused. He had clearly come here for Qin Yun, so why was he always talking about Qin Wen Tong? But he didn't think too much about it. After chatting for a while, Old Lady Qin asked, What did you do with that ungrateful person in the end? How many years was he sentenced to? Feng Tian didn't react. Which ungrateful person? Luo Fengjiao chimed in. Who else could it be? Qin Yun. Feng Tian immediately stood up and said, You must have made a mistake. Qin Yun is a hero who saved people. How could he be sentenced? This one sentence made both of them freeze in place. Could it be that Qin Yun was not caught at all? Wait, has Qin Yun already split up the family? Feng Tian also reacted. Qin Wen Tong had tried his best to deal with Qin Yun, but he hadn't seen Qin Yun for such a long time here today. Something was obviously wrong. Seeing Luo Fengjiao nod, Feng Tian snorted coldly and immediately stood up to leave. It turns out Qin Yun has already split up the family. I made this trip for nothing. Also, let me tell you something. If Qin Wen Tong slanders Qin Yun again, he'll be arrested. Feng Tian was now extremely annoyed with Qin Wen Tong. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be so many things going on. His voice became several degrees higher. The people in the village were immediately shocked. So this person's gift was for Qin Yun, not for their family. Let's go. I finally understand what's going on. Fortunately, Qin Yun divided the family well. Qin Yun is a good kid. So what if he hasn't been to college? The villagers immediately started talking at once, in stark contrast to what was happening before. Feng Tian then turned around and walked outside, but soon returned, Give me back the things I bought. At this moment, Old Lady Qin's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. It's not a pleasant feeling to be scolded in public, especially when the whole village is watching. No way. How can I take back a gift I've given away? Old Lady Qin thrust her crutch hard and said coldly, Once you enter the Qin family, this thing is ours. He actually wanted to forcibly take away the things Feng Tian brought. When Feng Tian heard this, he was immediately furious. Are there such unreasonable people in this world? I advise you to bring the things here now, and I will pretend that nothing happened. Feng Tian's face changed. How could they bully him? No. Luo Fengjiao also jumped out. She was fed up with sweet potato porridge and wanted to eat delicious food in her dreams. All right, Qin Wen Tong fabricated evidence to frame Qin Yun, and Comrade Qin Yun was magnanimous and refused to prosecute. So I'll prosecute. Feng Tian still didn't believe it. He couldn't control the Qin family? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao changed at the same time. Qin Wen Tong is their beloved, the apple of the Qin family's eye, and the first college student in the village. Brother Feng, I heard from others that you came to see me. At this moment, Qin Yun, who heard the news, walked over and asked. Feng Tian turned around. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said apologetically, Yes, it was a misunderstanding. I didn't know you had split up, and I actually found Qin Wen Tong's house. What's even more infuriating is that the gift was snatched away. Chapter 24 Compensation. Seeing the dark faces of Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao from the Qin family, Qin Yun roughly understood what was going on. He immediately sneered and said calmly, Brother Feng, you are a staff member of the police station. You should know how to deal with this situation. When Feng Tian heard this, he felt that Qin Yun was trying to show him a clear path. After pretending to think for a moment, he said, I really can't believe it. Qin Yun, you are so knowledgeable. How about telling me about it? You're trying to forcibly take something that's not yours. Isn't that robbery? Qin Yun spoke as a matter of course. Originally, because of Gao Ruwei, Qin Yun had no intention of letting Feng Tian do anything. On the one hand, I was worried about causing trouble for Gao Ruwei, and on the other hand, it would inevitably make others feel that I was taking advantage of the power of others. But Qin Yun never expected that these idiots from the Qin family would actually piss Feng Tian off. Then all you need to do next is to go with the flow. Qin Yun, you've thought it through. That's right, this behavior constitutes robbery. Feng Tian's eyes moved, and he immediately spoke in a cold voice. Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao were immediately stunned. Luo Fengjiao quickly took out the things from the inner room. Here, these are your things. We don't want them anymore. We don't want them anymore. Old Mrs. Qin also understood that they had offended a tough guy. At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. What are you all doing in front of my house? Do you think my Qin family is easy to bully? The person who came was Qin Sihai, who had finished working in the fields and was walking back carrying a hoe. Qin Yun's second uncle was also beside him, followed by his second aunt behind him. Comrade, I'm informing you now that these two people are being taken to the police station for robbery. Feng Tian saw the anxiety on Qin Sihai's face and guessed without hesitation that it was the head of the Qin family. Qin Sihai's face immediately turned red with anger, and his eyes suddenly found Qin Yun in the crowd. He rushed over and grabbed Qin Yun's collar. Qin Yun, you ungrateful bastard, did you do this? Qin Sihai almost roared. You ungrateful wolf, you can't tame a thing. I've already compensated you with a mule. What else do you want? Qin Yun looked at Qin Sihai, whose saliva was flying, and felt a sense of sadness and indifference in his heart. There are 5 people in the family, and each one is top-notch. Knowing that the other party was from the police station, he still wanted to use the villagers' brutality to snatch things away. The character of long hair and short knowledge is portrayed vividly. Not to mention Qin Sihai. Whenever something bad happens, he is the first one to put the blame on himself and hates himself to the core. The family's only cleverness was used to exploit themselves. But in my previous life, I was really played around by them. Stop it. You're hitting people in broad daylight. I'll make you. Feng Tian immediately stood in front of Qin Yun and tried to stop him. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun raised his hand and shouted even louder than Qin Sihai. Come on, let him fight. If I don't hit you, I will look down on you, Qin Sihai. These 2 sentences made Qin Sihai's eyes bloodshot. The surrounding villagers also gathered around. Among them, Huang Kuan and Depang stared at Qin Sihai with burning eyes. As long as he dared to make any move, the 2 would take action at the first moment. Qin Yun's words were so harsh that they were like shitting on Qin Sihai's head. In front of so many people in the village, the son stepped on his father's head. If Qin Sihai gave in, he would never be able to hold his head up in this life. This was Qin Yun's naked mockery. Qin Sihai's face was covered with veins, and he suddenly raised his fist to hit Qin Yun in the face. Qin Yun did not dodge or evade, his face full of calmness. Dad, don't do it. At this moment, a hurried voice came from a distance. Qin Wentong came running hurriedly from a distance and spoke in a trembling voice. In that era, going to university required a lot of attention to one's appearance. If others knew that his father was arrested, his entire college life would be ruined. Even if I have to go in today, I'm going to beat this kid to pieces. Just pretend that I, Qin Sihai, have never given birth to this thing. Qin Sihai was extremely angry. Dad, I beg you, if you do this, I won't go to college. Qin Wentong spoke, and then moved closer to Qin Sihai's ear and whispered something in a low voice. The expression on Qin Sihai's face gradually relaxed. Then he loosened Qin Yun's collar. He walked towards home without saying a word. What are you still standing there for? You've lost such a big person. Why don't you get back here quickly? Qin Sihai suddenly shouted at Luo Fengjiao. Luo Fengjiao and Old Lady Qin returned home with their tails between their legs. Twice in a row, they were the ones who caused trouble. Last time, they lost the mule, and this time, they even lost their adult. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the other villagers also left. Feng Tian came to Qin Yun and said, according to the law, you can file a lawsuit according to the law. This is in accordance with the rules. If evidence can be found, then Qin Wentong will be guilty. Qin Yun said, how long will this process take? Probably more than 3 months if it's fast. Feng Tian thought for a moment and then spoke. Forget it. Qin Yun thought for a while, then shook his head. It's been too long. Let's just forget it. In fact, I have figured out the key points. The current environment is not very good. Even if there are no problems at the police station, the courts and the prosecution office will still be difficult. He has plenty of ways to deal with this wicked family. After hearing Qin Yun's answer, Feng Tian didn't insist anymore and said, Qin Yun, I was blind to his potential. I'm really sorry for that day. Qin Yun smiled and said, It's okay, Brother Feng. Qin Wentong is indeed a bit cunning. You're not to blame for this. Seeing that Qin Yun didn't care, Feng Tian smiled and patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. Come on, I'll go check on the fish you caught yesterday and make amends. This was also the main purpose of his coming here. After all, even Gao Rue had spoken, so he could only do as he was told. The two of them arrived at Qin Yun's house. Feng Tian roughly counted them and said, Let's count them as 100. Qin Yun knew that Feng Tian wanted to do him a favor, so he smiled and said, Okay. Feng Tian calculated the price of $2.50 for Qin Yun. Before leaving, Feng Tian turned around and said to Qin Yun, Qin Wentong is a cunning fellow. You should be careful. If you have any problems, come to the police station and find me. Qin Yun nodded and thanked him, then sent Feng Tian to the village entrance and turned back home. Qin Yun knew clearly that Qin Wentong must have done something to calm Qin Sihai down. But it doesn't matter. Qin Wentong is still too young to fight with me. Chapter 25, I'll give you the market price. The next day, Qin Yun called Huang Kuan and Depang over. At this time, the advantages of the mule became apparent. They only needed to borrow a cart, and they no longer had to carry the fish baskets themselves. Flatbed carts are quite common in Qingshui village. Depang's family has one. Before leaving, Qin Yun also called Sundej Wang to come along with the letters and the inkstone he bought from Aunt Zhou. Although Gao Rue had already made connections for him, he had not yet done what he had promised Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan must still have some knot in his heart. When we arrived at the county town, we still went to the alleys first. As soon as I walked in, the owner of the restaurant came over hurriedly. Hey, my brother, you are finally here. The boss said, You haven't been here these few days, so every customer in the store has to ask if there are any fish. Here, I want 20 this time. Qin Yun laughed and then picked out 20 fish from the fish basket and handed them to the boss. The boss took the fish, laughed, and said, Little brother, I want to discuss something with you. Is it okay with you? My small restaurant has been having some difficulties with cash flow lately. Do you think we can sell it on credit? Qin Yun shook his head. I'm sorry, brother. I'm just a small business. I really can't afford to sell on credit. Little brother, you're trying to trick me. You sell so many fish every day. How could you not have a little extra money? The boss smiled and tried to get close to Qin Yun. There's so many fish, and the villagers help catch them. I don't have much money. Qin Yun saw through the boss's trick and continued, If it really doesn't work, I'll buy it the same next time. The idea of selling on credit is absolutely forbidden. He has seen many shops closing down because they could not collect the debts from customers on credit. As he said that, Qin Yun was about to take the fish he had just taken out back. No, brother, this is just a joke. The boss could only put on a smile again, take out the money from his pocket, run back to the store, and give the money to Qin Yun. Huang Kuan, why don't you leave some fish here and sell them while I go find Zhou Yuan with them to see what's going on? Huang Kuan is a smart person and is quite reassuring when doing business. Okay, Brother Yun, you guys go ahead and leave this to me. Huang Kuan said something, then took down about 10 fish and left them in the alley. Qin Yun brought Sundaj Wang and Depang to Zhou Yuan's house. When they reached the door, Qin Yun told Sundaj Wang everything that had happened. Sundaj Wang also understood the interests involved. Whether we can get this order and how many orders we can get depends on this one move. After knocking on the door, Zhou Yuan opened it. When he saw that it was Qin Yun, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Qin Yun, why are you here? Qin Yun walked in carrying 2 fish and said, I wanted to come and take a look, but something happened later, so I was delayed. You keep these 2 fish. Zhou Yuan took the fish and welcomed Qin Yun and the others into his home. Sit down. Director Gao has already discussed your situation with me. I agree with this matter. 70 pieces a day, the price is $2. Deliver them the same day. We'll check them and give you the money. Although Zhou Yuan agreed this time, his words were full of official business. That won't work. Qin Yun thought to himself that the process in the factory was extremely complicated. If there was any problem at any link, he might not be able to get his money back. And 70 is still a bit too few. The King of Hell is easier to deal with than the little ghosts. Qin Yun smiled and said, Uncle Zhou, I came here this time to tell you about Qin Wentong. I've never forgotten what we agreed on last time. As he spoke, he pointed at Sun Dajwang next to him and began to counsel him. The person Qin Wentong is dating in the village is none other than his sister. Sun Dajwang also stood up and said, I can prove that Qin Wentong has bad intentions and always comes to my sister. Because of this incident, the family is in turmoil. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. He really couldn't refuse Gao Rui's request, but Qin Yun's move made him really put his heart into this matter. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost settled, Qin Yun took out the letter from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Uncle Zhou, you can take a look at this. Qin Wentong, relying on his college education and his knowledge, has written quite a few love letters. You can show it to Xiaoro, and she will know whether it is fake or not. Zhou Yuan took it and took a look, then immediately snorted coldly. Originally, he was not optimistic about their relationship just because of Qin Wentong's background. But he didn't expect that this guy would dare to deceive his daughter's feelings. Okay, sit down first. I'll make you a cup of tea. Xiaoro will be back soon. Zhou Yuan stood up and made a cup of tea for Qin Yun. Sun Dazhuang and Qin Yun exchanged glances. This attitude change is too fast. Qin Yun smiled, drank a cup of tea, and pretended to have just remembered something. He took out the item he had received from Aunt Zhou from under his feet. By the way, Uncle Zhou, I brought a fake last time, and it really caused a misunderstanding. Please give me some advice this time. As he spoke, he spread out the white paper outside, revealing the inkstone inside. Is this a claying stone? Zhou Yuan became interested when he saw it, as this thing was rare. He held it in his hands as if it were a treasure. He murmured to himself, the texture is delicate, the lines are exquisite, and the carving is also good. After carefully examining it for a long time, Zhou Yuan slapped his thigh and said, a rare treasure, an absolute treasure. Seeing Zhou Yuan's expression, Qin Yun knew that he really liked her. Zhou Yuan played with it in his hand for a while, and just as he was about to put it down, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the paper used to wrap the inkstone. This paper! Zhou Yuan paused again, gently spread out the paper, and said hurriedly, Brother Qin, do you have any more paper like this? I bought it at a high price. Qin Yun was stunned. This paper was given to him by Aunt Zhou. As for whether it was still available, he really didn't know. I could only answer truthfully, Uncle Zhou, I don't know if this paper is still in stock. This paper is Rongbiozai Xian paper, which has a history of over 200 years. It is smooth, but not slippery, with a pure texture. It can be called a 1,000-year-old paper. Zhou Yuan gently stroked the rice paper and spoke slowly. I really like these two things. Qin Yun knew that it was time for him to speak. He immediately smiled and said, Uncle Zhou, if you like these two things, I'll give them to you. Zhou Yuan also laughed. Brother Qin is quite capable. He knows that I like these things, so he gave me gifts that suit my taste. But let's be clear, I'll take this. As for the fish, I'll need 30 more a day. If you have any other soft-shell turtles, send them over as well. I'll personally monitor them. Also, I'll give you this thing at the market price. Chapter 26. Unveiling the True Face. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said, I'll charge you 8 yuan per sheet for this rice paper. I'll give you 3 sheets in total, which makes 24 yuan. And this inkstone, I'll give you 15 yuan. How about that? Sun Dazhuang and Depeng, standing next to him, were secretly amazed by the offer. No one expected that these things alone were worth as much as 39. This is already a huge sum of money in the village. Some people don't even make that much in a year. Uncle Zhou, this is too much, this. Zhou Yuan raised his hand to interrupt Qin Yun and said, Hey, Brother Qin, this price is already quite low. If you don't accept it, what will I do if you come to me in the future? This thing will definitely be worth a lot of money in the future. After hearing Zhou Yuan's words, a hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of Depeng and Sun Dazhuang. It's hard to even get food these days. Who will be able to buy this stuff in the future? Only Qin Yun nodded. Zhou Yuan was right. Gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. In the future, the price of this antique will definitely increase to an incredible level. Moreover, people nowadays don't understand the value of these things, and if you want to collect them, you can make a fortune. However, the entry threshold is too high and the return on investment takes a long time. Qin Yun had no choice but to give up this idea. Seeing Qin Yun nod, Zhou Yuan smiled with satisfaction and gave Qin Yun some simple methods for identifying antiques. As he was speaking, the door rang. Li Xiaoro walked in from outside. When she saw Qin Yun for the first time, her brows flashed with confusion and then disgust. Qin Yun also understood that Qin Wentong had definitely relied on her connections to arrest him. Why are you here again? Are you trying to frame Wen Tong again? Li Xiaoro said indifferently. You were lucky when you came out of the police station last time. If you dare to say anything bad about me, Wen Tong, I'll arrest you again. Zhou Yuan's expression changed as he stood up and shouted angrily. Did you go to look for your uncle? You actually asked your uncle to do something for him? Do you know the risks that would bring? Li Xiaoro looked at the furious Zhou Yuan and knew something was wrong. But he still said stubbornly, even if I didn't my uncle agree? For Wen Tong, I'm willing to do anything. You. Zhou Yuan was so angry that he raised his hand to hit Li Xiaoro in the face. Qin Yin saw that if the slap was real, Li Xiaoro didn't know what to do. Then I will return empty-handed again today. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Yuan's hand, and said, Uncle Zhou, she was also blinded. Qin Yin, shut up. You don't have to be so hypocritical. Li Xiaoro didn't buy Qin Yin's words at all, her eyes full of anger. You are hopelessly stupid. Zhou Yuan picked up the letter on the table and threw it in Li Xiaoro's face. Pick it up and take a look. Is this what your so-called Wen Tong did to you? Li Xiaoro picked up the letter from the ground and snorted coldly. In her eyes, Qin Wen Tong is a perfect lover. He is talented, knowledgeable, and wholeheartedly good to her. However, when her eyes came into contact with the letter, her expression suddenly changed. Dear son, it snowed again yesterday. Li Xiaoro's face was full of disbelief. She read the letter over and over again, still with a glimmer of hope in her heart. She quickly returned to her inner room and took out some sheets of letter paper from under the mattress. In an instant, tears welled up in Li Xiaoro's eyes. His feet went weak, and he fell directly to the ground. Qin Wen Tong was quite smart, but he didn't sign any of his love letters. If you say he is stupid, then he is really hopelessly stupid. The love letters written to two people not only have the same handwriting, but also the same content. Only the initial title is different. He actually lied to me. Li Xiaoro burst into tears and ran back to the room crying. Brother Qin, thank you so much. You really solved my problem. Zhou Yuan ignored Li Xiaoro and spoke to Qin Yin instead. It's okay, Uncle Zhou. Scumbags like this must be exposed. Qin Yin said, we can be said to have eliminated a threat to the people. The scumbag you mentioned. This was the first time Zhou Yuan heard this word. Qin Yin explained, oh, this kind of man is like sugarcane. It tastes sweet at first, but the more you eat, the more wrong it becomes. In the end, only dregs are left. Brother Qin, this metaphor is brilliant. Zhou Yuan gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, it's getting late, Uncle Zhou, I'm leaving first. Please try to persuade Xiaoro. It's not worth it for a man like this. Qin Yin spoke. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped and said, Uncle Zhou, I can use these two pieces of letter paper. They're still useful. Sun Dazhuang's sister is still obsessed with Qin Wen Tong. We can't let her go astray, right? Zhou Yuan immediately handed the letter to Qin Yin. Okay, take it, and show it to the girl when you get back. Send today's fish to the factory cafeteria first. Then tell them I ordered it. We'll sign an agreement tomorrow. The two exchanged pleasantries, and then Qin Yin came out and drove the mules with the two men to the factory gate to deliver the fish. Although there wasn't enough fish today, it was the first day after all, so Zhou Yuan wouldn't say anything. After doing all this, it was already afternoon. They returned to the alley and saw Huang Kun squatting on the ground with a smile on his face. Brother Yin, you know what? There are so many people buying fish. After a while, they're all sold out. Huang Kun handed the money to Qin Yin with a smile. Qin Yin didn't refuse either. They would divide the money when they returned. Okay, let's buy some things and go back to the village. Qin Yin smiled, and several people sat on the cart, preparing to head towards the farmer's market. Catch the thief. He stole my money. At this moment, a panicked female voice sounded, like the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley, very pleasant to hear. Go catch him. Before anyone could react, Qin Yin rushed out. The remaining few people could only follow. Stop. Qin Yin is originally from the village, and when it comes to running, he is one of the best in the village. After climbing over several obstacles, Qin Yin kicked the man directly. Take the things out. The remaining few people also gathered around and shouted coldly at the thief. The thief turned around, a cold look flashing in his eyes. Holding a white handkerchief tightly in his hand, he said in a cold voice, It's none of your business. Why are you meddling in it? Be careful walking on the road at night, or someone will chop off your heads. If you steal someone else's things, you will be arrested. And you are threatening us. Qin Yin sneered. Let's go. Send him to the police station. If you dare to send me to the police station, You'll never be able to survive in this county again. Chapter 27, Rupture. Qin Yun is a person who cannot stand being threatened by others. When I was in prison, a kid once said that he would cause trouble for me when he got out. Qin Yun risked being punished and beat him half to death. Although the consequences were serious and the things he had to do increased exponentially, he still did not regret it. As for that kid, he lay in bed for half a month. The fat man stepped forward and grabbed the thief by the hair. You said you were a thief, but you were still pretending like this after we caught you? The thief's eyes were cold, and he was about to say something when Qin Yun picked him up and kicked him on the butt. Don't say anything. Send him to the police station. Several people escorted the thief to the police station, and Feng Tian happened to be on duty today. After hearing Qin Yun's explanation of his purpose, Feng Tian immediately put on a serious expression and rewarded him with a 10-day stay-at-home package as per the regulations. Brother Qin, you guys acted too impulsively on this matter. After the thief was caught, Feng Tian pulled Qin Yun aside and whispered. Qin Yun was stunned, and Feng Tian began to explain. This gang of thieves has been entrenched in the county town for a long time. They're all organized into factions. You should have come to me. After all, they wouldn't dare do anything to me in this outfit, but you guys are different. After listening to Feng Tian's words, Qin Yun finally understood that the 3-year crackdown period had not yet arrived, and petty thefts were not uncommon in the county town nowadays. But the incident had already happened, and it was impossible to expect Qin Yun and the others to surrender to the thief. Brother Qin, if you have any problems in the county, come to me first. I will also warn them. Although Feng Tian is an old man in the police station, if we want to deal with the entire gang, simply arresting them is not enough. This is the only way to deal with it. Qin Yun thanked him and chatted with Feng Tian for a while before turning around and leaving with Huang Kuan and the others. When they returned to the alley, they saw a woman in a white dress standing in front of their fish basket from afar. The woman had a beautiful face, a graceful neck like a swan, and crystal white skin. Because of the hot weather, some sweat appeared on her face, making her look even more like a lotus emerging from clear water. There weren't so many amazing makeup techniques back then, but the woman's looks were definitely among the best. Qin Yun took a closer look and sighed in his heart. What a small world it is. Isn't this Gao Yunshu the person he saved that day? But he didn't intend to reveal his identity. He stepped forward and handed the handkerchief to Gao Yunshu, saying, Miss, the things have been recovered. The person has been sent to the police station. Check to see if any money is missing. Gao Yunshu took the handkerchief and took out 2 yuan from it. Thank you, everyone. Use this money to buy some soda. Qin Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, It's okay. It's just a small favor. But Gao Yunshu insisted again and again, and Qin Yun had no choice but to accept it. What's your name? Just as they were about to take the fish basket and leave, Gao Yunshu suddenly called Qin Yun from behind and asked in a playful tone, It's just a small matter. There's no need for the girl to know my name. Qin Yun smiled and waved his hand. In the surprised eyes of Huang Kuan and others, he urged them to take the fish basket and leave. There was a hint of loss in Gao Yunshu's beautiful eyes. She always felt that the figure in front of her was familiar. After walking a distance, Huang Kuan finally asked, Brother Yun, wasn't the girl we rescued the other day the one you were talking to? Why don't you tell her? Judging from the look in that girl's eyes, she's obviously interested in you. Huang Kuan was puzzled because Gao Yunshu's clothes were obviously different from theirs. Compared to her, Li Xiaoro is just like a country girl. If you can hold on to someone powerful, won't you be able to fly directly to the tree and become a phoenix? Huh? You've never been in a relationship, and you think it's interesting? Qin Yun glanced at Huang Kuan. You've never eaten pork, but you've never seen a pig run. Huang Kuan chuckled and spoke. Qin Yun explained, We saved her before, and she's already thanked us. Last time she was taken to the police station, it was her father who stepped in to handle the situation. Why should I reveal my identity and make her feel even more guilty? Huang Kuan agreed when he heard it. The few of them took a cart and soon returned to Qingshui village. Qin Yun asked Huang Kuan and others to find a few more people, as he wanted to tell them something important. At this time, Qin Wenong finally arrived at the county town after walking on the mountain road for a long time. He took out the only dollar in his pocket and bought 2 bottles of soda. This $1 was all the Qin family had, and Qin Sihai only took it out when he heard that he was coming to see Li Xiaoro. His eyes were full of resentment. This time, he will definitely make Qin Yun pay the price. Thinking of this, he came downstairs to Li Xiaoro's house, took out a piece of white paper, skillfully folded it into a paper airplane and flew it towards the bedroom window. This was a secret agreement between him and Li Xiaoro. Due to Zhou Yuan's obstruction, they could only use this method as a signal. After a while, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Li Xiaoro walked down. Qin Wentong skillfully put on a smile, walked up to Li Xiaoro, and handed the soda to her. Xiaoro, where are we going today? I heard the park in the city is pretty good. My dad wants to see you. However, Li Xiaoro interrupted Qin Wentong and spoke directly. At this time, Qin Wentong realized that something was wrong with Li Xiaoro. Hearing this, he instinctively wanted to say something else. But he saw Zhou Yuan already standing next to Li Xiaoro. Qin Wentong, my Xiaoro told me that you're a very outstanding college student. I want to ask you some questions today. Zhou Yuan said, as long as you tell me the truth, from now on I will not only not stand in your way, but will also support you in Xiaoro. When Qin Wentong heard this, his face immediately turned over with joy. The scene of myself clinging to the Zhou family instantly appeared in my mind. By then, wouldn't Qin Yun be at his mercy? I just know a little more than most people. Qin Wentong said modestly, Uncle, please ask. Zhou Yuan stared at Qin Wentong and slowly asked, besides Xiaoro, do you like any other girls? Qin Wentong's face froze for a moment, and he quickly calculated in his mind. After a moment, he came to a conclusion. This matter must not and cannot be known by Zhou Yuan. He immediately said, Uncle, I am definitely devoted to Xiaoro. Apart from this, I have never liked any other girl. Qin Wentong, you are still lying to me. Li Xiaoro finally couldn't help it and took a step forward, looking at Qin Wentong with eyes full of anger. Chapter 28. Making Trouble at the Qin Family. Xiaoro, what are you talking about? Heaven can bear witness to my loyalty to you. Qin Wentong still refused to repent and insisted on speaking. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Zhou Yuan looked at Qin Wentong's hypocritical face, forcibly suppressed the urge to punch him, and shouted coldly, What's wrong with Sun Yu in your village? Boom! It was as if a thunder exploded in Qin Wentong's mind. Qin Wentong, I never thought you were such a person. My kindness is in vain. Li Xiaoro cried and said, If it weren't for Qin Yun, I would still be kept in the dark. My dad is right. You are a scumbag who becomes worse the more he eats. After saying this, he could no longer control his emotions and turned around and ran upstairs. Uncle, Qin Wentong wanted to explain, but Zhou Yuan just yelled, Get out. If you come to see Xiaoro again, I'll break your legs. After finishing speaking, Zhou Yuan also turned and left. Qin Wentong was left in despair, his face full of anger and unwillingness. Qin Yun, it's you again. Qin Wentong felt like he was trapped in a spell. No matter what he did, Qin Yun would definitely show up to make trouble for him. Until now, not even a trace of support has been completely lost. But at this point, he had no other choice but to walk towards the village in shame. It was not until the afternoon that Qin Wentong returned home. Wentong, what's going on? We didn't let Qin Yun go to jail last time, so it should be okay this time, right? As soon as I entered the door and had no time to drink a sip of cold water, Luo Fengjiao came over impatiently and spoke. Old Lady Qin and Qin Sihai also came over and looked at Qin Wentong expectantly. They say they share the same blood, but they're trying every possible means to put Qin Yun in jail. Qin Wentong finally couldn't hold it in any longer and sat down on the doorstep. It's gone. All gone. Gone? What's gone? Old Mrs. Qin didn't understand and asked. Xiaoro, I will never have anything to do with her again. Qin Wentong had a sad face. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. Luo Fengjiao became anxious upon hearing this and immediately said, So, does that mean we have to pay for all your college expenses? How is this possible? Although the cost of going to college is not high these days, it is still not something that an ordinary family can afford. There are also tuition fees and food expenses. For their family, it is simply a sky-high price. Wentong, tell me, why does Li Xiaoro not want you anymore? Qin Sihai squatted next to Qin Wentong and asked. Qin Wentong was about to speak when he was interrupted by a shouting outside. Qin Wentong, you son of a bitch, get out here. The Qin family's expressions changed, and they walked outside. I saw that many villagers had gathered at the door, and the leader was Sun Zhu. Standing behind him were Sun Dazhuang and Sun Yu, and next to him was Qin Yun. Qin Wentong, look at what you wrote. And you're still a college student? Sun Zhu unfolded 2 pieces of letter paper and handed them to Qin Yun, who was standing beside him. He said, Come here, Qin Yun, read it to me. Qin Yun took it and began to read without saying a word. Dear son. With every sentence he read, Qin Wentong lowered his head a little. The Qin family also understood what was going on. Qin Sihai suddenly looked at Qin Wentong. I was just about to ask Li Xiaoro why she didn't want him anymore, but now I know that this guy is having an affair with Sun Yu. Sun Zhu took 2 big steps and kicked Qin Wentong in the chest. How could the Qin family produce someone like you? Old Mrs. Qin, standing by, protected Qin Wentong with concern. Dear Ro, as Qin Yun continued to speak, the villagers began to look at Qin Wentong with unfriendly eyes. Like father, like son. The Qin family has a flawed tradition. They're all scum. What are you talking about? Don't we still have Qin Yun? I gave you 50 cents for every fish I caught last time. What's wrong? Are you crazy? Right. Except for Qin Yun, look at this guy. So what if he went to college? Listening to the villagers' ridicule, Qin Wentong wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Qin Sihai clenched his fists even more, but in the end he couldn't say a word. After all, it was Qin Wentong who did it. Qin Yun, you deserve to die. Qin Wentong was so angry that his teeth were itching. He was the one who told the story about Li Xiaoro and Sun Yu. Qin Wentong, you must give me an explanation today for what you did to my daughter. Sun Zhu opened fire, pointing at Qin Wentong's nose and cursing, my daughter is innocent. How can she get married in the future? Give me the compensation, and that compensation for mental damage. Qin Wentong's lips trembled. The family has already spent a lot of money to settle his affairs. Sun Zhu, what are you doing here? Isn't your son you standing there perfectly fine? Why are you asking for compensation? Old Lady Qin knocked the ground with her cane and said coldly, besides, my Wentong is a college student. You guys are getting a bargain. You old thing, you can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. This matter was originally Qin Wentong's fault for Sun Yu. When Sun Zhu heard what Old Lady Qin said, he couldn't help but take action. Is this even human language? The other villagers immediately criticized the Qin family, saying they were such despicable people. Qin Yun quickly stopped him. If he started fighting, even if he was right, he would become wrong. Zhang Yong, the production team leader, also frowned and immediately swung his pipe and promised, Brother Sun, leave this matter to me, and I will definitely give you an explanation. The production team leader's words were the most effective in the village. When they heard his words, the noisy scene suddenly stopped. Zhang Yong was really angry this time. Who doesn't have children? If you meet someone like Qin Wentong, wouldn't you be unlucky for the rest of your life? What's more, I met an unreasonable person like Old Lady Qin. Qin Wentong, do you admit that you're playing both sides? Qin Wentong nodded helplessly. The evidence is all here. He has no choice but to admit it. You've harmed a girl, deceived her feelings, and damaged her reputation. Do you admit it? Logically speaking, Zhang Yong cannot say words of this level. But it doesn't matter. If you have any difficult questions, ask Qin Yun. I admit. Is it not too much to ask you to compensate me now? Upon hearing this, Qin Wentong didn't dare to speak. The mess has been made, but he doesn't have the ability to clean up his butt. When Old Lady Qin heard this, she burst into tears and said, I don't want to live any longer. Someone is forcing me to die. Zhang Yong had no sympathy in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Qin Sihai. As the saying goes, a son pays his father's debts, and a son pays his father's debts. Qin Wentong is your son. You have to pay this debt for him. Qin Sihai's tall figure hunched again. He really had no money. The entire Qin family's assets had long been emptied. Chapter 29, Start Fishing. Captain, I want to compensate you, but we are really broke. How about you take whatever you have at home? Qin Sihai said with difficulty, feeling bitter in his heart. People live for their breath and their reputation. If he had no other choice, he would not refuse to do so. No money? It's easy to deal with. Qin Wentong needs tuition to go to school, right? If he doesn't have money, then don't go to school. Sun Zhu sneered. He is so poor that he can't even afford to go to school. I don't want this money. Otherwise, even if he goes to college, I will go to the school and make trouble, letting everyone know about his dirty deeds. This time, Qin Sihai's weak spot was pinched. Qin Wentong is the hope of the Qin family, and he can't give up. How much do you want? Sun Zhu held up 3 fingers. 300. To be honest, this number is neither high nor low. Qin Sihai even feels that Sun Zhu had thought of this number a long time ago. Okay, but I can't come up with that much money all at once. I can only give you some every month. Qin Sihai spoke. Sun Zhu didn't have much to say. After all, they were from the same village, and 300 was already a whole year's income. Sign a written agreement. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. I really think that all of you Qin family members are Qin Yun. Sun Zhu said again. Hearing Qin Yun's unusually harsh name, the Qin family felt as if their hearts were stabbed with a knife. But now he had no time to argue with Qin Yun anymore, so he could only sign the document under Zhang Yang's witness. 10 yuan per month, payable before the 15th. Only after seeing Qin Sihai sign his name did everyone disperse. The Qin family was filled with sorrow. Brother, Wenhong beat someone up before, and I already gave you money. Although it can't help much, it is all my family's wealth. Qin Wentong's second uncle, Qin Erzhan, said, now that I owe so much money, I have no choice. After saying that, he took his second aunt outside. Elder brother, Qin Sihai wanted to say something else, but Qin Erzhan didn't even turn his head. I work so hard every day to send you to school, and this is how you repay me? Go get a job in the city tomorrow. Qin Sihai was furious and said to Qin Wentong in a cold voice, if you can't earn enough to pay for your tuition, then don't go to school. If it were before, he would never have been willing to let Qin Wentong suffer even a little bit. Even in order to avoid him going to jail and compensate the other party for their losses, he was not allowed to do any work. Qin Wentong hung his head. Okay. At this time, Qin Yun's courtyard was bustling with activity. Qin Yun asked Huang Kuan to call someone over because he wanted to announce something. Qin Yun stood at the door and said, fellow villagers, I hereby announce that I will collect the river's peach blossom fish, soft-shelled turtles, and yellow eels. Bring these things to me, and I'll charge you for them. As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, someone immediately raised an objection. Qin Yun, are you kidding me? Everyone knows that peach blossom fish are very clever. How many can you catch by relying on humans? Others also shook their heads, saying that this was simply not feasible. That's what I said. Since my brother Yun dared to say that, how could he not have a way to catch fish? Huang Kuan chuckled and stood beside Qin Yun. Everyone, take the bean flour from us, and let Big Fatty lead you. If you don't catch a dozen or so fish a day, there won't be enough fish in the river. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Is there such a good thing? Several people have already started whispering to each other. Hey, there's a sure win deal like this? We could just hide some bean flour and no one will find out. When the time comes, I'll go home and cook it. Isn't that wonderful? Sun Dazhuang also thought of this situation and went over to whisper something to Qin Yun. Qin Yun waved his hand. He had anticipated this situation and said immediately, it's okay. Let's just do it as usual. Sun Dazhuang then nodded doubtfully. This peach blossom fish is 3 cents apiece, the soft-shell turtle is $1 apiece, and the yellow eel is 2 cents apiece. Qin Yun said, but let me be frank. Anyone who secretly hides anything here will no longer be considered for any job in the future. Dazhuang will be the supervisor then. Of course. How could we possibly hide something? Qin Yun, what did you say? Is uncle that kind of person? Don't worry. Qin Yun just smiled at the assurances of others. In this world, people's hearts are fickle. Driven by money, there's nothing they can't do. By the time I finished talking to everyone, it was already dark. The crowd dispersed, and just as Qin Yun was about to go back to his room to sleep, a voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Yun, wait a moment. Qin Yun turned around and saw Qin Erzhan and his second aunt. Qin Erzhan said with a smile, Qin Yun, second uncle also wants to follow you. Qin Yun sneered in his heart. After so many years, these two people's fence-sitter character has not changed. Sure, no problem. Just go with Depang and the others tomorrow. But he didn't refuse and agreed directly. This means he has 2 more people working for him. I said I was right about Qin Yun. When I was little, I said that although Wentong was smart, Qin Yun was more protective. That's what our Qin family is like. Qin Erzhan spoke in praise. Qin Yun sneered, second uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. No. Qin Erzhan stopped Qin Yun again and said, look, we're all family. Second uncle wants to discuss something with you. Can we catch this fish? I'll give you $2 apiece. I found out everything. You can sell this fish for $2. Qin Ershan's words are really well-founded. Depang is a boastful guy who can't hide anything. After getting the money Qin Yun gave him, he liked to brag about it to his neighbors. After a while, Qin Erzhan heard it. Uncle, if you want to make money by fishing, I definitely support you. Although we are relatives, it is definitely impossible for me to take more money. Qin Yun said calmly, how about you take it to the city and try selling it yourself? Qin Erzhan was speechless after hearing these words, but he was still unwilling to give up. Qin Yun, what are you saying? Aren't we all relatives? It doesn't matter whose pocket this money falls into. Qin Yun snorted coldly, no longer giving the two men face, and said bluntly, "Second uncle, I won't tell you about what happened before. You know what you did yourself. That's all I have to say. It's getting late. Uncle, you should go back and rest." After saying this, Qin Yun didn't leave any room for the two of them and turned back to the room. In his previous life, he could still vividly remember how they changed their ways according to the situation. Allowing them to join him in catching fish was already his greatest kindness. Qin Erzhan and his second aunt, who stayed in the yard, looked at each other. "Erzhan, should we still follow them?" "Do it. Why not? Are you really going to starve to death with Sihai?" Chapter 30. Someone is looking for trouble. The two of them whispered for a while in Qin Yun's courtyard before leaving. The next day, everyone came to Qin Yun's courtyard and received 2 kilograms of bean flour per person as agreed. As for the dachira flowers that Qin Yun had used before, he did not give them to them. After all, who doesn't want to keep something in reserve these days? Led by Qin Yun, they headed to Qingshui River. "Qin Yun, I'm going to the bathroom. You guys go first, I'll follow right away." Yes, Qin Yun, I want to go too." After walking for a while, some people found various excuses to leave the public site. Qin Yun didn't care and nodded in agreement. "Brother Yun, look behind us. Quite a few people have already left. They must have hidden the bean flour." Sunda Zhuang spoke with some concern. "It's okay. After today, they'll be eager to use their bean flour to catch fish." Qin Yun said confidently without any panic. Sunda Zhuang and the others didn't believe it, but after hearing Qin Yun say this, they could only shut up and walk forward. Soon, they arrived at the Qingshui River. Just as everyone was about to rush to dump the bean flour in one place, Qin Yun stepped forward to stop them. "Uncle, this Qingshui River is very big. Wouldn't it be too few fish to catch in just one area?" "Big fatty, take Uncle Wang and Uncle Li over there. De Zhuang. Then you take Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhou over there." Qin Yun arranged everything in an orderly manner, and before long, the villagers were spread across both sides of the Qingshui River. The terrain of Qingshui River is different from that of ordinary rivers. In the past few years, due to frequent floods, the higher authorities took the lead in widening the riverbank of Qingshui Village. Walking to both sides of the Qingshui River, it doesn't look like a river, but rather like a lake. This means that there is no uneven distribution of peach blossom fish. I have to say that Qin Yun's move was very clever. In the crowd, Yuanho's eyes rolled around, and he stepped forward and said, "Qin Yun, Uncle is the most experienced in catching fish. Before you catch fish, you have to make a nest first. It's best to throw all the bean flour in the same place so that the fish will come quickly." Qin Yun smiled faintly. He knew with his, but that this was an attempt to fish in troubled waters. Yuanho has always been good friends with Qin Sihai. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. He is also unfair. 2 pounds of bean flour is enough for making a nest, so there's no need to put them together. "Uncle He, I know exactly where to fish and how much to catch. Just take the scoop and leave the rest to me." After hearing what Qin Yun said, Yuanho knew that if he continued, he would be exposed, so he simply returned to his own area and started throwing the bean flour down. Sure enough, just a moment later, a large school of fish suddenly floated on the surface of the Qingshui River. Although they didn't know what Qin Yun was up to, they had already taken the bean flour, so they couldn't give them the fish no matter what. Under the gaze of several people, the others saw that there was no chance at all and could only put the fish into the fish basket obediently. When night fell, Qin Yun asked everyone to line up, and Qin Ling and Huang Kuan went over the accounts together. "Qin Yun, I'm sorry, I only caught 3 fish today. Brother Yun, these fish seem to be coming, but they are so slippery that I can't catch them. I only caught 3. The people in front looked away and smiled at Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't care. Logically speaking, with so much bean noodles, everyone should be able to get at least 10. Now it seems that there must be something fishy. Brother Yun, I don't know what's going on today, but it's a great harvest. The fish that others don't want are all coming my way. 20 today." Sun Dazhuang stood up and put a large basket directly on the ground. As he spoke, he glanced at the people around him. Huang Kun, Depeng, Li Hoshu, and Sun Zhu and his wife who were following behind were all beaten with 15 or 16 strips. "Okay, calculate the money and send it out now." Qin Yun spoke. When the money was counted, everyone's faces started to look strange. At the beginning, those who cheated and played tricks like Yuanho could only get $1.02 at most. In contrast, Huang Kuan and his friends each received at least 3 yuan. Sun Dazhuang got the most. He directly got 6. This is 6 yuan in this era. In the countryside, what kind of work can earn you 6 yuan a day? I declare that Sun Dezhuang has caught the most fish, and he will be rewarded with an extra $2. Also, this rule has always been in place. Whoever catches the most fish gets $2. Qin Yun's words made the eyes of everyone present burn with excitement. 8 pieces, a full 8 pieces. Some people's minds have begun to change. Even if you eat 2 pounds of bean flour, it can only ensure that you will not be hungry for one day. But if you catch a fish and send it here, you can earn at least $2. $2. How much can you buy? Not to mention, if you're more diligent and get the extra $2, you can spend it however you want when you get home. Qin Yun changed the subject and said, however, there are rewards and punishments. Let's learn from the big cities and implement a last place elimination system. Whoever catches the least fish will never have another chance to cooperate with you from now on. As Qin Yun's voice fell, the eyes of the people around him immediately flickered. Especially those who had secretly hidden the bean flour before felt even more nervous. Qin Yun's gaze finally fell on Wu Shui. I hadn't originally planned to take him with me when we went fishing that day, but he heard the news from someone else, and his eyes lit up immediately. Is there such a good thing? He came here happily. There were many people around at the time, and Qin Yun didn't feel comfortable asking him to leave by name. But today, he didn't catch any fish, and he was drunk, so he just took a nap on the riverbank. As for the bean flour, he had eaten it all long ago. Huang Kun, tell me, who caught the fewest fish today? Qin Yun spoke up. After all, he still had to pretend to be polite. Huang Kun picked up the small notebook he had just used to record his account, glanced at it, and replied, it's Wu Shui. When he heard his name, Wu Shui's face suddenly showed a trace of resentment. Then he stood up immediately. Qin Yun, something's wrong with you. Didn't I come with you today? I did the work for you two. Wu Shui pointed at Qin Yun and said angrily, it's fine if I don't ask you for money, but you're still using my lack of fish as an excuse? I just realized it now. You borrowed some bean flour from me just to catch fish. Now that you've made so much money, you don't recognize me as your brother anymore. Don't forget, without my bean flour, you wouldn't make any money. This Wu Shui is really good at flattering himself. Qin Yun sneered. Brother Wu, we don't keep idlers here. I have to calculate the cost of this fish. If I give it to you, the wages of others will have to be reduced. If you do this, others won't agree, right? Chapter 31, Solving the Trouble. The amount of bean flour is limited. He took some home to eat, then turned around and lay down here to sleep. Then the amount of bean flour we can get will be less. The fish we catch will decrease. If this continues, we can calculate how many fewer fish we'll catch. Qin Yun's words successfully shifted the conflict to other people. Some people were immediately unhappy. Wu Shui, why are you here if you're not fishing? Isn't this just a waste of time? That's right, you're still lying there sleeping. If you want to drink, go back and drink. Wu Shui, don't come here from tomorrow onwards. It's a waste of food. Wu Shui had now incurred public wrath, and listening to everyone's chatter, he felt a little embarrassed. What are you guys arguing about? I'm talking to Qin Yun. What does it have to do with you? Wu Shui turned his face away and looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, bring me 10 kilograms of bean flour. I'm leaving now and won't come to see you again. Qin Yun sneered in his heart and immediately refused. Wu Shui is a drunkard, and his words carry less weight than a fart. If I start this, people will definitely come asking for more later. 10 pounds won't work, 5 pounds will do. Just think of it as a gesture of kindness. I'm also, not even a pound. Qin Yun said coldly. If you come again tomorrow, I'll call Captain Zhang Yong over directly. Qin Yun, you ungrateful bastard. I, Wu Shui, misjudged you. Just wait, this isn't over yet. A gloomy look flashed across Wu Shui's face, and he suddenly turned around and left. Everyone chatted for a while before turning around and leaving. After catching the fish, Qin Yun returned to the room and took out the juice extracted from the dachira flowers and put it into the fish basket. Qin Yun instructed Big Fatty, it's okay if we told others the price we sold it for before, but this dachira flower must not be known to anyone else. Otherwise, everyone else will know about this fishing business. Depang nodded embarrassedly. He had already learned the whole story from Huang Kun. As Qin Yun poured the dachira into the fish basket, there was gradually no movement in the fish basket. We only caught a little over 120 fish today, just enough for tomorrow's delivery. This was also the result of Qin Yun's careful calculations. He knew that the villagers would definitely try to cheat on the first day, so he deliberately hired more people. The last and first out system announced earlier is actually to eliminate these people step by step. The one who stayed at the end was the one he really needed. Remember to get up early tomorrow and help transport the fish. Qin Yun gave his final instructions. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Qin Yun and his companions loaded the fish basket onto a cart and drove the mule towards the county town. Because there were a lot of peach blossom fish this time, he borrowed a mule from Dazhuang's house. Just as they were entering the city, several pairs of gloomy eyes were already staring at them in the corners of the county town. Look carefully, it's him. One of them spoke in a cold voice. He had two triangular eyes on his narrow face, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. His appearance was about 70% similar to the thief Qin Yun sent in that day. He was the one who sent my brother to jail. I must take revenge today. Since when has a foreigner dared to meddle in the affairs of the county? Let's teach them a lesson today and let them know the consequences of meddling in other people's affairs. At this time, Qin Yun, who was completely unaware, was driving his mule towards the alley. The restaurant owner had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Qin Yun coming over with a basket full of fish, his eyes widened. How much money do you make in a day? Brother Qin, it's still the same today, 20. Knowing Qin Yun's rules, the boss no longer thought about selling on credit. After paying the money, Qin Yun did not stay any longer. Instead, he turned the mule around and prepared to walk towards the factory. I had just turned the mule around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a figure lay directly on the ground. Someone hit someone. Someone hit someone. After this person lay on the ground, he began to groan while looking at Qin Yun and the others. Hey, buddy, even hitting someone requires some skill. Our mule is 8 feet away from you. How could we possibly hit you? Depang laughed as soon as he saw it. This play was so poorly performed in front of so many people. The people around also gathered around, but after seeing the person lying on the ground, they all hid to the side. This situation is like encountering the god of plague. Brother, how come you got bumped into while you were just buying groceries? Not long after the man lay in front of them, suddenly, a figure rushed out from the alley next to them. He held the figure lying on the ground with both hands, his face full of anger. You guys are my brother, right? The man stood up and said angrily, if you don't have 100 or 200 today, don't even think about leaving. What a big mouth the lion has. Huang Kun immediately spoke up. Just so you know, we didn't hit him at all. He wasn't hurt at all. Everyone else can testify to that. Testify? Who can testify? The man glanced at the people around him, and they all lowered their heads. Some people even started to leave immediately. Qin Yun knew that something was wrong, so he whispered a few words to Sun Dazhuang and walked to the side. Wait a minute, brother. Arriving at the side of a small alley, Qin Yun stopped the person in front, handed him a large front door, and asked, just now I saw that you were all very afraid of that person. What's going on? He had met this man a few times before. He was a peddler who used to sell things with him in the alley. I advise you to admit your mistake. In this county, if you offend these people, there will be no good end. The vendor took the Dakiaman cigarette and said, the one lying on the ground is called Chun Dong, the one standing is called Chun Nan, and there are 2 other brothers. These guys are incredibly ruthless. They have a gang of thieves, scammers, and resellers under their command. He always comes here to collect protection money and steal our things. Since you only stay for a short while, you haven't encountered him. These guys are really bad. After listening to the vendor's words, Qin Yun asked, why don't you go find someone from the police station? The vendor shook his head. It's no use. Even if they were arrested, the most they would be charged with would be provoking disturbances, and they would be released in 3 or 4 days. When that happens, they will still hold a grudge against you, and they will become even more aggressive in the future. Someone did this before, but in the end, he couldn't even continue his business, right? Qin Yun was silent. There's really no particularly good way to deal with this kind of scoundrel. Okay, I understand. Thanks a lot, brother. Qin Yun thanked him, then walked inside and bought a handful of sesame seeds before returning. He already has a way to deal with it. Chapter 32. Clever Solution. When they returned to the alley, Huang Kun and the others all looked unhappy, especially Sun Dazhuang, who had already picked up a wooden stick from the side and was ready to take action at any time. Chun Nan had a playful smile on his face, not afraid at all, and even deliberately put his head in front of a few people. Come on, fight over here. Before actually hitting anyone, he had already figured out how to blackmail them. If this really happens, they'll be in big trouble. Wait, you said this guy was hit, but do you have any evidence? Qin Yun first came to Depang and whispered a few words, and Depang immediately walked quietly to the back. Qin Yun then stood up and spoke to Chun Nan. Chun Nan sneered. How can there be no evidence? My brother was hit so hard that he can't even stand up now. The leg must be broken. After hearing Chun Nan's words, Chun Dong also started howling while lying on the ground, covering his legs. Treat him if he's injured. We can't afford to delay his recovery. Qin Yin said this lightly, and everyone was stunned. Brother Yin, we can't treat him. A trip to the hospital now won't cost more than 10 yuan. Isn't this a ripoff? Yeah, Brother Yin, we can't tolerate these bastards. Huang Kun and Sun Dazhuang started to persuade them. Chun Dong and Chun Nan were also worried that if they went to the hospital, they would not be able to get the money. Qin Yun, however, walked forward on his own and took out the cooked sesame seeds he had just bought. As for treating leg injuries, my family has a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. Just sprinkle this medicine on the wound, and it will heal immediately. Qin Yun squatted down, opened the paper bag, and looked at Chun Dong. However, this medicine has some problems. If the leg is healthy, if it is sprinkled there, the meridians will be severed and the skin will ulcerate and sore. Since you mentioned breaking your leg, I'll sprinkle it on you now. As he spoke, Qin Yin was about to sprinkle sesame seeds on Chun Dong's legs. No. Seeing that the sesame seeds had already scattered out of the paper bag, Chun Dong no longer cared about anything else. He quickly got up from the ground and instinctively ran away. Are you stupid? A fierce light suddenly flashed in Chun Nan's eyes. Even a fool could see that Qin Yun was definitely lying. How could a villager have any secret recipe passed down from ancestors, let alone carry medicine with him? If you think about it carefully, there are indeed many loopholes. But Qin Dong didn't know that Qin Yun was about to sprinkle this medicine on him. If the leg wasn't injured, it would really be useless. Qin Dong had very little time to react. He didn't think too much and stood up in a hurry. Your brother seems to be all right. Qin Yun put away the sesame seeds and spoke lightly to Qin Dong. Qin Dong's face suddenly darkened. I was thinking of trying to trick you into giving me some money so I could teach you a lesson. But now it seems there's no need for that. I'll break your leg to let you know that if it's none of your business, don't get involved. As Chun Dong finished speaking, more than a dozen people suddenly appeared from the surroundings, each holding long and short sticks in their hands. Go. Let him know who's in charge of this county. Chun Dong shouted coldly, and more than a dozen people rushed forward in an instant. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the front. Then, Feng Tian ran over with a group of people and shouted to the people around him, catch them all. Seeing that something was wrong, more than a dozen people ran in all directions. Feng Tian came to Qin Yun and asked, Are you okay? It's okay. Luckily, Brother Feng arrived in time. These bastards are simply lawless. Feng Tian cursed coldly. What a bunch of hooligans. Sooner or later, we'll arrest them all. There are a lot of petty thefts in the county town, and most of them are committed by them. The police station is also having a headache. It will be soon. By then, none of them will be able to escape. Qin Yun calculated the time and spoke. The 3-year crackdown was targeting them. Not long after, several people came over, escorting the thugs. Chun Dong and Chun Nan were both inside. However, the looks they gave Qin Yun were filled with viciousness. At least you can live a peaceful life for the next 2 days, but after these 2 days, it may not be the same. Feng Tian said, If you want complete peace and stability, you can look for Director Gao. After saying that, Feng Tian looked at Qin Yun as if he wanted to see something from his expression. I'll think about it, Qin Yun said with no objection. He knew what Feng Tian was thinking. On the one hand, he was testing him, and on the other hand, he wanted Qin Yun to mention him in front of Gao Rui. However, Qin Yun did not intend to do so. Gao Rui is a director after all. If he wants to completely resolve the hidden dangers, he has to take drastic measures. But he can't just use Qin Yun as an excuse. It is even more impossible for him to come forward as a director. Okay, Qin Yun, I'll take these guys back and interrogate them. Feng Tian didn't insist any further. He said hello to Qin Yun and turned to leave. Qin Yun also drove the mule towards the factory. After walking for about half an hour, we finally arrived at the factory cafeteria. Qin Yun is here. Zhou Yuan stood at the entrance of the cafeteria and greeted Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. There were many people coming to supply the factory canteen, but under Zhou Yuan's arrangement, several people came to the front. After counting the number, Zhou Yuan personally handed the 200 yuan to Qin Yun. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Qin Yun spoke and then took out a peach blossom fish and a soft-shell turtle and carefully placed them in the bag for Zhou Yuan. He said, Uncle Zhou, take these 2 home and try them. That won't do. Uncle Zhou was about to refuse, but Qin Yun had already put the money into his bag skillfully. Okay, then we'll settle it together at the end of the month. Zhou Yuan saw that he couldn't defeat Qin Yun, but he didn't leave any loopholes for Qin Yun. Qin Yun knew Zhou Yuan's character and didn't say anything. Uncle Zhou, how is Xiao these days? Qin Wentong hasn't come to bother her again, right? You know what? Qin Wentong is really determined, Zhou Yuan said. Several times before, when I woke up at night, I saw this guy waiting downstairs. But Xiao, although she seems soft-hearted, is actually a very principled person. If she doesn't like Qin Wentong, then she doesn't like him. I never met him from beginning to end. After hearing this, Qin Yun finally felt relieved. The retribution that I didn't get in the previous life has finally come in this life. But I heard he came to town. I wonder what kind of job he found. Zhou Yuan continued. Qin Yun didn't take this to heart. After chatting with Zhou Yuan for a while, he left. With the remaining few fish, Qin Yun visited Director Li and Gao Rue again. Chapter 33, Luo Family. Qin Yun came to the county town from Qingshui village. Without the support of these two people, he would never have been able to gain a foothold. Not to mention that when Qin Wentong asked someone to lock him up in the police station, it was Gao Rue who came to his aid. After visiting the two people, Qin Yun and a few others went to the farmer's market and bought dozens of kilograms of bean flour before returning to the countryside. Early the next morning, everyone arrived at Qin Yun's courtyard on time again. After receiving the bean flour, everyone walked excitedly towards the Qingshui River. Unlike before, this time there was no more sound of people going to the toilet in the team. Brother Yun, you still have a way to give me a sweet reward after a beating. Huang Kun walked up to Qin Yun and spoke. Qin Yun smiled and didn't say anything, but continued walking forward. As soon as they reached the riverbank, everyone had just taken their positions and were about to put down the bean flour. If you won't let me catch any fish, then don't catch any fish at all. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a voice. They turned around and saw Wu Shui holding a bottle of wine. Wu Shui walked unsteadily along the shore, constantly slapping and stirring the river water with his hands. His eyes were blood red. I let you fish. I let you fish. Wu Shui seemed to be crazy and wanted to knock over everyone's bean noodles, which scared the people around him so much that they quickly protected him. Wu Shui, are you looking for death? Big Fat was the first one who couldn't help it and rushed into the water to take action. Come on, come on. I'm just worried about no one to support me. Wu Shui rushed in front of Depang, and the look of asking for a beating on his face made Depang want to bite him. Qin Yun took a step forward, grabbed the fat man, and went directly to Wu Shui's side. Qin Yun, let me make this clear. If you want me to leave today, you won't be able to do so without 10 kilograms of bean flour and 2 fish. Wu Shui's voice was full of arrogance, and it was clear that he wanted to be a scoundrel. No, don't you want to catch fish too? I'll help you. Qin Yun smiled slightly, and I'll tell you a good way to catch more fish. Wu Shui became excited when he heard this. He moved closer to Qin Yun and asked, what's the solution? Crash. The next second, Qin Yun pushed Wu Shui's head into the water. Depang and Huang Kun also came over and lent a hand. Qin Yun, you're looking for death. Wait until I get up there, and I'll... However, before Wu Shui could finish his words, he was pushed into the water again by Qin Yun and his companions. The feeling of suffocation was uncomfortable. After a while, Wu Shuiji felt a burning pain in his internal organs. Do you still dare? Huang Kun shouted sternly from his side. At first, Wu Shui was still stubborn, but then he saw Qin Yun's murderous eyes, and his heart trembled immediately. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'm leaving now. Wu Shui finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. He even suspected that if he insisted, Qin Yun would kill him without hesitation. Qin Yun dragged Wu Shui to the shore like a dead dog, staring at him with cold eyes. If you do that again, I'll kill you. Qin Yun had spent a lot of time in prison in his previous life. When the prison bully first set the rules, he used this trick. He could grasp the time accurately, making people experience the feeling of being on the verge of death without actually getting hurt. Over time, Qin Yun also learned this trick. At this time, Wu Shui was already scared out of his wits. He struggled to stand up and staggered forward. After resolving this crisis, others looked at Qin Yun with a hint of respect in their eyes. Qin Yun turned towards the crowd and said with a smile, "Start catching fish." When the others heard this, they immediately started to add bean flour and catch fish. This time, everyone was quick and alert, afraid of missing any fish. Soon night fell. Qin Yun looked at basket after basket of fish with a smile on his face. This time, we caught more than 160 fish. He did not break his promise and gave 2 more pieces to the person who caught the most fish. At night, Qin Yun specially cooked a few more dishes and left Huang Kuan and the others. When they were almost done eating, Qin Yun took out the money and, after removing the raw materials, said, "Let's divide this money into 4 parts. Huang Kuan, Depeng, me, and Da Zhuang, 1 for each." As he spoke, Qin Yun handed the money to the 4 people. "Brother Yun, you were the one who came up with the plan and found the connections. Now the money is divided into 4 parts. It's not fair." Huang Kuan was the first to refuse. "I think you should take half, and we will divide the rest." The others also nodded. If it weren't for Qin Yun, they would still be working hard and would never have made so much money. Qin Yun wanted to say something else, but De Zhuang said, "Brother Yun, if you insist on giving it to us, then we won't do it anymore. You should find someone else." The remaining few people also turned their faces away at the same time. Qin Yun had no choice but to redistribute the money and secretly made a note that he would compensate a few people when he had the chance in the future. "But Brother Yun, Chun Dong and the others probably won't give up. We still have to make preparations in advance." While Qin Ling was packing her things, Huang Kuan spoke. Qin Yun nodded. They really had no way to deal with this group of scoundrels. "Damn it. If you can't do it, just fight them. We are not vegetarians, either." Big Fatty spoke in a cold voice. Qin Yun shook his head. He still had to use his wits to deal with this matter. If he took action, it would likely bring greater risks. "Don't worry about this matter. Leave it to me." Qin Yun spoke, and the others chatted for a while before leaving. Early the next morning, Qin Yun packed up the fish and headed towards the county town with a few others. This time, they deliberately changed the route and came to the alley. 20 more. The boss was still waiting at the door. After seeing Qin Yun, he spoke with a cigarette in his mouth. After taking the fish, the boss asked, "I heard you got into trouble with Chun Dong and Chun Nan." Qin Yun nodded. The boss sighed and said, "Brother, let me tell you something. In this county, if you mess with Chun Dong's brothers, you will not end up well. I've also heard that the Luo family is behind them, and the Luo family has absolute power in this county." Qin Yun frowned. He had also heard of the Luo family in prison. 5 or 6 death row prisoners came into the prison that day. Through chatting, we learned that they were all from the Luo family. In order to seize territory, they killed people, and some of them were old, wealthy people. There was no fear on their faces, and they were not worried at all that they would actually be executed. In fact, just over 10 days later, the Luo family actually bailed them out. This is enough to show that the Luo family is not simple. If you want to do business in this county, you can only go to them and surrender, or you can stay outside the city and have someone else bring you in. The boss spoke again. Chapter 34 released. The boss was also worried. Now his shop's business depends entirely on the fish Qin Yun delivers every day. Without fish, his restaurant would go bankrupt. Qin Yun nodded and responded. "I used black sesame seeds to trick Qindong last time, but it is not a permanent solution after all." After handing the fish to the boss, Qin Yun and his companions drove the mule directly towards the factory cafeteria without stopping. At the same time, he asked Sun Dazhuang to find Feng Tian from the police station. "There is no good solution now. I can only rely on Feng Tian to get through these 2 days." Just after they left, a familiar figure walked out of the restaurant. It's Qin Wentong. But at this time, Qin Wentong was wearing a dirty piece of clothing, which was covered with oil stains and dirt. The usually clean-looking college student has turned into what he is now. It was only because the family had such a huge debt that Qin Wentong had to go out to make money. "What are you doing out here? Have you finished washing the dishes? Go back and wash them for me." When the boss saw Qin Wentong, his brows immediately frowned, and he started scolding him. Qin Wentong's expression froze, but he still moved closer to the boss and said, "Boss, I want to discuss something with you. That guy just now, is he from Qingshui village?" The fish he sold was peach blossom fish. When the boss heard this, he realized that what the boy said was right. "What do you want to say?" asked the boss. There was a hint of desire in Qin Wentong's eyes. He must seize this opportunity to make money. He immediately organized his words and said, "I'm from Qingshui village too. He only gave us 30 cents for each fish he caught, but when he sold it to you, it was a full 2 yuan. The price has increased several times, boss. How about you buy from me? I'll give you $1 per fish. How about that?" Listening to Qin Wentong's words, the boss's eyes showed a hint of interest. 20 fish, that saves me $20. This is not a small amount. And, boss, look, now that they've offended Qindong's 2 brothers, they might not even be able to enter this county town in the future. What if these fish are gone? Qin Wentong continued to persuade impatiently. Okay, then you can catch 5 fish tomorrow, and let me see how your catch is. The boss finally made the decision. Qin Wentong's face was immediately filled with joy. Qin Yun's fishing caused a lot of buzz in the village, and he once hid in the dark to watch. There is no technical content at all. I could do it too. At the same time, Qin Yun and his companions drove the mules forward. Sure enough, just after passing the next fork in the road, 4 or 5 people appeared in front of us. Everyone's face was full of viciousness, and they were holding weapons like sticks in their hands, staring at Qin Yun and his companions with murderous eyes. Brothers, he was the one who sent our eldest brother to jail. We must avenge him. One of the leaders raised the stick in his hand and shouted coldly at Qin Yun. When the others heard this, they immediately rushed forward like tigers out of cage. He smashed the mule with the stick in his hand without mercy. Qin Yun and the others' brows instantly darkened. Once the mule is frightened, it will run around in a panic, and the fish will be scattered all over the ground. Fuck, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Big Fatty also became furious. He pulled out a few sickles from the cart above and blocked the way of the few people. Qin Yun frowned. He had already seen that when these people rushed over, they were pressing their hems intentionally or unintentionally, and there must be some sharp weapons hidden inside. If they fight, they will lose. It may even be life-threatening. Today I'll let you know what will happen to you if you dare to mess with us in the county. With a loud shout, he actually pulled out a small dagger from his hem and stabbed directly at Qin Yun and the others. Stop! Who dares to take action? At this critical moment, a rough voice came from behind. There were more than a dozen people, all of them strong and sturdy, holding uniform black copper rods in their hands, and walked directly towards this side. It's someone from the factory's security department. A hint of fear immediately appeared in the eyes of the gangsters. The security department these days is not as lax as it was in Qin Yun's time. There are many petty thefts in the factory, and some people will sneak in at night to steal things from the factory. Therefore, the security department at this time was all very strong, and most of them were retired veterans. The thugs on the opposite side had never seen such a big scene before, so they quickly ran to the back. Brother Yun, are you okay? Sun Dazhuang came out from behind, panting, and asked. Qin Yun shook his head and said, Fortunately, you arrived in time. Then he turned around and caught a few fish, thanking the people who came, saying, Thank you for your help, brothers. Take these fish back and eat them. It's okay. This is also what Captain Zhou meant. We will follow the rules. The leader laughed and spoke. You can't say that. If you had come a little later, my brothers would have been killed. Qin Yun took out a pack of daikyamen and handed it to a few people, still insisting. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. After Qin Yun's conversation, the others started talking more. Brother, your skills are really enviable. When we can have your skills, we won't be afraid of being bullied by others. After chatting for a long time, Qin Yun sighed and spoke. What's that? Our squad leader is much more skilled. It's easy for him to take down a whole group of us by himself. The leader's surname was Qin, and his name was Qin Shun. He was a righteous and generous man, and he did not hide his admiration for the squad leader. If you want to learn a few moves, you can go to the Tianyuan Martial Arts School in the east of the city, which is owned by our squad leader. Most of those who retired with me are also there. Qin Yun nodded and said, Okay, thank you, brother. I will definitely go if I have the chance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Yun led the mule back to the factory cafeteria and put down all the fish. After leaving the house, Sun Dezhuang came over and said in a deep voice, Brother Yun, I don't think this matter is that simple. They are not as stupid as they appear. Qin Yun asked, What do you mean? Today I went to look for Feng Tian, but I learned that Feng Tian had been sent out an hour ago and was replaced by another person. Sun Dezhuang continued, When I begged him to help, he just prevaricated. I had no other choice but to go to the factory to find the security department, and I almost missed the opportunity. Qin Yun was stunned. If that was the case, the person behind Shindong was really not simple. Brother Yun, what should we do now? Before leaving, I saw that the man had already released the 2 brothers. Chapter 35 Huang Wentian. What? He's already been released. Didn't Feng Tian say last time that he would be locked up for at least a week? When Huang Kun heard this, he was immediately shocked and asked repeatedly. I don't know either. Sun Dazhuang responded. Let's go to Tianyuan Martial Art Hall first. Qin Yun spoke calmly, saying that the Luo family was a powerful force, and if they relied solely on Feng Tian, mistakes would inevitably occur. Sun Dazhuang can find someone from the security department today, but this is ultimately just a delaying tactic. If it had been a step later, who knows what would have happened. Following the address Qin Shun had given them, they quickly arrived at the martial arts gym. It is called a martial arts gym, but in fact it is just a rented bungalow with a large yard filled with sandbags and other things. It can be seen that the survival conditions of the martial arts school are not very good. Come to think of it, although life in the county town is relatively affluent, no one wants to spend money on such seemingly useless things. Brothers, do you want to sign up for martial arts training? As soon as a few people walked in, a man came over and asked. The man was about 1.8 meters tall with an honest face, but he had a scar on his left cheek, which made him look quite ferocious. He must have just finished moving something heavy, and his linen clothes were covered in dust. Qin Yun was about to speak, but when he saw the man's face clearly, he froze on the spot. He was too familiar with this man. When he was in prison in his previous life, this man was the leader of a group of villains who killed people in order to seize territory. But at that time, his eyes were full of viciousness, and his whole aura was completely different from now. This man's name is Huang Wentian, and he is known as the Luo family's #1 fighter. He once challenged 15 people alone and held his own, even killing several of them. Brother? Don't worry, although our martial arts school looks shabby, our instructor is definitely fine. Huang Wentian's chatter startled Qin Yun awake. Qin Yun said, "Okay, how do I pay the tuition?" Huang Wentian's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "The salary here is not high, only $8 a month, and the teachings are definitely practical." Qin Yun nodded secretly. The tuition fee of 8 yuan was really not expensive. If this were put in the future, a monthly gym membership would cost 3 or 400 yuan. Okay, report to all of us. Qin Yun took out 32 yuan from his pocket and put them in Huang Wentian's hand. Huang Wentian smiled and said, "But let me tell you something, brother. Practicing martial arts is very tiring. You have to be able to endure hardship in order to strengthen your muscles and bones." The fat guy next to him nodded. "Don't worry, coach. We are all from the countryside and can endure hardships. Okay, how about we start today?" Huang Wentian spoke. Qin Yun shook his head. "Coach Huang, we have things to do later. Let's start tomorrow." Huang Wentian didn't try to force him to stay after hearing this. After agreeing on a place, he walked towards the house. Just as Qin Yun and the others were about to leave, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the courtyard gate. Then, an equally burly man walked in with an anxious look on his face. "Brother Tian, this is bad. The hospital said that Auntie's condition has worsened. If she doesn't have surgery, I'm afraid." When Huang Wentian heard this, his face changed immediately and he was about to run outside. "Brother Tian, wait a minute." The man called Huang Wentian over, took out a bunch of banknotes from his pocket, and stuffed them into Huang Wentian's hands. "Brother Tian, this is what we earn from carrying heavy bags these days. Take it first. If the money is not enough, we can pool it together." "That won't do. You worked so hard to earn this money." Huang Wentian was about to refuse when a man said, "Brother Tian, you have done so much for us old brothers. Go first." Huang Wentian heard it and stopped pretending. He ran out of the courtyard gate. Qin Yun and his companions also walked out of the courtyard. "You guys go back first. Don't forget to buy bean flour." Qin Yun spoke. "Brother Yun, where are you going?" Huang Kuan asked. "Don't worry about it." Qin Yun said something and followed Huang Wentian's footsteps towards the hospital. Huang Wentian was a retired soldier and ran very fast. Qin Yun had to work very hard to catch up with him. "Brother, you're finally here. The doctor just said that Mom fainted again." Huang Wentian hurried to the second floor, where a beautiful woman was already waiting. As soon as she saw Huang Wentian, she immediately spoke anxiously. "Don't be impatient." Huang Wentian walked to the door of the ward and looked at the busy figures inside. The strong man clenched his fists tightly. There was even a line of tears in his eyes. "Brother, if it really doesn't work, I won't study anymore. I'll go out and make money to pay for Mom's medical treatment." The woman next to her also spoke with red eyes. "Leave this matter to me. I'll handle it," Huang Wentian said in a deep voice, as if he had made some kind of decision, and turned around to leave. "Brother, you can't go to the Luo family. If you go there, your life will be over." Huang Wentian sighed, gently pushed away his sister's hand, said, "I know what to do," and continued walking forward. He also knew that the Luo family was not a good family, and that he would most likely be trapped after he went in, but his mother was already lying in the hospital. "No matter what I do, I can't just watch my mother suffer. If I agree to the Luo family, There will be no turning back. Just as he passed the hospital gate, Qin Yun's voice rang out. Huang Wentian was stunned and slowly turned his head. When he saw that it was Qin Yun, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Qin Yun walked up to him and asked, "How much does it cost for Andy's treatment?" 700. Huang Wentian said that he had been working hard these days to carry heavy bags in order to earn money for surgery, but plans could not keep up with changes, and he was still a step late. How much money is still missing? Qin Yun continued to ask. 500 more. After listening to this, Qin Yun took out the money from his pocket, counted it, and handed it all to Huang Wentian. Here are 400, and there is 100 left. I will give it to you tomorrow. Qin Yun said, I just want you to promise me one thing. Never go to the Luo family. Why? Why would you help me? Huang Wentian spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes full of disbelief. These 400 yuan solved his urgent problem. Qin Yun did this for a purpose, which was to protect the safety of himself and Huang Kuan and his group in the county. But when the time came to speak, he didn't say it. He took a deep breath and said, even if it is, I don't want to see you helping the evildoers. After saying this, Qin Yun prepared to leave. Wait, I'll write you an IOU. I'll definitely pay you back. From now on, you'll be my benefactor, Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian chased out and spoke. No, I trust you. Chapter 36. Take care of him? Qin Yun left immediately, leaving Huang Wentian standing there with a complicated expression. He silently took note of Qin Yun in his heart and made up his mind to do something. After walking out of the hospital gate, Qin Yun prepared to return to the village. Thinking that my sister was at home, I went to the farmer's market to buy some braised food, intending to let her go back and try it. In this life, my sister finally did not repeat the suffering of the previous life. Now she is plump and white and raised by Qin Yun. She is no longer as pale and thin as when she just left home. After spending $1.80, Qin Yun took the braised food and walked out happily. Brother, it's him. He was the one who sent me to jail last time. At this moment, a sinister voice suddenly came from the corner. Qin Yun turned his head and saw a barbecue stall on the side of the road. Several figures were sitting at one of the small tables, eating skewers. Looking closely, I found that there were quite a few familiar faces. The thieves who were caught last time, the two brothers Chun Dong and Chun Nan, and the gangsters we just encountered today, all gathered together. This is really a case of searching for gold everywhere, but now it's easy to find. Fuck him. Chun Dong suddenly threw away the cigarette in his mouth and shouted coldly. Let's see who can come to save him this time. When the thug next to him heard this, he immediately picked up the stick at hand and rushed towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun turned around and ran without saying a word. There's so many people here, only a fool wouldn't run away. Chase him, go to the intersection ahead and block him. Chun Dong showed a cruel sneer at the corner of his mouth and ordered his men. He knew all the twists and turns of the county town, and he didn't believe that he couldn't catch a country bumpkin. Qin Yun's heart tightened as he ran forward. The farmer's market was some distance away from the police station, but he had no other choice but to run desperately in that direction. It's almost there, it's almost there. Qin Yun tried his best and saw that the police station was just around the corner from the alley, but at this moment, a stick suddenly stretched out from under his feet. Qin Yun was very fast and didn't pay any attention to the stick under his feet and fell backwards. With a bang, Qin Yun fell heavily to the ground. What was even more terrible was that there was a long blood mark on his leg, and he couldn't stand up at all. Haha, kid, still want to go to the police station? Chun Dong came over carrying a long stick and sneered, a country bumpkin, and he made me go in there. Do you know that in the county, everyone avoids me when they see me? As he spoke, Chun Dong hit Qin Yun's leg hard with a stick. Qin Yun frowned, staggered to his feet, and picked up a brick from the side. Today, I don't care how many people you bring. I'm going to keep an eye on you. When he was in prison in his previous life, he suffered a lot and was able to stand firm only by relying on his ruthlessness. Hey, you still dare to speak nonsense to me? Chun Dong sneered and rushed towards Qin Yun with everyone. Several iron bars immediately hit Qin Yun. Qin Yun ignored the pain in his body, aimed at Chun Dong in the crowd, and smashed bricks at his head one by one. Chun Dong was indeed a ruthless man. Blood kept gushing out of his head, but he gritted his teeth and fought Qin Yun to the end. Fuck it, give me the knife. I'm going to kill him today. Chun Dong suddenly shouted coldly, thinking that he had been in the county for so many years. When had he ever suffered such injustice? Brother, don't do that. If this kills someone. Chun Nan persuaded from the side. Don't worry about it. If anything goes wrong, the Luo family will cover it for me. Dong simply couldn't listen. He grabbed the machete that his younger brother had handed over to him and rushed towards Yin. Yin secretly thought that this was not good. He had already suffered too many injuries just now, and there was no way he could dodge. Wait, I'm Gao Rui's daughter, and my dad is Director Gao of the police station. At this moment, a voice like a yellow oriole escaping from a valley came, with great anxiety. If anyone lays a hand on him, I'll have my dad arrest you all. Gao Hui. Shunin shuddered. No matter how bold they were, or how ruthless the Luo family behind them was, they would never dare to do anything to a director. He immediately said to Dong, "Brother, let's go. Get out of here." Dong got angry and pushed Chunin away. "I will definitely kill this guy." Chunin knew his brother's character and knew that no amount of persuasion would help, so he could only drag Dong away. Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes went dark and he fainted. It was unknown how long it had been before Yin finally woke up. Everything I saw was pure white. My legs had been bandaged up, and there was liquid hanging on my hand. "Yin, are you awake?" Yin looked closely and saw that the eyebrows and eyes in his memory overlapped with the beautiful woman in front of him. This was Gao Yinshu, whom he had rescued that day. Yin smiled and said, "Thank you, young lady. I will definitely pay you the medical expenses." He decided to pretend that he didn't know him. The gossips people have these days are terrible, and there are few highly educated families like Gao Rui's. The chest compressions and respirations I performed on her at the time inevitably led to gossip. Besides, the person involved is right here, and it would be embarrassing to say it out loud. Still want to hide it from me? Gao Yunshu's delicate face showed a hint of blame. "Just now I thought you looked familiar, and I just found out your name is Yin. I thought you were just catching a thief last time, but I didn't expect you to offend them. Why didn't you tell me?" Yin didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only lower his head. "Yin, who made you like this?" At this moment, 2 footsteps were heard and Gao Rui walked in with a fruit basket. When he saw Yin, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. The last time Gao Yinshu came back, she said that her money was stolen by a thief and someone helped her get it back. But unexpectedly, this person was Yin. Yin smiled and said, "Uncle Gao, it's okay. I'm fine now." Gao Rui frowned and said coldly, "These people are simply lawless. How dare you be so rampant in this county?" "Yin, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." It can be seen that Gao Rui is really angry this time. His daughter's savior was almost beaten to death in the area he managed. If this happened, Gao Rui would probably have a knot in his heart for the rest of his life. "Yinshu, you must thank Yin this time. You should stay and take care of him during this period of time." Gao Rui turned to Gao Yinshu and said. Yin waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Uncle Gao, no need. I'm Yufine. I'll be able to get out of bed soon. No need to bother." However, Gao Yinshu's voice rang out. "Okay, Dad, I will definitely take good care of Yin during this period of time." Chapter 37. Are you going to touch Yin? Gao Yinshu's words made Yin blush. Whether before or after his rebirth, he was still a simple young man who had no chance or desire to come into contact with women. Being taken care of by someone is something I have never experienced before. Gao Rui's wife, Yilu, had a smile on her face. After Gao Rui spoke highly of Yin during the meal that day, she went from being surprised at first to hesitant later. Only at this time did she feel completely relieved. Although Yin, this young man, has no family background, he is polite in his speech, knows when to act, and doesn't have any ulterior motives. "Okay, then you stay and take care of Yin. Don't worry about work for now." Yilu said something to Gao Yunshu, then turned and left. "Brother Yin, what's wrong with you? Did those bastards do that to you?" Just when Yin and Gao Yinshu were the only ones left in the room, Huang Kuan and others walked in. As soon as they entered the door, anger appeared on their faces. If they had known earlier, they should not have gone back first. Ling also came to the ward. Seeing Yin lying on the bed with a plaster cast on his body, tears couldn't help but flow down her eyes. "Why are you crying? Isn't my brother fine?" Yin called his little sister to his side and rubbed her little head. "Brother, you lied to me. Didn't you say it would be safe in the county town? Now it's like this." After Yun's comfort, Ling, who had been able to hold back her tears, suddenly burst into tears like beads falling from a broken string. "Brother, let's go home. We won't sell fish anymore." Yin smiled. "It's really okay. I can make a lot of money every day now. I'll save this money for you to use for college." After comforting her for a while and Qin Yun repeatedly assuring her that it would not happen again, Qin Ling finally stopped crying. Brother Yun, this is... Huang Kun looked at Gao Yunshu from the side, and there was a hint of understanding in his eyes when he looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun quickly said, "This is a friend of mine who came to see me. How come I didn't know you had such a beautiful friend?" Sun Dazhuang next to him blurted out something without thinking. Huang Kun next to him glared at him and then shut up. "Okay, Brother Yun, you should take good care of yourself during this time. We'll come to see you after we sell the fish." Huang Kun knew that it was pointless for them to stay any longer, so he winked at Qin Yun, said hello, and pulled a few people away. Etc. Qin Yun stopped Huang Kun and instructed him, "After you get the money today, take 150 and give it to Huang Wentian. Tell him that I gave it to him." Huang Kun nodded. Although he didn't know why Qin Yun gave Huang Wentian money, he knew there must be a reason for doing so. After they left, only Gao Yunshu and Qin Yun were left in the room. Both of them felt a little embarrassed. After a moment, Gao Yunshu finally spoke. "Qin Yun, thank you for what you did before. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have." Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's just a small favor. I believe that even if it's not me who goes into the water, there will be others. Don't worry about it." Once the two of them started talking, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. Gao Yunshu is a girl with very positive values. She has not picked up any bad habits just because she was born in an intellectual family. She is completely different from Zhou Yuan's daughter Li Xiaoro. Qin Yun's conversation also changed Gao Yunshu's mind. From the local customs and practices to the unique understanding of current affairs, some of the words made Gao Yunshu stunned. Soon, night fell, and Gao Yunshu finally remembered. "Qin Yun, is there anything you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. It will be all right." Qin Yun spoke. "Okay, then I'll go home and make you some food. I'll be back soon." Gao Yunshu said something and turned to leave. At this moment, in the martial arts hall, Huang Wentian was waiting for Qin Yun anxiously. "My mother's illness can't be delayed any longer. Coach Huang, this is the money Qin Yun asked us to give you." At this moment, Huang Kun and others came back with the money from selling fish. As soon as he entered the door, Huang Kun handed the money to Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian quickly stood up and took the money. "Thank you very much, but why is this so much money?" Huang Kun slapped his forehead and said, "I really didn't know that. Brother Yin asked us to give it to him. Where is he now?" Hearing this, Huang Kun showed a hint of anger on his face and told Huang Wentian the whole story. After hearing this, Huang Wentian's face darkened. "I know about this matter. I have something else to do now, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he ran straight to the hospital. Huang Wentian didn't feel relieved until he paid the money to the hospital. Soon night fell. Huang Wentian returned to the martial arts hall, took out a set of black clothes and put them on, then put on a black hood, picked up a copper rod in the corner, and walked out the door. At this time, in a dilapidated house in the county town, a group of people were sitting together, and the two brothers Chun Dong and Chun Nan were among them. The entire house was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was dead. "Brother, what should we do? Since last night, those guys have been looking for us like crazy." One of the younger brothers said with a sad face, "And it seems the Luo family has stopped showing up. Fuck, what's there to be afraid of? If I get caught, I get caught. What's the big deal?" Chun Dong threw his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. "I'm going to make this clear today. As long as I, Chun Dong, am alive, I will kill that country bumpkin. Even if he gets caught, I'll still deal with him after he gets out." However, after Chun Dong, who usually commanded everyone's response, said this, the whole room fell silent. "Are you all dead?" Chun Dong cursed coldly, but immediately his eyes rolled, and he said, "To be honest, this person is actually the one the Luo family wants to move. And the Luo family has already told me that anyone who can beat this country bumpkin up will get $50. In the dim firelight, Chun Dong's face looked particularly terrifying. Think about it. How much can you buy with 50 yuan? Even if you're afraid of being implicated, you can still live a carefree life somewhere else. Attention, everyone can get it." Hearing this, everyone's face suddenly lit up. They are all desperate criminals, and money has great appeal to them. Done it. He's just a country bumpkin. So what if we beat him up and paralyzed him? Chun Dong looked at everyone's reactions, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "I heard you're going to attack Qin Yun." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 38. Something is wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Everyone was stunned. They hid here to avoid outsiders. But I didn't expect that someone would come to my door. He immediately panicked and prepared to run away. Why are you running? Are you blind? There's only one person at the door. Chun Dong shouted coldly, picked up the dagger beside him, and said in a cold voice, "Kill him." The others also came to their senses. Yes, he is alone. What is there to be afraid of? He immediately picked up the weapon beside him and rushed towards the person who came. The man who came was a dark figure. He snorted coldly. Facing the fierce momentum of so many people, he swung the stick in his hand and rushed directly towards them. Following a crackling sound, after a moment, everyone lay on the ground. Who are you?" Chen Nan fell to the ground and asked in a trembling voice. This person is definitely not from the police station. The moves he just used were completely fatal. It doesn't matter who I am. I want you to remember that if anyone dares to touch Qin Yun again, I will kill him. The man in black spoke coldly, holding the dagger he had just snatched in his hand, and slowly walked in front of Qin Dong. Swish! The dagger was pointed directly at Qin Dong's throat, and the sound was extremely cold. Do you understand? Looking at those pupils that seemed to have no emotions, Qin Dong couldn't help but shiver. He had no doubt that if he refused, the person in front of him would make him pay with his life. At this moment, Qin Dong was really scared. I understand, Qin Dong said in a trembling voice. The man then put away the dagger and turned to walk outside. He also left a cold message. Go to the police station and turn yourself in tomorrow. If I don't see you in, I will break your legs. Qin Dong quickly agreed. Only after the man in black left did he dare to wipe the sweat from his forehead. A fear I had never felt before rose in my heart. How deep is the background of that country bumpkin? How come a patron saint suddenly appeared? At this time, in the ward, Gao Yinshu pushed open the door with a lunchbox in hand and supported Qin Yun as he walked to the table. Try the food I cooked. Gao Yinshu spoke. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he remembered that his arm was still in a cast, so he could only use the chopsticks with his left hand with difficulty. Let me feed you. Gao Yinshu saw that Qin Yun was really uncomfortable, so he spoke. Qin Yun waved his hand and was about to refuse, but Gao Yinshu had already picked up the lunchbox, picked up a piece of shrimp, and handed it to Qin Yun's mouth. When their eyes met, a blush appeared on both of their faces. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Yun signaled that he was full, and Gao Yinshu put down his chopsticks. Okay, Miss Gao, it's getting late. You should go back first. Seeing that night was about to fall, Qin Yun spoke. Gao Yinshu raised his wrist to check the time, nodded, and said, Okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning. After finishing speaking, he talked to Qin Yun for a while before leaving the ward. Not long after, Huang Kuan and the others came back. Brother Yun, how does it feel to be taken care of by a beautiful woman? As soon as he entered the room, Huang Kuan winked and said, I have to say, Miss Gao is way better than that Li Xiaoro. Qin Yun cursed with a smile, got off the bed and said, Do me a favor, I want to go with you tonight. Come with us? What? Huang Kuan was a little confused. Don't worry about it. I want to ask you, have you sold all the fish today? Qin Yun spoke casually. Huang Kuan and the others scratched their heads, but didn't hide it. Brother Yun, it's really strange. Today, the restaurant owner doesn't want our fish anymore. Moreover, we've been selling on the street for a long time, but few people are buying. There's nothing we can do. We can only sell it to the farmer's market at a low price. Qin Yun frowned after hearing this and asked, How many fish were sold at a low price? There are probably more than 30. De Zhuang next to him thought for a moment and spoke. Let's go back to the village now. I want to see what's going on. Qin Yun's heart sank. So many fish hadn't been sold. There was no doubt something must have gone wrong. Seeing the solemn expression on Qin Yun's face, the others put away their smiles and hurriedly helped Qin Yun up. Brother Yun, you're injured like this, are you okay? Qin Yun shook his head. He had just heard the conversation between Gao Yunshu and the doctor. His injuries only looked scary, but they were not actually serious. Most of them were in non-vital areas. This was also due to the lessons he learned in prison. You just need to put on a plaster and pay more attention to nutrition. After getting off the bed and avoiding the doctor's sight, several people put Qin Yun on a cart and had it pulled by a mule towards Qingshui village. It was already late at night when he returned to the village. After a few simple greetings, Qin Yun returned to his room and remained silent all night. The next morning, Huang Kuan called everyone over. Unlike the high energy of the previous few days, this time everyone was obviously a little lifeless. Qin Yun distributed the bean flour calmly and followed everyone to the Qingshui River. Everyone started fishing. The rewards remain the same. Whoever catches the most fish will get an extra $2. Huang Kuan shouted to everyone. Qin Yin looked at the slow movements of the crowd and couldn't help but frown. Soon, the day's fishing was over. This time, only a dozen more fish were caught than before, for a total of just over 120. However, the number of soft-shelled turtles and eels caught increased. The price of these things is higher than fish. The soft-shelled turtle costs $1 each, and the eel costs only 2 cents, but you can catch several at a time. Qin Yin didn't say anything and continued to count the money for everyone. Brother Yin, something's wrong. There are a lot fewer fish than yesterday. Huang Kuan came over and said worriedly, if this continues, I'm afraid there won't even be enough fish for the cafeteria. How about we increase the reward a bit? Qin Yin shook his head. Huang Kuan's method was only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Qin Yin, I caught the most fish this time, a full 23. At this moment, a man came forward with a smile on his face. Qin Yin looked up and saw that it was his second uncle, Qin Erzhan. Qin Yin instinctively felt something was wrong. At that time, even Huang Kuan, who was the fastest fisherman, only caught 20 fish. How could Qin Erzhan get so much? Qin Yin raised his eyes and observed everyone's reactions. Something is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. In the past, when I saw someone getting extra rewards, I would be filled with envy or jealousy. But this time it was dull. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. But now he had no evidence, so he could only ask Huang Kuan to take out the money and hand it to Qin Erzhan. Okay. Qin Erzhan took the money and walked towards the back. Chapter 39 Joyful. Qin Yin, do we need to recalculate the price of those soft-shell turtles my uncle caught? Just as everyone was about to leave, suddenly, a voice came over. Qin Yin turned around and saw that it was He Wen-ho. Uncle He, the price of our soft-shell turtles was agreed upon before. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate to ask for a new price now. Qin Yin didn't say anything final. He just spoke lightly. That's true, but the turtles I caught were all huge. I'm afraid $1 alone isn't enough, right? He Wen-ho spoke without blushing. Uncle He, don't lie to me. I saw you releasing the turtle just now, and it wasn't as big as you said. Besides, I caught quite a few turtles, but they were about the same size as mine. Sunda Zhuang on the side frowned and spoke. Someone in the crowd echoed. Sunda Zhuang, aren't you afraid of losing your tongue in such a strong wind? I caught 5 turtles. How many do you see in your eyes? He Wen-dao was unhappy when he heard this and started to retort. Sunda Zhuang also got angry. He and Qin Ling were watching the settlement just now. How could it be like what He Wen-dao said? No, let's take out the turtles and count them. I'll mark them all. Just count it. Sunda Zhuang said something and released all the turtles he had just caught. I caught this one. This one is mine. There were just about the right number of people catching soft-shelled turtles, and everyone knew the number. Soon, there were only 5 turtles left. I caught these. Open your eyes and see. Aren't they all huge? He Wen-ho pointed at the turtle on the ground, looking so arrogant. Uncle Fushun, didn't you catch these 2? And Uncle Zhao, didn't you catch this one too? Sunda Zhuang has a good memory. He clearly remembers that these soft-shelled turtles were not caught by He Wen-ho at all. No, Da Zhuang, you remembered it wrongly. I didn't catch these. Yes, I didn't catch it either. However, the people mentioned by Sunda Zhuang all denied it. Everyone saw it. Qin Yin wasn't honest in his accounting. He even insisted that a turtle like me, this huge one, wasn't mine. He's not fair. I'm done with it. He Wen-ho turned around and said to everyone, and I'll tell you, he made a lot of money in the city from these soft-shelled turtles and peach blossom fish. But all they gave us was a mere 30 cents. Isn't this a scam of our hard-earned money? I, He Wen-ho, hereby assure everyone that I will also catch fish, and I will also provide the bean flour and other things. Compared to Qin Yin's, the price is only higher, not lower. Huang Kun sneezed. Until now, he finally understood. This was clearly planned for a long time. Those turtles just now were indeed not He Wen-ho's, but those people's. But he deliberately cooperated with He Wen-ho in acting and did this. After hearing He Wen-ho's words, several of them immediately stood up. They're not even willing to pay for a few soft-shelled turtles, and they're lying with their eyes open. I'm quitting this job. Yeah, brother, he already said he can catch fish too, and he'll pay us more, so I'll follow him. Under the encouragement of these people, a few more people became interested. Qin Yin said, if anyone else wants to follow them, feel free to leave now. But I have to warn you, if you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. Haha, Qin Yin, keep this to yourself. I want to see how much money you can make without anyone catching fish for you. He Wen-ho sneered and walked straight out of the courtyard gate. Qin Yun's second uncle Qin Erzhan and his second aunt also followed him out. But more people stayed, and only 7 or 8 people followed He Wen-ho and chose to leave. Qin Yun, I haven't caught enough fish these past few days because of their disruption. It's good that they're gone now. No one's keeping me from working. Li Ho stepped forward, gave Qin Yun a simple smile, and began to speak. Qin Yun, I think you've been a good person since you were little. You can be dependable. Don't worry, I won't leave you. It's a solid job to follow you. Brother Yun, I'm telling you the truth. Qin Erzhan didn't catch that many fish at all. Others just made up the numbers for him. Another person spoke up. Qin Yun nodded. After thinking about it for a while, it was not difficult to come to this conclusion. Everyone, rest assured, I will not mistreat anyone who follows me. I won't make you rich, but at least you can live a comfortable life. Qin Yun said calmly to everyone. Then he talked with everyone for a while before going home with Huang Kuan and others. Brother Yin, what should we do? They want to catch fish too. Isn't this clearly going against us? Huang Kuan scratched his head and spoke. He had just thought of many countermeasures, but in the end, he found that there was no solution at all. You can't stop others from fishing too, right? Qin Yun smiled slightly. Have you forgotten? We rely on more than just catching fish. Huh? Brother Yin, what do you mean? Huang Kuan still hasn't reacted. Qin Yun smiled faintly. Just wait and see about this matter. I will definitely make them regret it so much that their teeth ache. At this time, Qin Sihai's home was full of joy. Old Mrs. Qin even took out the only piece of bacon left in the house and fried it into a dish. Brother, you don't know. Qin Yun's face must be really stinky today. Qin Erzhan laughed and told Qin Sihai what happened today. Yeah, so many people left today, and Qin Yun is in a plaster cast, so he looks really miserable. I don't know who he offended in the city. It would be great if we could beat him to death. He Wen-ho and others also laughed out loud. That bastard deserved to die. Old Lady Qin cursed. You made so much money, but you didn't even bring some home. Then he picked up a few more pieces of food and put them in a Qin Wen-tong's bowl. Speaking of which, this matter still owes a lot to my eldest grandson, who was able to have such a way to make a fortune. Hearing this, Qin Wen-tong also smiled. Isn't it just a few pounds of bean flour that Qin Yun relies on? They also bought bean flour and offered it at a higher price. In the end, Qin Yun was inevitably deserted by his friends and relatives. Qin Wen-tong said, Qin Yun is probably going to have a tough time this time. He's offended 2 notorious bullies in the city, the brothers Chun Dong and Chun Nan. And I heard that the forces behind these 2 brothers are very powerful. Even if Qin Yun had 3 heads, they wouldn't be enough to chop off. Good. Qin Sihai couldn't help but scream, and a smile appeared on his pale face. During this period, he had to sell his blood several times in order to pay back Sun Ju. Thinking of what Qin Yun had done to him, he became even more furious. Chapter 40, Attempt. The Qin family can finally be proud of themselves. Seeing Qin Yun in trouble, Qin Sihai was so happy. From the mule at the beginning, to the huge debt owed later, from the day he was asked to take the blame, Qin Yun brought huge trouble to the Qin family. Well done, Wen-tong. Sell all these fish and see what others say. Qin Sihai said with a smile, and Qin Wen-tong nodded. Don't worry, Dad. This matter is already set in stone. When the time comes, our Qin family will be able to live a good life. Luo Fengjiao, who was sitting next to him, had a sneer on her face. For such a long time, she has been taking care of all the big and small matters in the family. Don't even mention how tired I am. If Qin Yun gets into trouble, that damn girl Qin Ling will definitely come back, and then he'll have to make good use of her to do things. Under the light, the family wanted to drain Qin Yun and his sister dry. The next day, Qin Yun led everyone to the Qingshui River with bean flour. The 2 sides of the river are clearly divided. The Qin family and 8 or 9 other people were cooking bean flour on the other side. What surprised everyone was that among them was Wu Shui, a drunkard. But at this time, Wu Shui looked very diligent. He was drinking the wine in the pot while catching fish with great effort. Brother Yun, it seems that the Qin family is really capable. They can even call Wu Shui over and let him do things. Huang Kuan couldn't help but say that the chances of getting this lazy guy to work were no greater than the sun rising from the west. A dog will always eat shit. You'll see when you see it. Qin Yun smiled faintly, distributed the bean flour to everyone, and began to direct them to catch fish. Soon, the sun was up to noon. It was the beginning of the hottest days of summer, and the weather was very hot. There were already beads of sweat on everyone's forehead. I'm done. I'm too tired, Brother Qin, these are the fish I caught. Please count them for me. As expected, as the sun gradually became hotter, Wu Shui stood up from the water and lay down on the embankment next to him. That won't do. You've only just caught a few fish, and you're quitting? You haven't even earned back the money I invested in the bean flour. Qin Erzhan was unhappy when he heard this. The Qingshui River near their village is so small. If they fail to catch any fish, won't all the fish be caught by Qin Yun and his team? The sun is so scorching, who can stand it? Whoever wants to do it can do it, but I won't do it anymore. Wu Shui didn't care about that. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and didn't take Qin Erzhan seriously at all. The others looked at the sun in the sky and couldn't help frowning. It's really not pleasant to fish in this kind of weather. Come on, everyone, try this hawthorn water. I just made it. I also added sugar and other things to it. At this moment, a voice attracted all their attention. This glance made them unable to help but move their throats slightly. I saw that everyone on Qin Yun's side was holding a teacup in their hands, with some hawthorn soaked in it and old tea roots floating on top. Old tea roots are a type of tea unique to the village. They have large branches and leaves and can relieve summer heat and fever. This was also Qin Yun's first attempt to sell water in the county town. Everyone, come try it. This water is specially taken from an old well. It's very cool. Huang Kuan kept adding water for everyone and was very busy. Qin Yun, this won't be deducted from our wages, right? Someone in the crowd asked uneasily. Uncle, what are you talking about? How can you ask for money just for a few sips of water? This is considered our internal welfare. Qin Yun said with a smile. One bite and you'll feel refreshed. Qin Yun, you still have a way. After taking a sip of water, even my mind has become clearer. Several people gulped down the drink, and even their spirits were shocked. Drink up as much as you want. We have plenty of tea. Qin Yun smiled and filled up the glass again, then spoke. The people from the Qin family were all stunned by this scene. It's such a hot day. How comfortable it would be to drink a sip of cool water. Wu Shui even sat up directly. I couldn't help but smack my lips. If it were a sip of tea and a sip of wine, it would be so delicious. Hey, Qin Yun, can you give me a glass of this water? I want to try it too. Wu Shui came forward and spoke. Qin Yun glanced at Wu Shui and wanted to refuse, but changed his mind and poured Wu Shui a glass and said, Okay, Brother Wu, I can give you a glass of this water, just as a taste. But you're not working for us after all. You can only drink one glass of water. If you want more, you'll have to buy more. 50 cents a cup, no credit. After hearing Qin Yun's words, the faces of several people in the Qin family looked a little unhappy. But Wu Shui still nodded happily and took out a water cup he had with him. Qin Yun was not stingy and poured a full cup directly. Wu Shui took it back happily, took a sip, and a look of satisfaction immediately appeared on his face. The other members of the Qin family also came forward and took a few sips. This water is really delicious. Even Qin Erzhan couldn't help but take a big sip. Drink, drink, drink. What's so good about a glass of broken water? At this moment, Qin Sihai walked over with a sullen face. Qin Erzhan also reacted. What would happen if Qin Yun took these people away with his small favors? He immediately said, Exactly. I don't think this water is that good to drink. Our prices are much higher than theirs. What good food won't we be able to buy then? Let's start catching fish now. After Qin Ershan's repeated urging, the few of them reluctantly put it down and started moving again. On Qin Yun's side, the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Yun was different. Huang Kuan and Depang were even more impressed by Qin Yun. With such a comparison, anyone with a discerning eye knows who to choose. Soon it was afternoon. Without these people, Qin Yun caught more than 140 fish, as well as 7 or 8 turtles and some eels. On Qin Ershan's side, only 50 or 60 were caught, and the number of soft-shelled turtles and eels was much less than here. However, Qin Erzhan was already very proud of this result. 50 or 60 of them, if all of them were sold, it would make a lot of money. Let's go home. Qin Erzhan brought everyone back to the Qin family. Let's count the money. I caught a lot today. Yuanho spoke excitedly. Several people behind him also came over. At that time, Qin Erzhan instructed them to pay 50 cents each. As for the soft-shelled turtle, it is 1.2 yuan, and the eel is 40 cents. They are much higher than Qin Yun and the others. Well, we still need to consider this matter carefully. However, Qin Erzhan said, As for the money, I will definitely give it to everyone. But we have to wait until this thing is sold, right? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed immediately. Chapter 41 No more. Qin Erzhan, what you did was not authentic, was it? He Dao said, Qin caught the fish that day and paid for it that day. Why is he getting a discount from you? The rest of the people also looked indignant. Qin Erzon laughed and said, don't worry, I'll get the money back to you tomorrow. Think about it. There's gold everywhere in the county town, and Tong has already established contact with their boss. Isn't it easy to make money? Qin Erzon patted his chest and said, even if something happens, our Qin family will compensate you. Everyone looked doubtful, but they could only leave in disappointment. The next day, Qin Yun and his companions used mules to pull carts and headed towards the county town. This time, they also put a lot of self-defense weapons on their cart. Even when facing those gangsters, at least you can protect your own safety. 2 hours later, they arrived in the county town. Brother Yun, is that the thief who caused trouble a few days ago? Before reaching the alley, the sharp-eyed son Dazhuang pointed at a figure in front and spoke. Qin Yun's eyes darkened. It was indeed him. He then made a gesture to the others, and they immediately took out their weapons from the cart. Superior. Qin Yun shouted coldly, and several people instantly moved towards the figure in front. Stop! Are you trying to block us? Sun Dezhuang shouted coldly, pulled out the wooden stick beside him, and hit the thief directly on the back. Bang! The thief was knocked to the ground. He turned around in panic, and after seeing that it was Qin Yun and his companions, his face suddenly showed fear, as if he had seen a ghost. Without saying a word, he ran straight to the back. Don't run. Stop right there. Huang Kuan and his companions didn't think too much about it. After leaving Depang to watch the mule, they chased after it. Bang! Huang Kuan, panting, finally caught up with the thief and kicked him to the ground. Qin Yun, who was in a plaster cast, caught up from behind. I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. The thief was trapped against the wall and was so frightened that his hands and feet went limp. I beg you, don't kill me. I really didn't do it. I don't have the courage. Huang Kuan, Qin Yun, and others were stunned. What's going on? The thief changed his nature? Tell me what's going on. Qin Yun squatted down and asked slowly. Brother, I really didn't mean to hit you. Chen Dong has already gone to the police station on his own, and Brother Chun then won't dare to hit you again. The thief's face was full of fear, and he almost kowtowed to them. Chen Dong went in by himself. Qin Yun frowned. When he fought with him, Qin Yun was well aware of this man's madness. How could he get in by himself? Just when he was about to ask something else, the thief rolled his eyes, saw an opening, and ran out, leaving only one sentence. Brother, let me go this time. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Brother Yin, what's going on? Huang Kuan was a little confused and asked. Qin Yin shook his head and said, it must be Gao Rue who helped us. I will go to his house to thank him later. Let's go deliver the fish first. Huang Kuan nodded. It was great that no one in the county would make trouble for them anymore. Soon, several people came into the alley with the fish. Boss, today's fish has arrived. Qin Yin walked to the entrance of the alley and saw that the boss had not come out. He thought something had happened, so he walked in and greeted him. Qin Yin is here. Soon, the boss came out. But this time, he didn't take the fish Qin Yin handed over. Instead, he said, sorry, I don't need any fish. Qin Yin frowned and was about to ask why when Qin Wentong came out with a provocative smile on his face. Qin Yin immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that Qin Wentong came to the city to work in a small restaurant here. It seems that it was Qin Wentong's idea to imitate them in catching fish. That's fine, but boss, let me remind you that you said at the time that from now on you would buy all your fish from me. Although it was a verbal agreement, I can't say anything now, but once you're unfaithful, you won't be faithful again 100 times. Qin Yun's voice was calm. So you have to think carefully today. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. Hearing this, the boss showed an awkward smile on his face. He actually said this, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Qin Yun, I'm sorry. I've decided to buy fish from somewhere else from now on. Buying fish from Qin Wentong costs only $1 per fish, but from Qin Yun's place, it's $2 per fish. The price difference is huge. These days, if you have the chance to make money, you'd be a fool not to do so. Qin Yun didn't say much and walked straight outside. Turning his head to look into the alley, Qin Erzhan was selling fish. Seeing Qin Yun leave, Huang Kuan and others followed, pulling their mules. Brother Yin, what should we do? Qin Erzhan is clearly here to steal our business. The restaurant owner doesn't want our fish anymore. Big Fatty walked up to Qin Yun and said, although we have orders from the factory cafeteria, it's really hard to accept seeing them making money. Qin Yun smiled. Why? Only you can make money, and others can't make money too? That's not the case. but everyone in our village knows that they just copy our work exactly. Even the method is exactly the same. Huang Kuan also said from aside, "Don't worry, they'll only make a profit for a day or two at most, but they'll lose it all in the end." Qin Yun said calmly, with great confidence in his words. The few of them drove while talking and soon arrived at the factory cafeteria. After counting the money, several people walked out with the money in their pockets. "Brother Yun, what should we do with the remaining fish? How about we go sell them in the alley?" The factory only needed 100 minnows, and there were more than 40 left. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and said, "Don't go for the next 2 days. Leave these fish to me." "Huh? You're not going?" Then wouldn't this market have been taken over by Qin Erzhan and his gang? There was some hesitation on Sun Dazhuang's face. "It's okay, trust me, just let them sell it first." Qin Yun smiled and patted Sun Dazhuang on the shoulder. He said, "We can't waste so many fish. Let's go to Coach Huang first." Several people nodded. The villagers are martial, and although they are no longer a threat in the county town, it is inevitable that they will encounter some difficult situations in the future. Of course, it would be better if you could learn a few tricks. Soon, several people arrived at the martial arts hall. Huang Wentian was fiddling with some equipment in the yard. When he saw Qin Yun coming, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 42, Pen. "Coach Huang, this is the fish we caught. Let's not rush to practice today. Let's grill it and try it first," Qin Yun said with a smile. He now has his own plans, and the remaining fish cannot be put on the market at the moment. The main point is to whet your appetite. "Qin Yun, I'm so sorry. I still owe you money." "You." Huang Wentian spoke. Qin Yun waved his hand. "It's okay, it's just a few fish, it won't cost much. Call the other coaches, let's have a grilled fish feast today." Huang Wentian himself came from a military background and had a generous personality. He didn't say much, but just kept this matter in mind. He returned to the house and called out to everyone, and the others also came out. There is no shortage of barbecue tools, and every household has charcoal. Soon, the grilled fish was placed on the grill and began to sizzle with oil. Qin Yun was not stingy and took out money for Huang Kuan to go out and buy a few bottles of beer. Beer is not a rare commodity nowadays. The county produces a kind of beer that is slightly bitter at first but has a sweet aftertaste. It is much better than what Qin Yun drank in his previous life. Soon, the beer was brought back. The grilled fish was also ready, sizzling with oil. Just adding some simple salt made it taste delicious. "Qin Yun, what kind of fish is this? It tastes really good." Huang Wentian took a bite and couldn't help but praise it. "Yes, Qin Yun, this fish is very fresh and tender, and has few bones. If we can sell it, we will make a fortune." Others also said so. Qin Yun smiled and said nothing more. "If you like it, eat more. There is plenty of fish today. I have already made up my mind. This thing is really possible. However, there are too many things going on right now, and Qin Yun has no time to put this matter on the schedule." After 3 rounds of drinks, they quickly became familiar with each other. Huang Wentian and everyone kept talking about military affairs. Although there were many rules, they could forge a true and strong relationship. Everyone couldn't help but feel envious after hearing this. Soon, the night grew darker and the few of them had drunk enough, so they simply went to sleep together in the house. It was not until noon that the few people woke up. Qin Yun was the last one to wake up. Huang Kuan and the others had already gone out to pack up their things. He was not paying attention and pressed on the wound, causing him to groan in pain. Only then did I remember that although the doctor said I could go home and recuperate, I needed to change the dressings regularly. Otherwise, it may cause wound infection, which can have serious consequences. Thinking of this, Qin Yun walked out the door, said something to everyone, and then walked towards the hospital alone. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor asked his name again, then suddenly looked up at him with a hint of understanding in his eyes. "So it turns out that the person Miss Gao is looking for is you." The doctor smiled and said, "You don't know how anxious Miss Gao was after you left that day. She wanted to search the entire hospital. I advise you to go and apologize to Miss Gao right away, otherwise your girlfriend might run away." These words made Qin Yun blush, and he could only defend himself by saying, "She is not my girlfriend." TSK. If she's not your girlfriend, why would she be so anxious? As the doctor changed Qin Yun's dressing, he said, "Miss Gao is so kind. Many people would love to have that opportunity, but may not even have it." Amid the doctor's chatter, Qin Yun finally persevered until the dressing change was completed. Then he stood up and walked outside. Thinking about his sudden departure, Qin Yun felt that something was indeed wrong. He went out to the department store to buy some gifts and visit Gao Yinshu. after walking around. Qin Yun looked around and sighed in his heart. After all, there were not many things in this era. Many of them look good from today's perspective, but they seem very old-fashioned to Qin Yun. Qin Yun pondered for a moment, looked at one of the beautiful pens, and said, "How much is that pen?" However, even though Qin Yun had called out 2 or 3 times, the salesperson continued to chat with his colleagues leisurely, looking at Qin Yun with disdain in his eyes. Qin Yun was furious, but he could do nothing about it. The sales clerks back then were not like those later on, because there was only so much merchandise and you could only buy from them. The main character is free-spirited and arrogant. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the salesperson slowly walked over, took a look at the items on it, and spoke. Hero brand fountain pen, 10 yuan each. Which model of Hero is this? Qin Yun continued to ask. Gao Yunshu's handwriting is beautiful and dignified, suitable for pens with smaller ink output. How should I know? If you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't want to buy it, forget it. The salesperson rolled his eyes and said coldly. You? Qin Yun finally couldn't help it and was about to lose his temper when a man next to him came over. Brother, let's go. Why bother with them? Before Qin Yun could react, the person who came had already pulled Qin Yun out. Qin Yun was about to say something when the man mysteriously took out a box from his inner pocket. Brother, you just wanted a pen, right? The man said, look, I have pens here too, all kinds of models. 336, 332, 330. Qin Yun became interested immediately after hearing this. He asked, can you try to write it? Of course. The man immediately took out a piece of paper formed by unfolding a hard cigarette box. Qin Yun didn't say much. He took out the pen and tried it, then nodded. The water flows smoothly and is stable to use. It is impossible to be a fake. No one can imitate it. How much? Qin Yun asked. Brother, I won't lie to you. I bought this thing for $4 each and sold it for $6. This is also some hard-earned money. Qin Yun was immediately shocked after hearing this. Something that costs $10 in the department store only costs $6 here, and the price is only $4. This is simply a highly profitable industry. Okowo. Qin Yun didn't waste any words. He quickly took out a 6 yuan bill and said, but brother, do you have anything else here like cigarettes or something? Yes, of course. The man chuckled and said, whatever you want, I can get it for you, as long as you are willing to pay. Of course, you'd better not ask me for anything like gunfire. I still want to live a few more days. When Qin Yun heard this, he realized that there really was a way. After thinking for a moment, he said, I do want something. I have some connections at home, and I want to give some wine to the old cadre, and the quantity must be large. It depends on whether you have the ability to eat it. Anyone who can afford a fountain pen these days must have money in their pockets. The man rolled his eyes and immediately said, Boss, what are you talking about? I can get you anything you want, but the price has to be a bit higher. Chapter 43. Are you going to college? Qin Yun nodded calmly. Okay, ask the price first, and then we can talk about it later. The man nodded. My name is Wei Hai. How will I find my brothers when the time comes? Qin Yun shook his head. You should be in this area, right? I'll come find you here tomorrow. After making an agreement with Wei Hai, Qin Yun came to Gao Rui's home. It was noon at this time. Qin Yun not only bought a pen, but also some other gifts, and then knocked on the door. Qin Yun. When Yi Ilu saw Qin Yun coming, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and then he moved aside to let Qin Yun walk in. Qin Yun walked in with an apologetic smile on his face. Gao Rui and Gao Yunshu were sitting on the sofa. Gao Yunshu's face was full of grievance, and Gao Rui kept comforting her. After seeing Qin Yun, Gao Rui breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and said, Qin Yun, it's a good thing you're here. Otherwise, this girl must have a knot in her heart. Qin Yun put the gift aside and just sat down when Gao Yunshu's voice rang out. Qin Yun, isn't it okay for me to take care of you? Qin Yun quickly shook his head and said, Miss Gao is very thoughtful and has taken good care of me. She is also very knowledgeable and talented. Qin Yun apologized to Gao Yunshu and said, I left last time for a reason that had to be overcome. As he spoke, Qin Yun took out a pen and handed it to Gao Yunshu with both hands. I hope Miss Gao will accept my apology. Gao Yunshu then turned cheerful again and said, Next time, remember to tell me beforehand, even if you want to leave. Of course, of course. Qin Yun said with a smile. Since you're here, why not stay and have a meal together? Gao Rui walked in and spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, then went into the room to help Yi Lu. Daughter, what do you think of Qin Yun? Looking at Qin Yun's nimble back, Gao Rui asked. Although he wanted to bring Qin Yun and Gao Yunshu together, he would never force them. Most of the time, he followed Gao Yunshu's opinion. Gao Yunshu's face showed a hint of shyness. Dad, what are you talking about? Qin Yun and I are just ordinary friends. Gao Rui laughed heartily and didn't expose the rumors. Instead, he said, you should take the college entrance exam in the second half of this year. Then ask Qin Yun if he can go to college together. That way, you'll have more opportunities to spend time together in the future. Gao Yunshu blushed and said nothing, just nodded. Soon, Qin Yun came up with the dishes on the table. Yi Ilio followed closely behind and said, most of today's meals were prepared by Qin Yun. Come and try his cooking skills. Gao Rui picked it up and took a bite, and a hint of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Don't tell me. Qin Yun's craftsmanship is on par with my wife's. Yilu smiled and said something jokingly. After 3 rounds of drinks, Gao Rui turned to Qin Yun and said, how's it going? Has no one bothered you lately? Qin Yun nodded. I have to thank Uncle Gao for this. Otherwise, with Chun Dong's personality, he definitely wouldn't let this go. Gao Rui was stunned for a moment before he said, Qin Yun, Chun Dong actually came to surrender himself. We only arrested some of his men, and Chun Dong was very cooperative. I thought you handled it. Qin Yun was also stunned when he heard Gao Rui's words. If not Gao Rui, who would help him? After dinner, they chatted for a while. Soon it was afternoon. Gao Rui sat on the sofa and said to Gao Yunshu, let's take Qin Yun for a walk around the county town. Although Qin Yun comes to the city every day, he's here for business. He definitely doesn't have time for fun. Gao Yunshu nodded and went out with Qin Yun. To be honest, this was Qin Yun's first time going out with a girl. Several people came to Beihai Park. Qin Yun looked at the surrounding scenery with emotion. In many years, this place will develop into one of the best parks in the province. Because it is close to the university, it has become a dating destination for many college students. You can make a lot of money by doing some business there. Gao Yunshu mustered up his courage and said, Qin Yun, do you want to go to college? Qin Yun was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, of course I have. Knowledge changes destiny. Then, are you going to take the college entrance examination in the second half of this year? Gao Yunshu asked again. This is the national policy. One is the normal college entrance examination process, and the other is for the children of factory workers. Although I studied engineering after entering university, it was not theoretical practice. But Qin Yun knew that engineering, which is not well known now, will become a major mainstream in the future. No, I don't plan to take the college entrance examination. Qin Yun finally shook his head and spoke. Why? Didn't you say that knowledge changes destiny? Don't you want to change your destiny? Gao Yunshu was a little confused. I have changed my destiny. Qin Yun suddenly said something that Gao Yunshu couldn't understand. I have a younger sister, and there are so many things I want to change. Rather than changing my own destiny, I want to change the destiny of others, such as my friends and my younger sister. Hearing this, Gao Yunshu was stunned. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her had a different smell. Then, will you come to the county town in the future? Of course I will. Qin Yun smiled and said, after all, there are still far fewer educational resources in the village. That's good. Gao Yunshu smiled and finally felt relieved. They walked for a while until night fell, and then they reluctantly returned home. Qin Yun also returned to the martial arts hall to meet up with them. After buying some bean flour, he returned to the village. The next day, everyone was asked to catch fish again, and this time Qin Yun did it even more radically. Seeing that the fish supplied to the factory canteen were almost ready, we let everyone lie down in the shade of the trees to rest at noon. As for the drinks made yesterday, they are not available in unlimited quantities. This made the Qin family very angry. Seeing that it was almost afternoon, Qin Yun asked everyone to finish their work and even gave them some extra money. Then he picked up a few pounds of meat and a few fish and headed towards the next village. Now that he no longer has to sell fish, he can take this opportunity to visit his uncle. Among all my relatives, only my uncle is kind to me. Before my mother died, our family was often so poor that we could barely make ends meet. Because she had nothing to eat, she couldn't even squeeze out milk to feed Qin Yun. Every time, it was only my uncle who spared the time to give the little money he had to the Qin family. However, Qin Sihai seemed to have found his weakness and acted more and more absurdly, even stopping to farm the fields. Later, when his mother passed away, his uncle came to the morning hall and made a big fuss. If someone hadn't stopped him, Qin Sihai would have been beaten to a pulp. Chapter 44, Difficulties. Just after his mother passed away, his uncle visited Qin Yun several times. Knowing that he had a hard time, he repeatedly persuaded Qin Yun to come to their home. But Qin Yun was stubborn at the time. Instigated by his father, he not only did not agree to his uncle's request, but also scolded his uncle. I heard that after my uncle returned home, he was so angry that he didn't eat for the whole day. An hour later, Qin Yun arrived at Shangha village. It's similar to Qingshui village. There are few people who have enough food to eat, and many people who don't. Soon, Qin Yun arrived at the door of a dilapidated small courtyard. It could be seen that my uncle's family lives a hard life. Qin Yun walked into the courtyard and was about to say something when he heard his aunt's voice coming from inside. I'm telling you, we're barely making ends meet. What good will it do if you ask for the money back? We help a lot back then. How could Qin Sihai deny it? Woman, shut your mouth. The uncle's calm voice sounded, and he said, I gave that to my nephew. It's none of Qin Sihai's business. Just looking at him makes me furious. My good sister married into their family, but in the end she even lost her life. I'm going to kill him if I go. You treat him as your nephew, but he doesn't recognize you as his uncle. Have you forgotten what happened in the past? There's a lot of criticism in my aunt's words. Bullshit. That damn Qin Sihai tricked him. My uncle said in a cold voice. Also, don't say such things to me. He's my sister's son, my nephew. Even if he came to borrow money, I would lend it to him without hesitation. My aunt was so angry that she was about to say something else when Qin Yun walked into the room and called her uncle. My aunt was speechless for a moment. An apologetic smile quickly appeared on his face. In fact, she didn't have any bad intentions. She was just feeling unwilling. Otherwise, he would not have asked Qin Sihai for it, but asked Qin Yun for it. Seeing that Qin Yun had heard what he had just said, and that the other party walked in carrying pork that could only be eaten during the Chinese New Year in the countryside, his face was full of embarrassment. Qin Yun smiled and put the meat, fish, and eggs from home on the table. Qin Yun, you said you were coming, so why did you buy so many things? Where did you get the money? Uncle Wang Qinyu spoke, his tanned face full of worry. He knew this nephew very well. It was difficult for him to even get enough food when he stayed in the Qin family. So how could he have money to buy meat? Tell your uncle if you got this money by being a pickpocket in the city. Take it back from me now. Qin Yun was suddenly at a loss for words and said, Uncle, what are you thinking about? To be honest, I've already split up the family business, and this money was earned from selling fish myself. Upon hearing the news, Wang Qingyu was stunned at first, then relieved. Split up? Good job. Uncle, I want to apologize to you too. I was wrong before. Qin Sihai is not worthy of being a father. Qin Yun told Qin Sihai about how he was asked to take the blame for Qin Wentong, and Wang Qingyu gritted her teeth when she heard it. You son of a bitch, you can actually say such things. Then he turned to his aunt and said, My nephew has divided the family property. Given the character of the Qin family, they definitely didn't give him anything. Take out all the money in the family and help Qin Yun with his emergency. My aunt's face suddenly looked a little ugly, but she still quickly took out some money from under the bed and put it in Wang Qingyu's hand. Wang Qingyu handed the money to Qin Yun. Here, Qin Yun, take it. This is all my uncle has at home right now. If you need anything in the future, just ask. I will definitely help you if I can. A warm current surged through Qin Yun's heart. If Qin Sihai could have a bit of love from his uncle, Qin Yun will be able to stay in the Qin family. Qin Yun stood up, took out a few big unity notes from his pocket, and said, Uncle, I came here today to pay back the money. You've helped me so much, and you gave a lot to the Qin family before. How could I possibly ask for your money again? Wang Qingyu was about to refuse when Qin Yun said, Uncle, I've finally made some money. The Qin family has nothing to do with me anymore. You are my only relative. You can't let me not fulfill my filial duty, right? Qin Yun was speaking from the heart. He now had a stable source of income, and seeing his uncle in such financial difficulty, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyu could only put the money away. He glared at his aunt and said, What are you still standing there for? Go cook a few dishes. Are you going to let Qin Yun go hungry? My aunt quickly responded and went out to pick and wash vegetables. Your aunt also knows that she has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Don't take it to heart. After his aunt left, Wang Qingyu spoke. How could that be? Qin Yun answered with a smile. He knew his aunt, so he only grumbled a few words. She was still kind to him in her heart. Otherwise, there would have been a huge quarrel when my uncle asked me to take the money just now. Just when the dish was cooked, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Then, a pretty woman walked in. She was wearing the most fashionable sandals, a floral dress, and lipstick. It was Wang Qingyu's daughter, Qin Yun's sister, Wang Ju. Did you go looking for that brat again? As soon as he saw the woman walk in, Wang Qingyu's face immediately became furious, and he shouted at her coldly. No. A trace of panic appeared on Wang Ju's face. Wasn't he still in the fields in the past? Why'd he come back so soon today? You fart. Wang Qingyu stood up and waved his hand, intending to attack Wang Ju. Qin Yin hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Dad, he's not what you think. He treats me very well. Why can't I be with him? Wang Ju couldn't help but retort, then said hello to Qin Yun and walked straight into the inner room. Qin Yun persuaded his uncle for a while, which slightly eased his uncle's anger. Soon, the food was ready and served on the table. When they were almost done eating, Qin Yun finally asked, Uncle, what happened to my little sister? Wang Qingyu sighed and then began to explain. Recently, many young men in the village have gone to the city. I heard they joined the Tiger Chamber of Commerce. They said they would do big business, but in fact they were just stealing. Qin Yin understood. No wonder his uncle suspected that his money was stolen. This was the reason. Your little sister is old enough now, and I agree with her dating, but that person has to be from this damn Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Wang Qingyu continued. It's just that this girl seems to have been seduced away, and no matter how much I try to persuade her, she won't come back. Qin Yin also felt a headache after hearing this. I always feel like I've encountered this before somewhere. If you think about it carefully, isn't this the same situation as Zhou Yuan's? It really proves that fortune changes over time. Tomorrow I'll go look for an honest young man and marry her off quickly, so I don't have to worry about it. Wang Qingyu said in a cold voice. He had already worn out his last bit of patience with Wang Ju. Chapter 45, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Uncle, this matter still needs to be considered carefully. Qin Yin shook his head and said, let's not talk about what will happen after the wedding. With my little sister's personality, it's not impossible for her to run away from the wedding on the day. Wang Qingyu sighed. What else can we do? We can't just watch this girl fall into the fire pit. Qin Yin thought for a while and said, how about this, uncle? I will do business in the city later, and I will let my younger sister go over and help me when the time comes. I'll also help take a good look and see if that boy can be trusted. Real. A look of surprise appeared on Wang Qingyu's face. He still had some faith in Qin Yin. If he could make Nizi change her mind, that would be a great thing. Qin Yin laughed, called Wang Ju out again, and asked for her opinion. This girl played very well with him when she was a child, and often followed him like a little tail. And he also listened to Qin Yin. Okay, I will definitely go when the time comes. Wang Ju agreed immediately without thinking for long. How could Qin Yin not understand her little tricks? Isn't it just because she thinks it's closer to the city, so it will be more convenient for her to see her crush? However, Qin Yin did not expose this little thought. There is still a lot of time, and I am confident that I can guide her on the right path. After dinner, he talked with his uncle for a while until dusk fell. Qin Yin took great pains to politely decline his uncle's request to stay overnight and return home. In the next few days, Qin Yin calmly watched the Qin family beaming in front of him. Qin Sihai straightened his back a little, and old lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao became even more domineering. Qin Wenan was even more excited. He was very motivated these 2 days and even served the dishes with great enthusiasm. 3 days later, Qin Yun asked everyone to catch more fish after a long absence, and then went into the city with Huang Kuan and others. Let's go, it's still early today. Let's go to the next restaurant. After delivering the fish, Qin Yun called out, and everyone immediately followed. Eating out is no longer a rare thing for them now. I ate every 2 or 3 days and gained 2 pounds of fat. Okay, are we going to the state-owned hotel or somewhere else today? Huang Kuan asked. Let's go try the restaurant in the alley and see how the fish Qin Wentong sent us is. Qin Yun said calmly, calculating the date. Today should be about the time. Huh? Going to their house. Isn't that asking for trouble? Sun Dazhuang became angry when he thought about the restaurant being packed with people. This restaurant owner is so dishonest. It's okay. We have to try it too. What's the difference between the fish Qin Wentong sent and ours? Qin Yun still insisted. Although they didn't understand what Qin Yun was up to, everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the door of the restaurant in the alley. However, the expected overcrowding did not occur. There were only 3 or 5 tables with people sitting, and the remaining half was empty. Hello, what would you like to eat? Soon, Qin Wentong came over with paper and pen in his hand. The moment he saw Qin Yun, his expression changed immediately. He immediately said coldly, the ungrateful bastard is here to eat too? Qin Wentong, keep your mouth shut. We're here to eat. If you yell again, I'll tell the boss. Sun Dazhuang retorted coldly. not giving Qin Wentong any face at all. Qin Wentong snorted coldly, but didn't say anything else. After all, this place doesn't seem like a state-owned enterprise. Although he is the one providing fish now, if the boss wants to fire him, he really has no way to do anything. What do you want to eat? Qin Yin picked up the menu and took a look at it. He ordered 2 dishes at random and then said, I heard the fish here is good. Let me try one. Qin Wentong wrote it down on a piece of paper and then returned to the kitchen. Soon, the meal for Qin Yun and his companions was ready. The other dishes were average, not even close to what you'd get at a state-owned restaurant, and the people eating there frowned. Qin Yun was not surprised, because the chefs in the state-owned hotel actually had chef certificates. This small restaurant is naturally no match for the others, as it relies solely on those few fishes to survive. However, after everyone took a bite of the fish with their chopsticks, they all frowned. The fish tastes soft and has a slight fishy smell. It's completely different from what they made. Qin Yun, what's going on? Huang Kuan couldn't help but ask. Qin Yun smiled faintly and lowered his voice and said, Do you remember our Dachira? So that's how it is. No wonder you're not in a hurry, Brother Yun. Only then did everyone react. Dachira stramonium has an anesthetic effect. So even if their fish are delivered the next day, they will still be lively and energetic once the anesthetic effect wears off. The key to eating this peach blossom fish is freshness. Once it dies, or has been out of water for too long, the texture of the fish meat will be much worse. The taste will also be greatly reduced. Brother Yun, you're still the best. I'll call the boss over right now. I want to see what he has to say. Sun Dazhuang immediately prepared to ask his boss to cause trouble. Qin Yin glanced outside the door and said calmly, Killing someone with a borrowed knife is the real trick. Several people were stunned and followed Qin Yun's gaze. Only then did they discover several middle-aged men in unusual clothes walking in from outside. He was wearing leather shoes with white socks inside and holding a bottle of mitai in his hand. The price of mitai has not skyrocketed these days, but it is still not affordable for ordinary people. It is mostly used for banquets. Hey, Lao Su, you brought me to this small restaurant instead of the state-owned restaurant. I'm going to lose my temper. One of the men wearing gold-rimmed glasses started to jokingly say so. Oh, old Wang, you don't know this. The other man respectfully welcomed the man with gold-rimmed glasses and said, The state-owned restaurant is nice, but there's a delicacy here that you won't find anywhere else in the country, let alone the state-owned restaurant. Paired with this mitai, the taste is absolutely delicious. His name is Su Yi, and he is the production director of the textile factory. The person who invited them to the banquet is called Wang Long, a boss from another place. If they can get this order, this year's production target can be completed ahead of schedule. The prize money will be even greater than in previous years. He knew very well that Wang Long had traveled all over the country and had already tasted almost all kinds of delicacies. Only by bringing out local unique things could he be impressed. The peach blossom fish in front of him was the delicacy he had found. He had eaten it a few days ago, and the taste was unforgettable. It was fresh and tender, especially the fish soup, which was like white jade. Okay, then I want to try it today to see what this delicacy you're talking about tastes like. Wang Long was also tempted by his greed and spoke. Just wait and see. Su Yi laughed, called the boss out, and ordered 5 fish dishes, making a full fish feast. Chapter 46, Why Are You So Stupid? Sweet and sour fish, steamed fish, braised fish, fish soup. Su Yi knew that the other dishes here were not well cooked, so he just ordered these dishes. Boss, do your best. If you finish it today, I'll pay you double the price. Su Yi spoke to the boss, then sat next to Wang Long and started drinking and chatting. The boss's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. He knew Su Yi's ability. If he could handle this deal well, he could earn more than just a little bit. Just before entering the kitchen, he saw Qin Yun sitting next to him, but he didn't think too much about it. He nodded to Qin Yun as a greeting and then walked in. Soon, several fish dishes were served on the table. I have to say that the boss has put in a lot of effort. The fish he selected are big and rich in ingredients, and they look delicious and fragrant. Qin Yun and the other's eyes met, and something interesting was about to happen. Come, Lao Wang, try it. If the fish doesn't taste good, I'll apologize in person without you having to tell me, and I won't mention the order again. Su Yi picked up a piece of food with chopsticks for Wang Long and spoke with a smile. Wang Long didn't hesitate and sent the fish home under Su Yi's eager gaze. However, the next second, Wang Long frowned. Then, as if he had eaten something disgusting, he vomited out the fish. Hey, Lao Su, even if you don't have anything delicious, it's fine. But you insist on saying this thing is delicious. Aren't you lying to me? Wang Long said to Su Yi dissatisfiedly. Ah. Su Yi felt strange and thought Wang Long was still joking. So he picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. But immediately, his face darkened. The taste is completely different from what he has tasted before. It was soft and had a fishy smell. Although it wasn't inedible, it was not even as good as an ordinary carp. Wang Long had tasted many delicious foods in his daily life. But for Su Yi, they were already inedible. And to Wang Long, they were simply garbage. Lao Su, I think we should talk about this order later. I'm a little tired today, so I'm going back to the hotel to rest first. Wang Long stood up, turned around, and walked outside. Su Yi was about to catch up, but Wang Long waved his hand. Su Yi stopped where he was awkwardly. A moment later, he suddenly stood up and walked to the dining table, picked up the plate, and threw it hard on the ground. The loud noise made the kitchen boss come over immediately. When he saw Su Yi getting angry, he was stunned. He asked timidly, "You, what's wrong?" Su Yi stared at him coldly. "You still have a nerve to ask? Let's try the fish you served us. Our textile factory's orders for the second half of the year have been canceled because of this meal you prepared." The boss was stunned, then walked forward, and after taking a bite, his expression changed. There's definitely something wrong with this fish. He had tasted it once or twice when Qinyan brought it to him before, but the fish was in short supply, so he couldn't bear to eat it later. But I didn't expect that the fish now tastes completely different. The boss was about to say something when Su Yi's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Boss, you've caused us such a big mess today. If you can keep this restaurant open, I'll take your surname." The boss's heart skipped a beat, and he almost fell to his knees. "Please let me go this time. I will do it well next time. I will not let you down." However, Su Yi ignored him and walked out the door. Qinyan winked at Huang Kuan beside him, who immediately understood and walked out the door first. Qinyan stood up, ready to watch the show. At this time, Qin Wentong also came out. Seeing the peach blossom fish scattered all over the ground, he instinctively felt something was wrong. "Qin Wentong, show me what you've done. From today on, get out of here." The boss stood up tremblingly, stared at Qin Wentong, and cursed angrily. Qin Wentong was stunned, and then he looked at Qinyan. "It's him, boss. He must have done something wrong. There's nothing wrong with the fish I sent. How could it be different?" Qin Wentong pointed at Qinyan and spoke. The boss's face darkened. He stepped forward and asked Qinyan, "Brother, I didn't buy any more fish from you, but there's no need for you to use such despicable means to frame me." Qinyan glanced at him calmly. "Which eye of yours saw that I was the one who did this?" After hearing Qinyan's words, the boss fell silent. Yes, the one who delivered the fish these days was Qin Wentong. What does it have to do with Qinyan? You can't just rely on others just because they come here for a meal, right? Then explain to me why the fish you caught are so lively and energetic, but our fish tastes so bad. Qin Wentong walked over again and asked Qinyan, "Why should I explain this to you?" Qinyan sneered, not giving Qin Wentong any face at all, and deliberately said, "Aren't you a college student? Logically, you shouldn't know more than me. Commercial confidential, no disclosure." Qin Wentong was immediately choked by Qinyan and was speechless. The boss next to him swallowed. A flood of regret flashed through my mind. No wonder Qinyan wanted a fish for $2. Their fish is so good. De Zhuang was laughing so hard that he could hardly close his mouth, although neither of them moved much when their fish were delivered to them. But Qinyan's was due to anesthesia, while Qin Wentong's was due to being on the verge of death. "Brother, can I buy fish from you again in the future?" The boss came to Qinyan and tried to speak. Qinyan waved his hand. "Boss, I gave you a chance before, so don't say such things now." After saying this, Qinyan took out the money for lunch from his pocket, put it on the table, and stood up to leave. "Wait until a few people leave." The boss looked at the mess on the floor, and his chest was shaking with anger. "Boss, you haven't paid me back for the fish I sold." Qin Wentong knew that something was wrong, but he still walked forward and spoke. Before, he also wanted to do the same as Qinyan, handing over the money with one hand and giving the fish with the other. But the boss evaded the question. The bean flour used to catch fish these days is all supported by the money earned from selling fish outside. My shop is all ruined because of the fish you sent me, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money? The boss said to Qin Wentong fiercely, "And your wages, not a penny." Qin Wentong immediately became anxious. "Boss, I worked so hard to deliver this fish. How could you owe me money? You know, I got someone to help me catch this fish. How can I tell them that I don't have money? If this money is gone, won't he Wendao and the others destroy the Qin family?" What do you say? It's none of my business. The boss, however, didn't bite at all. I have to ask you. We were born by the same parents. Why are you so stupid? Chapter 47, I don't think it's that good. You're a college student? You're really an old sow climbing a tree. You've really opened my eyes. The boss's words were truly heartbreaking. Qin Wenong just stood there in a daze. I tried my best and originally thought of finding a way to get rich, but ended up like this. What the hell are you still standing there for? Get out of here right now. The boss was already packing up. I was completely blind to hire you. Qin Wenong wanted to say something else, but the boss's face darkened and he picked up the wooden stick next to him and was about to attack Qin Wenong. Qin Wenong was so scared that he ran outside immediately. At this time, Qin Yun and the other two caught up with Huang Kun. This was also what Qin Yun meant before. He didn't want to give up the relationship with Su Yi. Qin Wentong's peach blossom fish was not fresh, but his fish was very fresh. What are you trying to say? If you try to stop me again, I'll send security over right now. Su Yi looked unhappy. Having just lost such a big order, he was anxious to return to the factory for a meeting to try to get Wang Long to change his mind. But this guy suddenly appeared and said he had a solution. But after asking for a long time, he still couldn't give a clear answer. Isn't this deliberately wasting his time? Just when he was about to lose his temper, a voice suddenly came from behind. Director Su, please wait a moment. I do have a solution that will definitely make Wang Long change his mind. Su, he turned his head and saw Qin Yun walking towards him breathlessly. I'm giving you one last chance. If you can't explain it, I'm leaving now. Su Yi's patience was almost worn out, and he spoke coldly. Qin Yun put on a confident look and said, Wang Long has been to many places and has had enough of even the most delicious delicacies from the land and sea. So you want to surprise him with the local peach blossom fish. After all, delicacies are easy to come by, but wild game is hard to find. This one sentence made Su Yi stop at his tracks, and he couldn't help but look at Qin Yun with admiration. He nodded and said, You guessed right. Actually, you're right to choose peach blossom fish. The last time we ate it, it was indeed peach blossom fish. Qin Yun continued. However, this time, the peach blossom fish is already dying. Director Su, you know that fish tastes better the fresher it is. That's why we failed this time. After hearing Qin Yun's words, Su Yi couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. He just kept thinking about the last time he tried it. It tasted good, but I didn't expect that the restaurant owner had changed the ingredients. What's the point of saying this now? Wang Long is already angry, and our order is going to fail. Su Yi said sullenly. Qin Yun smiled and said, Director Su, the peach blossom fish tasted different the two times because the last time you ate it, I gave it to you, and this time, someone else gave it to you. As for why my fish remains fresh even after being shipped to the city, that's a trade secret. Hearing this, Su Yi's eyes lit up. Qin Yun knew what he was about to say, so he spoke first. Please make another appointment with Wang Long. I'll cook another fish feast then. Although our village is small, we have a lot of delicious food. We can add eels, soft-shell turtles, and other things when the time comes. I'm sure Wang Long will enjoy his meal. Su Yi fell into silence. He was a little unsure whether to trust Qin Yun in front of him. Director Su, to be honest, our entire county doesn't have any local specialties. Only this peach blossom fish is pretty good. Since Wang Long is no longer sure whether to sign the order, why not give it a try? After hearing Qin Yun's words, Wang Long finally nodded and said, Okay, tomorrow at noon, you can choose the place. If you do a good job, you will definitely get some benefits. But if you do it wrong, you know the consequences. After saying that, Su Yi turned around and left. Qin Yun didn't take Su Yi's threats seriously at all. At this moment, he already had a careful plan in his mind. First, he went to the martial arts hall and told Huang Wentian about this matter. After eating grilled fish last time, the relationship between the few people has become extremely harmonious. Moreover, Qin Yun also lent Huang Wentian money for his mother's medical treatment. Huang Wentian had long regarded Qin Yun as a benefactor. He immediately made a promise, asking them to bring people tomorrow and that the martial arts school would definitely be completely transformed. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Then he and everyone else drove the mules back to Qingshui village. All the fishermen were called out, not only for fish, but also for soft-shelled turtles, eels, and other fish. After a busy night, Qin Yun took Huang Kun to the city early the next morning, while Depeng and Sun Dazhuang stayed behind to watch the fishing. They soon arrived at the martial arts hall. As soon as he entered, Qin Yun was completely stunned. The originally dilapidated courtyard was repaired overnight. In the middle of the courtyard, there is a large table with some green plants around it. The houses behind have also changed their appearance and have a very ancient feel. The breeze makes me feel relaxed and happy. Qinyan, what do you think of this place? Huang Wentian walked out with huge dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that in order to meet Qinyan's requirements, several people worked all night. Qinyan nodded. Thank you, Brother Huang. Everything is fine here. Then he took out 2 big Unity notes from his pocket and said, Brother Huang, take this. The brothers have worked hard. I will reward them well later. Huang Wentian quickly refused, and the others also walked out of the room and asked Qinyan to take the money back. Seeing the situation, Qinyan did not insist any longer. Anyway, there will be no shortage of opportunities in the future. Okay, go find Director Su first and come back in an hour. Huang Kuan nodded and walked out the door. Qinyan started to get busy, and with the help of Huang Wentian and others, the dishes were prepared very quickly. Soon, as Su Yi's voice sounded, everyone perked up. Lao Wang, I was inconsiderate last time we had dinner. This time, it took me a lot of effort to find this place. I'm sure you'll be satisfied this time. Wang Long, however, showed no interest and just nodded perfunctorily. Soon, several people took their seats. Several plates had been placed on the table, covered with bowls to keep them warm. Qinyan squatted in the corner of the yard, with a charcoal fire and a bucket next to him, and peach blossom fish in the bucket. Wang Long had just sat down on the chair when he suddenly said, Old Su, the place you chose this time doesn't look very good. Look, there's a piece missing from this bowl. Hearing this, Su Yi's brows immediately frowned. Looking at the table, I saw that there was indeed a bowl with a chip on it, which looked quite unsightly. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 48. Some are happy, some are sad. Looking at the bowl with a missing piece, Su Yi became extremely nervous and didn't know what to say. It is true that once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. At the critical moment, Qinyan came over and said with a smile, Boss Wang, this was indeed an oversight on our part, but I guarantee that the dishes inside are absolutely first-rate and delicious. It's hot. Please have a cup of our special tea to cool down. We'll have dinner later. As he spoke, Qinyan placed a cup of tea on the table. It was the tea that Qinyan had given to the people who were fishing before. However, what is different from last time is that this time it is not pure white sugar, but some brown sugar is mixed in, and a glass cup is also used. This way of looking at it naturally gives tea a special ancient flavor. Isn't this just a cup of tea? It must be said that after what happened last time, Wang Long's taste has become even more picky. He frowned and said, I usually only drink Longjing and Tiguanyin tea. As for other teas, besides, where can you find tea with hawthorn in it? Sui next to him also noticed something was wrong, but he could only smile apologetically. Qinyan smiled and shook his head. Then you should try it even more. This is not ordinary tea. After hearing Qinyan's words, Wang Long raised his teacup doubtfully and took a sip. After taking a sip, Wang Long's face suddenly brightened. Not bad, not bad. This tea is ice cold and delicious. It's called tea, but it has a sweet taste and the unique sweet and sour taste of hawthorn. It's slightly bitter at first, but has a sweet aftertaste. Wang Long couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised. Qinyan was not idle either, and poured tea for others as well. He was still stunned. What kind of tea could make Wang Long applaud? But after taking a sip, he was also stunned. This tastes so good. Qinyan, what kind of tea is this? Why have I never tasted it before? He couldn't help but ask. He has lived in this county town for so many years. How come he never knew that there was no such tea? Qinyan smiled and said, this should be considered fruit tea. As for the name, I haven't decided yet. But I promise that everyone will be able to drink this tea every day from now on. Qinyan talked to everyone for a while, and seeing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming harmonious, he turned and walked towards a grill. Soon, an extremely rich fragrance drifted throughout the courtyard. Seeing Wang Long swallowing his saliva frequently, Yi also showed a smile on his face. It seems that this matter is settled. Come, Lao Wang, try these dishes first. Just as Yi was about to open the lid, Qinyan also placed the grilled fish on the table. Director Su, wait a minute. This dish needs to be unveiled later so that it can taste its best. Qinyan deliberately kept the question a secret. Try this grilled fish first. This time's grilled fish is more delicious than the one I grilled for Huang Wentian and the others last time, and it has more seasonings. As soon as it was served on the table, Wang Long couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. He also nervously picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. In an instant, my mouth was filled with fragrance. It was not until this time that Su-yi felt relieved. Turning around, he saw Wang Long already feasting on the food. Wang Long was smiling as he ate bite after bite of the grilled fish. I saw Su-yi reminding me several times to be careful with fish bones. But I was a little worried. I don't know if the peach blossom fish Qin Yun prepared is enough. Qin Yun chuckled and waited until he had almost finished the grilled fish before he removed the bowl from the plate. In an instant, a fragrant smell appeared on the dining table. Braised fish, sweet and sour fish, steamed fish, and a pot of fish soup. There were also a lot of Codonopsis and wolfberry in it. There were also fried eels, soft-shelled turtles, and other nourishing foods. After a while, Wang Long's face turned red. With the help of Mutai alcohol, Wang Long and Su-yi soon became close friends. Let's go to the next one. Lao Wang, you can also take a look at the KTV in our county town. Seeing that they were almost done eating, Su-yi spoke. No, I still want to eat. Wang Long pointed at the dishes on the table, still unwilling to leave. Okay, I'll let him do it for you tomorrow. Su-yi spoke, then waved to the side, and immediately 2 people helped Wang Long to stand up. Su-yi walked up to Qin Yun and said, Brother, you did a great job today. Thank you. I have something else to do today. I'll come see you another day. He took out 200 yuan and handed it to Qin Yun. Brother, you have been misunderstood. This is just the money for this meal. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. Qin Yun nodded. Okay, Brother Su, you go first. We'll talk after the order is signed. After seeing Su-yi leave, Qin Yun and the others packed up their things and asked Huang Kuan to find Depeng and Sun Daj Wang who had come to the city. And I went to Gao Rui's house. After knocking on the door, a beautiful figure opened it. It was Gao Yinshu. Qin Yun got nervous and blurted out the words he had prepared. Uncle Gao, I want to invite Yinshu out for dinner with me. Gao Yinshu burst out laughing. I'm not your Uncle Gao. Qin Yun scratched his head and said with a smile, How about we go out for dinner together? I always eat at your house and let you taste my cooking. Gao Yinshu nodded, with a subtle emotion in her heart. This was the first time Qin Yun asked her out for dinner. Soon, when Qin Yun brought Gao Yinshu to the dinner table, everyone was stunned. I have never seen such a beautiful girl in the entire county. Hello, sister-in-law. Huang Kuan was the first to shout. Gao Yinshu's face flushed instantly, and she stood behind Qin Yun awkwardly. Huang Kuan, if you keep yelling at me, I'll kick you out. However, Qin Yun's threat at this moment sounded powerless. The turtle soup was no longer available, so Qin Yun fried a few dishes and served them on the table. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Qin Yun is overjoyed, but the Qin family is not the same. What did you say? That boss won't pay us anymore. When Qin Erzhan and Qin Sihai heard the news, their eyes widened immediately. What should I do? Qin Wentong lowered his head and said, I see that there is no hope of getting that money, but I haven't paid back other people's money yet. This, Qin Erzhan sighed. The only way now is to catch more fish and sell them quickly to make up for this loss. Qin Sihai nodded. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow and we'll catch more. But we have to catch them in the morning and sell them in the afternoon. Otherwise, the fish won't be fresh and we won't be able to sell them. Qin went on, then explained why his boss didn't give him the money. Chapter 49. The price doubles. Hearing Qin Wentong's words, everyone sighed. No one expected that Qin Yun had another trick up his sleeve. Tomorrow afternoon is the last chance. If I don't make any money by then. There was also a hint of solemnity in Qin Ershan's voice. The people he was looking for all had one thing in common. That means being bold and greedy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped from Qin Yun. But once they knew that the Qin family had no money to give them, who knows what they would do? What the hell are you afraid of? I just can't believe the Qin family's luck can continue to be this bad. Qin Sihai stood up suddenly and spoke. That's right. I also don't believe that Qin Yun can keep making money. Qin Wentong also looked dissatisfied. Okay, that's settled then. We need to catch more fish tomorrow. Finally, several people made the decision. At this time, Qin Yun had just finished his meal with everyone. Because Gao Yinshu was present, Qin Yun did not drink. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Yun sent Gao Yinshu home and sat with Gao Rui for a while before returning to Qingshui village. Brother Yun, you handled this matter so beautifully today. You didn't see the look in Su Yi's eyes at the end. He almost made us become sworn brothers right then and there. TSK, the other things are minor. The main thing is that I felt relieved. Qin Wentong was scolded to death by the boss in the end. Ha, that boss deserves it. If he hadn't bought Qin Wentong's fish for a small profit, how could Su Yi have smashed his stall? After returning home, Huang Kuan and his companions sat together, their faces filled with pride, as if they had won a battle. Qin Yan also smiled and said, "Only by taking steady steps can we win every battle. The Qin family is still alive. If the fish can't be sold by then." Everyone looked at Qin Yun and finally reacted. It turns out that Qin Yun had previously prevented them from entering the market to sell fish for this reason. But Qin Yun, this guy wants to sell fish, and we don't have any good solutions. This thing, if they catch more fish, they will naturally sell more. We don't have any good solutions. But Huang Kuan quickly discovered the problem and asked. Qin Yun smiled faintly. "Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? What's the meaning?" No one reacted. "What does this have to do with the story?" Qin Yun didn't explain to the others, but simply said, "Let them catch more fish tomorrow. I'll be useful." Everyone nodded and then returned home. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, everyone came to Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, "Everyone, we have to catch more fish today, especially if we want to compete with the Qin family for fish. Don't let even one or two go. Anyone who catches twice as many fish as yesterday will receive a $3 reward. Whoever catches the most fish will get an extra $5. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces showed excitement. $5 is enough for a delicious pork meal. You can even tear off 2 pieces of cloth to make new clothes. After talking for a while, Qin Yun led everyone to the Qingshui River. At this time, the Qin family also came to the riverbank with 7 or 8 people. The Qin family mobilized all their forces. Even Luo Fengjiao and Old Lady Qin came out in person. I'm like, "We've been fishing every day these past few days, but why haven't we made any money yet? If this continues, who among us will have the energy to continue?" The person who spoke was He Wen-ho, but there was something wrong with the look in his eyes when he looked at the people from the Qin family. Although he was on good terms with the Qin family, especially Qin Si-hai, he was always short of money. Who would keep working if they have no money? "That's right, brother Qin. You sell fish every day. Why don't you give us some of the money? That will give us more motivation." Another person spoke. The 2 brothers Qin Erzhan and Qin Si-hai had awkward smiles on their faces. It's not that they don't want to give, but they use all their daily earnings to buy bean flour, leaving them with no money left. Just as he was about to say something, the figure next to him caught their attention. "I have to watch carefully today. I caught 3 yesterday. If I catch 6 today, I can get 3 pieces. Add the $1.80 for the fish itself. That's $4.80, enough for the kids' schooling." The other man sighed. "Alas, I caught enough yesterday, but I'm not a greedy person. Qin Yun is a good guy. Even if I don't have the $3, I will work hard for him." These words immediately stunned the people from the Qin family. He Wen-ho couldn't help but move his feet, walked over to the man who had just spoken, and whispered, "Brother, did Qin Yun really give you so much money? Did he deliberately let you say that?" The man glanced at He Wen-ho and said, "How is that possible?" Qin Yun's words are final. He also said that whoever catches the most fish today will get an extra $5. "Go away, don't stop me from fishing." As he said that, the man pushed He Wen-ho away with an impatient look on his face and walked to the other side on his own. He Wen-ho rolled his eyes and returned to the Qin family without saying a word. When Tong told me yesterday that he received a big order and needed 2 or 3 times as much fish as before, it must be said that Qin Erzhan was quite capable in stabilizing people's hearts. He continued, "As long as we can catch enough fish, we will all make a fortune." I just went on to do some calculations. If everyone works hard to catch fish today, we can earn at least $5. Qin Erzhan looked around at everyone and said, "Everyone has to believe Wen Tong. He is the first college student in our village." After Qin Ershan's words, many people nodded. No matter what, Qin Wenong knows more than these villagers, right? But just as everyone was getting ready to work, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "A bunch of idiots, yet they're still working for him." He Wendao slowly stood up and pointed at Qin Yun and said coldly, "Over there, anyone who catches twice as many fish as yesterday will be rewarded with 3 yuan. The person who catches the most fish gets an extra $5. I don't care. I haven't seen any money back yet. If I don't give you more today, who the hell will fight with you?" When the others heard this, they were shocked. People are afraid of comparison. Qin Yun is making a lot of money, but they haven't made a penny. That's right, Qin Erzhan. We're all members of the Qin family. How can you be so cruel? You made so much money, but you didn't even give us a penny back. That's right. If you don't give us more money today, I'll see who will catch fish for you. Chapter 50. Smashed his fish basket. The Chin family members looked very unhappy. Chin Sihai's expression froze even more. He didn't expect that it was Yi Wen-ho, who was on good terms with him, who stood up to oppose him. Chin Erzhan was stunned for a long moment before squeezing out a few words. Our price is much higher than Chin Yun and his friends, and... Bullshit. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Yi Wen-ho interrupted Chin Erzhan and said coldly, if it's doubled, it will be a reward of 3 yuan. Even a fool can tell who gave more money. As soon as Yi Wen-ho said this, others immediately began to express their dissatisfaction. Yi Wen-ho, what do you want? Chin Si-hai couldn't help it. He stood in front of Yi Wen-ho and glared at him. It's simple. We have to follow the same rules as Chin Yun. We can double the fish we catch and get $3. Also, the person who catches the most fish must get another $5. Yi Wen-ho's words were so powerful. A flash of regret passed through Chin Si-hai's mind. What Yi Wen-ho did to Chin Yun that day eventually fell upon them. Is this the law of fate? Okay, I promise. Chin Erzhan pondered for a while and finally spoke reluctantly. It's getting late now. Chin Yun and his team have already caught a lot of fish. If they delay any further, they may not even have a last chance to turn things around. Seeing Chin Erzhan surrender, Yi Wen-ho and the others smiled with satisfaction and then went to the riverbank with the bean flour. The morning passed quickly, and Chin Yun asked Huang Kuan and the others to start counting. This time, they collected more than 160 peach blossom fish alone, and the number of soft-shell turtles, eels, and other things increased several times more than before. Chin Yun didn't waste any words. He put the money on the table and distributed it to everyone as agreed. The people from the Chin family were extremely jealous. After a quick lunch, Chin Yun and everyone else arrived in the county town. Wait here for a while. I'll go in and buy something. Chin Yun spoke as he was walking through a department store. Not long after, he came out holding a trumpet-like object. Chin Yun, what is this? Huang Kuan and others looked at this thing with some confusion on their faces. A loudspeaker. Chin Yun said, this thing will cost 15 yuan. Everyone was amazed when they heard this. Such a small thing is worth several meals of pork. However, Chin Yun didn't feel much pain in his heart. This kind of thing is actually very common in big cities, but it has just become popular in county towns and not many people use it. This thing is very useful. After delivering the fish to the factory canteen, Chin Yun and his team took the remaining fish to the alley. At this time, Chin Erzhan and Chin Si-hai were squatting on the roadside selling their wares. Chin Wen-tong was also standing nearby, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, fresh peach blossom fish, a specialty of Qingshui village, is inexpensive, only 1 yuan per piece. Chin Yun looked at them coldly. Huang Kuan and his companion saw this and were about to start selling fish when they were stopped by Chin Yun. Don't be anxious. Come and watch the show first. Everyone looked forward. The 3 members of the Chin family were shouting their wares loudly, but passers-by didn't seem to be very interested. Some people even had a hint of anger in their eyes. He hawked for half an hour, but only sold 2 or 3 fish. Chin Yun, what's going on? Sun Dazhuang couldn't help but ask. Chin Yun chuckled and said, do you still remember the story of the boy who cried wolf that I told you? Before, we sold all the peach blossom fish here. Although the price was a bit higher, it was fresher. After they showed up, they sold fish at a lower price, but when they bought it back and cooked it, they found the taste was far from the same. We are small vendors, unlike state-owned canteens. Even if the food we make tastes a little worse, people will still eat it. But here, if customers buy something and it doesn't taste good, they won't buy it again. When I chose this place for business, I roughly calculated that there were about 1,500 people passing through it every day. There are only 500 people interested in minnows. Chin Yun then explained, calculate carefully. How many days have they been selling here? The Chin family has been selling fish here for quite some time, and they have basically tried all the fish they want to eat. After hearing Chin Yun's words, everyone's faces were stunned. Is this still the Chin Yun who struggled with them in the village? From the very beginning, when they started fishing with him, Chin Yun brought them so many surprises. Until now, a feeling has arisen in my heart. No one's success is accidental. Let's go. It's our turn to go on stage. Chin Yun smiled faintly, holding the fish basket and sitting in the open space not far from the 3 Chin family members. Chin Yun, are you doing this on purpose? How can we do business if you sit next to us? Chin Wen-tong immediately walked up to the few people and spoke in a cold voice. Hey, your name is written here. Huang Kuan didn't indulge Chin Wen-tong and said directly, we're doing business here. How does it bother you? As he spoke, Qin Yun handed the loudspeaker directly to Sun Dazhuang next to him. Then Sun Dazhuang's voice came from the loudspeaker. The Steel Plant Cafeteria specializes in serving peach blossom fish. It's delicious, with plenty of meat and few bones. Needless to say, this was also taught by Qin Yun. There was no decibel control these days, and the sound for the loudspeaker was very loud, quickly attracting everyone's attention. It's the fishmonger from before. His fish are so fresh. Someone in the crowd spoke up, and immediately many people came over. The fish that Qin Yun sold here before were absolutely fresh and delicious. Reputation is the brand. Many people know that peach blossom fish also came from Qin Yun. Come on, give me one. Brother, does this fish really taste good? His price is twice as much as the one next to him. Seeing that many people gathered around, someone nearby couldn't help but ask. Just buy with confidence. I bought it several times before, and the taste is always good. The one we had before was only $1, but it tasted terrible. It was obvious that this person was Qin Yun's previous customer. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around Qin Yun, the three members of the Qin family could no longer sit still. Qin Wentong couldn't help it and stood up and shouted, "All our fish were caught this morning, and they are absolutely guaranteed to be fresh." However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the loud blast of the loudspeaker. After Qin Yun delivered the fish, there were still more than 60 fish left. After a while, there were only more than 20 left. Qin Yun was not in a hurry either. With more than 20 fish, he was not in a hurry even if he was giving them away. I went to smash his fish basket. Qin Sihai stood up with a bang. This time he was really angry. Chapter 51. Father's Dignity Shattered. Seeing Qin Sihai's actions, Qin Yun and the others were not anxious, but calmly stepped aside. Qin Wentong held Qin Sihai tightly and said in a deep voice, "Dad, Qin Yun is really lucky in the city. If we make a move, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble." Qin Erzhan on the side also persuaded. Only then did Qin Sihai finally stop. A few more hours passed. Soon, most of the people in the alley had left. There were still 5 or 6 fish left in Qin Yun's fish basket. Qin Yun was not in a hurry. He stood up slowly and walked outside with Huang Kuan and others. And in front of the 3 Qin family members, there are more than 90. They caught more than 100 fish this time, but so far, they have only sold a dozen of them. The money earned is far from enough to pay everyone's wages. Dad, what should we do? It's almost dusk now. If we miss this time, the fish might. Qin Wentong couldn't help but whispered. Now he has no choice at all. Veins bulged on Qin Sihai's forehead, but he couldn't utter a word. In his simple mind, he really couldn't understand why Qin Yun could sell so many fresh fish while he could only sell a dozen. Qin Erzhan sighed repeatedly, asking He Wen-ho to encourage everyone to leave the Qin family. But it was him. If they don't get the money back, won't they tear him apart alive? Thinking of this, he looked up at Qin Sihai. His eyes seemed to show some kind of determination. He walked straight ahead and said, "Qin Yun, please don't leave. I beg you, please take this fish." Qin Ershan's action stunned everyone present. Huang Kuan crossed his arms, a smile on his face as he said, "Oh, the second young master of the Qin family. You also came to us for help." No. Qin Erzhan, you're so arrogant. You even teamed up with He Wen-ho to pry people from us. How did you end up in this situation now? Huang Kuan's words were extremely harsh, but Qin Erzhan remained silent. That's right. Sai, I just realized now that when it comes to doing business, you have to follow the right people. Even if the pay is high, you won't get it. Sun Dazhuang also spoke up. But the people in our village, if they don't get their wages, they will definitely smash all the windows of the host's house. You little bastards, I advise you to speak to your ancestors with kindness and be careful when you visit their graves. Qin Sihai couldn't help it and spoke to them with a gloomy look. Qin Yun, I know I was wrong about what happened before. Qin Erzhan said with difficulty. Uncle admits his mistake to you. I hope you can forgive my fault and save me this time. Uncle promises that I will follow you wholeheartedly from now on. Erzhan, get up. Qin Sihai stepped forward, supported Qin Erzhan, and walked towards the back. What he couldn't tolerate the most was Qin Yun gaining power in front of him. There was no way to tolerate it. Qin Erzhan was Qin Yun's uncle and a man of the same generation as him. How could he bow to him? Get out of here. Qin Erzhan pushed Qin Sihai away and said, if I don't apologize to him, what will I do with the money? If I can't make any money, am I going to sell my blood like you? Qin Ershan's words were like a loud slap in the face, directly exposing Qin Sihai's usually majestic face. Qin Sihai's face suddenly darkened. Wasn't this like a slap in the face in front of Qin Yun? At the beginning, I was still wondering how he would survive after leaving the Qin family, but now it seems that others are living much better than him. Just when he wanted to say something. Suddenly, Qin Yun's calm voice sounded. I can take these fish. A look of joy immediately appeared on Qin Urshan's face. After collecting these fish, he would have money to give to He Wen-ho and others. But Qin Yun's next words made Qin Erzhan murmur again. But I can only give you 50 cents for each one. 50 cents? Qin Yun, why don't you go and rob it? Qin went on, clenched his fists, and slowly stood in front of Qin Yun. Qin Yun, the peach blossom fish you provided to the factory cafeteria is only $2.50 apiece. Even when they sell it outside, it's only 2 yuan apiece. You're telling us you'll only give us 50 cents for each one? Do you have any conscience? Qin Yun sneered and said calmly, if you have that ability, I wouldn't mind selling them for $5 each. The question is, as a college student, do you have any skills? Hearing this, Qin Wentong was immediately furious. Erzhan, you can't sell it. Come home with me. I don't believe that if we don't sell this fish to him, we will die. Qin Sihai also spoke. However, Qin Erzhan simply raised his hand, walked straight to Qin Yun, and said with a smile, okay, 50 cents apiece. Uncle will count the fish for you right away. He knew that if he delayed any further, the peach blossom fish would only be sold at the farmer's market. The price there is even lower, only 30 cents. At this point, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. As for Qin Sihai and Qin Wentong, Qin Erzhan ignored them at all. This father and son are talking without any worries. Soon, Qin Erzhan calculated the number of fish, and Qin Yun did not waste time and directly handed them to Qin Erzhan according to the agreed price. Then Qin Yun took Yu, Huang Kuan, and the others and walked outside. Several people came to the martial arts hall and temporarily stored the fish there. Then Qin Yun came to the department store alone. As soon as I walked into the department store, I saw Wei Hai wandering around wearing that jacket. Brother, you are finally here. As soon as he saw Qin Yun, Wei Hai walked over and spoke with some complaints. Qin Yun smiled and took out a Dakium cigarette and handed it to Wei Hai. I did have something to do a few days ago, so I came a little late. Wei Hai didn't say anything else to Qin Yun. He knew that Qin Yun was still his big customer. I've heard about what you wanted to buy last time. There's no shortage of wine. Wuliangya, 1.5 yuan a bottle, Mao Dai, 3.2 yuan a bottle, and there are other liquors like. Qin Yun stopped Wei Hai and asked, how much of this wine can you get? Wei Hai did a rough calculation and said, I can get more than 50 bottles of Wuliangya, but Matai is relatively scarce, only about 20 bottles. Qin Yun frowned after hearing this. This was too little Matai. Nowadays, the price of Matai is still very low, far from the 2,000 yuan per bottle he heard later. However, with subsequent policies, the price of Matai skyrocketed, and the market changed drastically in just 1 month. After calculating the time, he still has room for maneuver. Is this the only amount you can get from Matai? Wei Hai was stunned. Most people would just buy 1 or 2 bottles of wine, but Qin Yun actually wanted more. Chapter 52, Finding a Channel. Brother, tell me the truth. How much do you want? Wei Hai asked. Qin Yun smiled and stretched out 5 fingers. 50 bottles? Wei Hai murmured, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I'll think of a way, and I can get it together. Qin Yun shook his head. 500 bottles. Wei Hai's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. 500 bottles. 1 bottle is $3.02. 500 bottles is more than $1,500. Nowadays, anyone who can come up with 1,500 yuan must be a well-known figure. Brother, if you have 50 bottles, I can still try my best to get them for you, but 500 bottles is really impossible. Wei Hai said, but I can introduce you to the boss of the black market. I'll just give you a commission. Okay, I'll come see you someday when I'm free. Qin Yun said this and was about to turn around and leave when Wei Hai behind him called out again. Wait, Brother Qin, if we meet that black market boss, we need to make some more preparations. Wei Hai said, we haven't seen the true appearance of the black market boss yet. We only know that there are many people around him, and they are all his subordinates. When those guys fight, they're like cannibals. They're really vicious. Hearing this, Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, he seemed to have heard of a person who also rose from the black market. In the end, the power he held was almost comparable to that of the richest man in the provincial capital. Okay, thanks, bro. I'll contact you when I'm ready. Qin Yun bowed to Wei Hai before turning and leaving. When I returned to the martial arts hall, I saw that Huang Kuan and others had already prepared the barbecue grill. What surprised Qin Yun was that Su Yi also came to the martial arts hall with a group of people. Hey, Qin Yun, you're finally here. As soon as he saw Qin Yun, Su Yi immediately walked over, shook Qin Yun's hand, his face full of gratitude. It was you who brought the peach blossom fish. Wang Lung was delighted. He went back and played with it for a while, then signed a contract that evening. Qin Yun smiled and said, "That shows that Director Su was well prepared. I just served as the icing on the cake." Su Yi was very impressed when he heard it. Qin Yun is capable and knows how to advance and retreat. He is worth cultivating. Qin Yun, if you need any help from me, just ask. Su Yi patted Qin Yun's shoulder and spoke. Qin Yun shook his head. Not yet, but if the textile factory cafeteria needs peach blossom fish, I can supply it. I guarantee it will be as fresh as the one we ate before. However, Qin Yun did not have the intention of winning at all costs. With the reform and opening up in recent years, imported product from abroad will soon enter the country. Even giants like food factories are facing bankruptcy, and textile factories are not immune. Only the steel mill, where Zhou Yuan and his team worked, could continue to operate. When Su Yi heard this, he immediately patted his chest and pulled Qin Yun over to him, saying, "Come on, I'll take you to the factory director right now. I'll make sure the entire factory can eat peach blossom fish. This isn't me helping you, it's you helping me." As they spoke, the two of them came to the seats. The person sitting in the first seat was the director of the textile factory. He had a big belly and was eating a piece of grilled fish. After seeing Qin Yun, the factory director stood up and said, "Is this the Qin Yun who solved our factory's urgent problem?" Qin Yun nodded and greeted the factory director with a smile. "Okay, young man, you've done a good job. Come work in our factory from now on. Start in the cafeteria. That'll give you a stable job." The factory director extended an olive branch to Qin Yun as soon as he opened his mouth. Qin Yun, however, looked embarrassed and said, "Thank you, director, but I have a younger sister at home. I'm afraid she won't have an easy time after I leave." Su Yi clearly heard the embarrassment in Qin Yun's words and interrupted. "Director, his family is still in the countryside, so it's really inconvenient. But being in the village has its advantages. Qin Yun can supply us with peach blossom fish. Then all the workers in our factory can eat peach blossom fish." However, faced with Su Yi's proposal, the factory director frowned. "Qin Yun, logically speaking, you've helped our factory so much, I should agree to it. But the textile factory hasn't been very profitable in recent years, so we can't invest too much in the canteen. After all, our fellow workers want to see real money." When Su Yi heard this, his face looked a little unhappy. With such a large order secured, the textile factory can almost guarantee profits in the second half of the year. How much is invested in the cafeteria? Isn't it just a matter of his saying it? Director, Su Yi was about to argue for Qin Yun again, but Qin Yun gently pulled his sleeve. Su Yi could only greet the factory director first, then walk to the other side with Qin Yun. The two of them went to the other side of the yard and sat next to the barbecue grill. Su Yi poured himself a glass of beer and raised it towards Qin Yun. "Brother Qin, I'm sorry. I thought it was a done deal, but I didn't expect the factory director to disagree. I failed to handle this matter properly. I apologize to you." Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. Business is definitely not always smooth sailing." Su Yi was relieved when he saw that Qin Yun was not angry. Then he said, "Brother Qin, is there anything else I can help with?" Qin Yun wanted to answer no, but something suddenly occurred to him. So he said, "Director Su, do you have any channels to get Matai liquor? You want to drink Matai?" Su Yi put down his wine glass upon hearing this and said excitedly, "If you want drink, I have 5 or 6 bottles at home. I can bring them to you tomorrow." Qin Yun shook his head. "I want a bit too much, at least 100 bottles. Hearing this, Su Yi was stunned. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Brother, you are speculating and profiteering. If we get caught, we'll be sent to jail." Qin Yun smiled and said, "It's okay. I know the severity of the situation." After a moment of silence, Su Yi said, "I have a cousin who works at the administration. There's a limit on this stuff, but I can get a few more bottles. There are about 50 or 60 bottles, and the price is low, only 2 yuan a bottle." Qin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. "Okay, I'll trouble Director Su then. If this goes through, I'll buy it at 3.5 yuan a bottle. That's not necessary. After all, you have helped me so much. Director Su, this Matai liquor will definitely appreciate in value in the future. Why don't you buy it with me? It will be considered as your investment." Qin Yun continued. Chapter 53 Coffin Book. Qin Yun's proposal was to give Su Yi a backup option in the future. When the wave of layoffs came, many workers could not even afford to eat. Su Yi smiled and nodded. All right, then these 10 bottles are mine. The two of them agreed that Su Yi would send someone to deliver the things tomorrow. Soon, the few of them had eaten and drunk their fill. The factory director that Su Yi brought with him used a public account and paid the money on the spot. Originally, Qin Yin was worried that it would take a long time to sell so many fish, but now he got them without any effort. This time, Su Yi directly gave Qin Yun 300 yuan. 300 yuan is not a low price at this time. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Qin Yun said hello to Huang Wentian and the others, then walked towards the village. As the sun was setting, Qin Yun and his companions had just led the mule back when they saw Sun Zhu walking towards them with a smile on his face. Qin Yun, go check it out. The Qin family is about to explode. There was a huge quarrel. A hint of confusion flashed across Qin Yun's eyes, and then several people followed Sun Zhu towards the Qin family. Before he got close, he heard a burst of crying coming from the Qin family's courtyard. Goddamn Qin Erzhan. Aren't you afraid of losing your conscience when you say such things? It's a pity that you and Sihai are still family. Qin Yun and his companions entered the courtyard and saw Luo Fengjiao sitting on the ground, making a scene towards Qin Erzhan. Qin Erzhan, however, crossed his arms, his eyes full of indifference. You can't say that. When we decided to catch the fish, you all nodded happily. Now that the business is losing money, you can't put all the blame on me, right? 40% to 60% is already fair. At this point, Qin Erzhan looked at Qin Wentong next to him and sneered. Don't blame me anymore. If Qin Wentong hadn't spread false information, I wouldn't have paid so much. I've already compensated them all my money. You guys can figure out how to get the rest. After saying that, Qin Erzhan directly pulled his second aunt back to his room. No matter how much Luo Fengjiao yelled and cursed, she never came out again. Qin Sihai stood up with a gloomy face, wanting to play the emotional card by relying on his previous friendship with Yi Wenho. Wenho, you can see that my family really can't afford any money, and Wentong still needs to go to school. I don't care. We don't have the money. It won't work. I tell you, Qin Sihai, if you can't come up with it, don't blame us for destroying the Qin family. Standing aside, Yi Wenho seemed to be standing on the moral high ground and almost pointed at Qin Sihai's nose and cursed him. As for the previous relationship, Yi Wenho had long forgotten about it. Qin Sihai's face froze. At that time, Qin Erzhan took the money from selling fish and ran away faster than anyone else. After coming back, such a strange thing happened. He immediately gave his money to everyone and said he would split the profits with Qin Sihai. He had paid off his own debt, but Qin Sihai was still in debt. Faced with the indignant crowd, Qin Sihai couldn't help but take a few steps back. He also wanted to pay it back, but he really couldn't. At this moment, old lady Qin slowly stood up with the help of a cane. When she saw Qin Yun in the crowd, she immediately spoke as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, waving her crutch. My family is broke. As the saying goes, a son pays his father's debts. If the father can't pay, he'll go find his son. If you want money, go find Qin Yun. If you cause trouble for my Qin family again, I, an old woman, will die in front of you. Old lady Qin was indeed very experienced and pointed the finger at Qin Yun in just a few words. Yi Wenho and the others looked at Qin Yun. Yes, a son pays his father's debts. Qin Yun has made so much money now, he must have the money to pay it back. Soon, several people came to Qin Yun. The leader, Yi Wenho, said, well, Qin Yun, even if you split up the family, you still have the blood of the Qin family flowing in your veins. You don't mind this money, do you? Qin Yun sneered. It's true that my last name is Qin, but I absolutely won't pay a cent. Go ask whoever owes you money. What a joke, asking to clean up Qin Sihai's mess. He would never do such a thing, even if he threw away the money. Qin Yun, are you really going to be such an ungrateful person? No matter how bad Sihai is, he's still your father. Even if we've split up, he's still your father. Luo Fengjiao got up from the ground, put her hands on her hips, and spoke. Just shut up. Qin Yun suddenly shouted at Luo Fengjiao, and this shout stunned everyone. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Qin Yun's cold voice came. I tell you, the only person in the world who can teach me a lesson is my mother. No one else can do this, even if the Jade Emperor comes. As for Qin Sihai, is he worthy of being my father? I could use this money to buy meat buns to feed my dog, but I wouldn't give you a single cent. Qin Yun's every word was like a loud slap in the face, slapping everyone in the Qin family hard. What misfortune for our family! What misfortune for our family! Old lady Qin kept pounding the ground with her cane and wailed. How could I have given birth to such a bastard who disgraces my Qin family so much? And you? Qin Yun looked at old lady Qin coldly. I remember you are my elder, so I won't say anything today. My mother worked hard at home, but you beat and scolded her. Then, before my mother passed away, and her body was still warm, you tacitly allowed Qin Sihai to hold another wedding. Just you guys, you think you can blackmail me morally? And you wanted to take money. Qin Yun slowly turned and left, leaving behind only 4 words, daydreaming. Seeing Qin Yun leave, the Qin family was completely stunned. Old lady Qin's lips trembled. She had never expected that Qin Yun would remember the hatred from that year for so long. Qin Sihai, you won't give me the money today, right? I'm telling you, without this money, you won't be able to live a peaceful life. Yuan Ho didn't care about that. Since Qin Yun didn't give him the money, he would blame Qin Sihai. Get lost. I'm telling you, I don't have any money, but I have my life. Qin Sihai stiffened his neck and said coldly, I can't pay this money back now. Are you messing with us? When Yuan Ho heard this, his face changed immediately. He waved his hand, and several people walked toward Qin Sihai. Yuan Dao slapped Qin Sihai in the face. Although Qin Sihai was tall and strong, he had been selling blood to pay off his debts for some time, and he was knocked to the ground within a few minutes. Qin Wentong wanted to go over and help, but after taking 2 steps forward, he retreated timidly. It looks exactly like a quail. Stop fighting. Take this old woman's coffin book. Seeing Qin Sihai's nose bleeding, old lady Qin finally couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 54, Brother-in-Law. As she spoke, old lady Qin took out a frayed handkerchief from her pocket. When I opened it, there were dozens of dollars inside. Mom, I can't give it to you. That's money for your coffin. In rural areas, coffin money is actually a general term, which also includes money for purchasing funeral clothes, pension money, etc. This is the money that every elderly person will prepare for himself. Generally speaking, this money will never be used unless one is completely penniless. But old Mrs. Qin had no choice but to take out the money. She couldn't just watch her son being beaten to death. We've settled the bill, and I didn't ask for a dime more. Yuan Ho came to old lady Qin, quickly calculated the matter, and took away the part that was his. He shouted to everyone and left the courtyard without looking back. The Qin family's courtyard suddenly seemed extremely empty. Squeak. Qin Erzhan came out with his second aunt, carrying bags. Mom, we're going to the city to work now. Please take care of yourself, and we will come back to see you. After saying this, he left the courtyard without paying any attention to old lady Qin, who was stunned. What a sin. Old Mrs. Qin couldn't understand why she just wanted a complete and big family. But this wish was always unfulfilled. She let a long sigh. After all these years, was it really me who was wrong? Meanwhile, Qin Yun was beaming with joy. He went into the kitchen and cooked a table full of dishes. Huang Kun, Depang, and the others were enjoying the meal to their heart's content. Brother Yun, what are your plans next? After 3 rounds of drinks, Huang Kun asked. Now that summer is approaching, we need to catch fish while these next few days and try to ensure the supply. Also, don't forget the hawthorn water. Qin Yun took a bite of food and spoke. Hawthorn water has been tasted by so many people, and everyone who has drunk it says it is good. It was a hot day right now, and Qin Yun was unwilling to miss this opportunity to make money. Several people nodded. Live by the mountain, live by the water. Qingshui village has abundant products. With these resources, it is a profitable business. By the way, Qin Yun, Yuan Ho just came to me and said he wants to go fishing with us. We can give him a lower price. Sun Dazhuang spoke. Qin Yun didn't even think about it and shook his head. Forget it. Just say that we have enough manpower and don't need so many people for the time being. After this incident, he also saw the true faces of Yuan Ho and others. If I leave him behind, it would be like leaving a time bomb by my side. He doesn't want to do such a loss-making business. Sun Dazhuang nodded, also expressing his agreement. After the meal, they chatted for a while before leaving. The next morning, everyone arrived at Qin Yun's courtyard early. Qin Ling was worried that they would be hungry in the morning, so she cooked a few eggs and put them in a cloth bag for them to take. Soon, after catching the fish, several people drove the mule forward, but the difference this time was that there was a basket of hawthorns on the mule. After delivering the fish, it was already afternoon. Qin Yun and his companions put the mule in the martial arts hall and then came to the river. Hey, Brother Yun, why isn't the guy selling cold water here today? Sun Dazhuang looked around but didn't see the cart, so he asked in confusion. Logically speaking, in such hot weather, the products will definitely sell well. Maybe he didn't come out today, because of something. Qin Yun didn't think much about it and spoke. He came here today just to choose a location so that it would be more convenient for him to come and sell hawthorn water later. Several people walked around and discussed with each other. At this moment, Qin Yun saw a familiar figure. She was wearing a swimsuit with large areas of her snow-white skin exposed and a pair of sunglasses slung over her eyes. Qin Yun's face immediately darkened. Isn't this figure Wang Ju? Qin Yun promised his uncle that he would take good care of his younger sister. At this moment, she was lying shamelessly on a wooden bed, with a man applying sunscreen to her. The man was shirtless, with a tattoo of a tiger descending a mountain on his arm. However, the tattoos at that time were far from being as realistic as they were later. They were just a rough outline drawn with ink. From Qin Yun's perspective, they were naturally extremely ugly, but now they seemed very fashionable. Xiao Ju, what do you think of my technique? Even if you play with me all day, I definitely won't get you tanned. The man had a lewd smile on his face, and his hands kept moving, which made Qin Yun feel nauseous. What made Qin Yun even angrier was that Wang Ju was not angry at all, but instead had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Xiao Ju, why don't you go home tonight? Just stay with me. I have someone in the KTV in the city, and I'll take you in to have some fun. The man continued. Qin Yun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Damn it. It was obvious at first glance that this guy was not a good person. Wang Ju shook his head and said, "No, my dad is still at home, and I have to go back today." Hearing this, a hint of impatience flashed across the man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. But Xiaojie, seeing that the man was still trying to get involved, Qin Yun walked straight up to him and shouted coldly, "Get out of here!" After saying that, he went over and grabbed Wang Ju and wanted to leave. "Damn, who are you? How dare you steal my woman? Don't you see? I'm from the Tiger Chamber of Commerce." The man's face immediately darkened, and he took out a dagger from his waist and was about to attack Qin Yun. "Elder brother." It was not until Wang Ju said this that the man softened. He said with a playful smile, "It turned out to be my uncle. I'm sorry, I just admitted the wrong thing. I hope you don't mind. If you encounter any danger in the county town in the future, you can come to me. Just see if my Tiger Chamber of Commerce is tough enough." Qin Yun didn't say a word to him. Instead, he said coldly to Wang Ju, "What did your father teach you? Just wandering around the county town every day. Come home with me now." Having said that, Qin Yun directly stopped Wang Ju and walked outside. "No, brother-in-law, it's so hard to see you once. It would be embarrassing to go back like this. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal at the state-owned restaurant." The man was very outgoing and tried to establish relations with Qin Yun right away. "Let's do another day. I'm going back today," Qin Yun said coldly and dragged Wang Ju out. A few hours later, they returned to Qingshui village, and Qin Yun pulled the mule and continued walking towards his uncle's house. Before he even entered the door, Qin Yun heard his uncle yelling, "It's broken! It's broken! The money is gone." Upon hearing this voice, Wang Ju behind him couldn't help but tremble. Qin Yun's eyes darkened, and he turned around and asked, "Did you steal the money from home?" Chapter 55. Stolen money? At this moment, Qin Yun's heart was filled with anger. He never thought that his once extremely well-behaved sister would become like this. Not only does he go into town every day and hang out with those shady people, but now he's even learned how to steal money. It's not that Qin Yun is prejudiced against people with tattoos. It's just that in this era, there are really few good people with tattoos. "Is this the money you stole?" Qin Yun asked with a look of disappointment. Seeing Qin Yun so angry, Wang Ju knew that he couldn't hide it and could only nod. "You mean, when you went into the city these days and were with him, you paid for everything?" Seeing Wang Ju nodded again, Qin Yun couldn't help but sigh. "Wang Ju has been PUA'd. I'll make up the difference, but you have to work with me in the city to pay me back. Do you have any objections?" If it were anyone else, Qin Yun wouldn't care at all, but after all, she was his sister. When Wang Ju heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He immediately said in disbelief, "Brother, are you telling the truth?" Qin Yun nodded. "I can help you this time, but if you don't work well with me next time, I will tell my uncle at any time." Wang Ju nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Brother, don't worry about this. I will definitely listen to you. No matter how hard or tiring the work is, I won't complain at all." Qin Yun then asked, "How much money did you take from your family?" Wang Ju whispered 52. Qin Yun glared at Wang Ju again. 52 yuan is not a small amount of money in the village, yet she dared to take it out and spend it with her so-called boyfriend. But since he had promised Wang Ju, Qin Yun didn't waste any more words. He counted out the same amount from his pocket and walked towards home. At this time, my uncle and aunt had almost searched the entire room. Dust was flying everywhere, and the two people had anxious expressions on their faces. These $52 are all their savings. Chinyan felt heartbroken when he saw this. It was not easy for my uncle. He worked hard to earn this money by guarding this small piece of land, but it was all robbed by Wang Ju. Xiaojue, you're back? Have you seen the money in here? When my aunt saw Wang Ju and Chinyan walk into the room together, she immediately asked Wang Ju anxiously, "This is the dowry money I saved for you." When Wang Ju heard this, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. My aunt continued to nag. "If this money is stolen by someone else, how will we buy your dowry when you get married? Wouldn't it make your in-laws look down on you?" Hearing this, Wang Ju's eyes were already covered with a thin layer of tears. Her parents had worked so hard to save this money, hoping that she could stand up straight in her husband's family, but she spent the money outside. What else is there to say? There are only 3 of us in this house. If it wasn't you and me who took it, then who else could it be? The uncle roared and rushed towards Wang Ju. "That damn girl must have taken it." Before, I was thinking that this bastard guy in the city is obviously not a good person. He steals all day long and has no money. At this point, the uncle's face turned red with anger. He really couldn't imagine that the daughter he raised with great effort would become like this. As he said this, he picked up the carrying pole beside him and was about to hit Wang Ju. Qin Yun hurriedly stopped him, helped his uncle to the side, and said, "Uncle, you really misunderstood Xiaojue. Xiaojue, no matter what, you can't spend your family's money on others, right?" As he spoke, Qin Yun took out some money from his pocket and handed it to his uncle, explaining, "Today, after selling fish in the city, I planned to go to the department store to buy some stationery for my sister, but I ran into Xiaojue. Xiaojue took the money and asked if anyone had any medicine to treat her back pain. I laughed at her at the time. Shouldn't you go to the hospital to buy medicine? Why did you come to the department store?" Qin Yin had known for a long time that his uncle had a back pain problem, so this reason was reasonable. Qin Yin continued, "Xiao Ju said she heard there's something called massager in the department store, and she wants to buy it for you. But when I saw it, I realized it wasn't a serious item at all, so I just stopped buying it." Hearing this, my uncle's expression finally relaxed. He still has more faith in Qin Yin. Then he forced a smile on his face and said to Wang Ju, "Xiao Ju, Dad was a little anxious just now because the money was missing, so he wrongly blamed you." Wang Ju interrupted his uncle and said, "Dad, I have a problem too. I shouldn't have taken the money without telling you. I was wrong." Seeing Wang Ju apologize, which was unusual for him, a smile appeared on his uncle's face and the atmosphere became harmonious again. Qin Yin stayed to have a meal with his uncle and talked for a while before turning around and returning to Qinshui village. When I returned to my own courtyard, it was already late. As soon as Qin Yin opened the door, he saw his younger sister holding a pencil, writing something. Seeing Qin Yin walk in, my younger sister immediately put away the paper and pen. Qin Yin smiled and said, "Little sister, what's wrong? What are you writing? Are you not going to let your brother see it?" "Nothing." The little sister chuckled, and Qin Yin snatched the notebook away from her while she wasn't paying attention. Qin Yin was stunned when he saw the words above. The texts on it are clearly junior high school textbooks, and some of them even have pinyin marked on them. Qin Yin reacted instantly. My sister is old enough that she should have gone to school a long time ago. However, in order to keep an account for herself, my sister kept it secret. I only dare to think about it secretly in my heart. My own sister is so sensible that it makes me feel distressed. Thinking of this, Qin Yin squatted down and touched his sister's forehead. "Little sister, it's my fault. I actually forgot that it's time for you to go to junior high school. Brother's wrong. I will go to the city tomorrow to ask and try to get you to go to school in the city." Qin Ling shook her head. "Brother, you'd better not go. What are you going to do if there's no one to pay you for fishing every day? I can borrow other people's textbooks now, so I can learn by copying the texts. You don't have to worry about it, brother." Qin Yin smiled. Anyone could do the job of settling accounts. But if he delayed his sister's schooling, Qin Yin would never forgive himself. Thinking of this, after finishing his work the next afternoon, Qin Yin did not bother with the Hawthorne water matter anymore, but came to the gate of Luoqing Middle School. This is considered the best school in the entire county. It has an affiliated primary school. Unlike the schools in the village, this school is full of red walls and white tiles, and you can hear the sound of reading from time to time. Chapter 56. Reunion with Old Friends. The gate at the entrance is painted sky blue, and there are green trees and blooming flowers inside, which looks beautiful. At this moment, an old man who was guarding the gate was sitting under the shade of a tree next to him, smoking a cigarette, with a cup of tea placed next to him. Chinyan walked over and handed the old man a cigarette. "Excuse me, what time does the school end?" Chinyan squatted next to the old man and asked. 5 o'clock sharp. Get out of class, we'll be over soon." The old man looked at Chinyan and replied, "But judging from your age, you don't look like someone who's here to pick up a child. What are you doing?" "Oh, it's the leader from the factory. He said he has something to do today and asked me to take the child back." Chinyan made up an excuse to get away with it and then started chatting with the old man. After chatting for about half an hour, Chinyan roughly understood the current admission requirements. If you don't take the exam, you can start studying if you rank around 300th. Or you can own a house near a school in the county town and enroll your child in the school by district. Chinyan was a little surprised after hearing this. Has the concept of school district housing started now? As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. As long as my sister can receive a good education, what does it matter if it costs a little more? Soon it was time to go home from school. Chinyan said to the old man, "Uncle, this is the leader's child after all. I have to be more careful. I'll go in and look for him." For the sake of cigarettes, the old man didn't make things difficult for Chinyan and waved his hand to let him in. After Chinyan entered, he asked a student at random and went straight to the principal's office. "Hello, parents. Why are you here?" The principal was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looking very gentle. When Chinyan told his intention, the principal shook his head. "That's impossible. We have our own rules and regulations. We can't let you do whatever you want." Chinyan refused to give up and proposed to donate money to the school to buy some books, but was unsurprisingly rejected. "Principal, I really have no other choice. To be honest with you, I come from a rural family. My mother died early, and my sister is just as unpopular as I am. And because she's a girl, she's even more criticized. I later went to the city and earned some money, to be honest, just to allow my sister to study well." As he spoke, Chinyan also explained the situation of his son Chin, went on to the principal in detail. Hearing this, the principal couldn't help but lower his head and sigh. He is a highly educated person, and he hates the practice of favoring boys over girls. Moreover, when Chinyan was speaking just now, he also added some of his own insights on education. I have to say that some of the views were eye-opening for the principal. "Okay then, Xiao Qin, let's do this. Have your little sister come over and take the test. The difficulty level is among the highest in the village. If you do well, you'll be admitted as an exception. If you don't do well, don't blame me." The principal finally relented. Chinyan was immediately overjoyed. With the principal's guarantee, the next step is to let my sister study hard. However, although my sister is very talented, she lives in the countryside after all, so the educational resources are not abundant. After all, it is more reassuring to find a tutor. Of course, Chinyan did not tell these words to the principal. Finally, the principal stood up and prepared to say goodbye to Chinyan. Chinyan said, "Principal, if you need any help, please let me know." The principal said sternly, "No, you don't have to thank me. If your little sister hadn't passed the exam, I wouldn't have had her." After saying that, he turned and left. Chinyan didn't chase after him anymore. He could already feel that the principal in front of him was definitely a very upright person, and if he continued to force himself on him, it would be bad. Chinyan staggered out of the school. The old security guard saw him and asked in confusion, "Hey, young man, aren't you here to pick up the leader's child?" Chinyan smiled and said, "It seems that the leader doesn't trust me, and the child was taken away by someone else." As he said that, he threw a box of daikumen at the old man. "Thanks, uncle." The security guard took the cigarette and immediately started laughing. As for what Chinyan did and what his purpose was in going in, he didn't care at all. It was already dusk when Chinyan left the school. He first went to Huang Wentian and asked him to help find houses in the city. "If my younger sister wants to take tutoring classes, she will definitely need to go to the city, and if she wants to do business later, she will also need a place to stay in the city. Brother Huang, I'll leave it to you. You have to pay more attention to the house. The most important thing is to have a well in the yard." "Okay, don't worry about it. Just leave it to me," Huang Wentian said, patting his chest. "Although the requirement of having a well in the yard is a bit strange, you will find it if you look around." After doing all this, Chinyan returned to Qingshui village. "Little sister, I've already found a school. You can move in tomorrow and go to the city with me to look around." As soon as he entered the courtyard, Chinyan spoke to his younger sister. When the younger sister heard this, she was also surprised, but she quickly shook her head. Brother, I'd better not go. Let's stay here. I spent so much money on school. If I don't go, it will be like throwing it all away. Qin Yun interrupted Qin Ling and said with a smile, Go, I'll go. A trace of nervousness immediately flashed across the little sister's face, and she spoke impatiently. The two talked for a while and then hurried to bed. The next day, Qin Yun took his younger sister and everyone else into the city. Brother, is this the big city? It's really different from our village. The little sister held Qin Yun's hand and looked around with every step, her little eyes full of surprise. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. Compared with the magic city in Kyoto far to the south, this place was just like a small village. It looked so rustic no matter how you looked at it. After delivering the fish, Qin Yun took his younger sister to the department store and bought a lot of things, including a small school bag and other stationery. The little sister laughed so happily. He kept showing off to Qin Yun while carrying his shoulder bag. Qin Yun began to look for a teacher for her, originally planning to go directly to the university to find one. But after entering university, Qin Yun found that it was completely different from the university in his previous life. Almost everyone is studying hard. Few people are willing to come out and give extra lessons to others. Just when things were at a stalemate, a woman suddenly came to the door. Hello, that tuition fee you mentioned, isn't it fake? Qin Yun quickly stood up and was about to say something when he saw the woman's face. Qin Yun was stunned on the spot. He knew this woman. Chapter 57. Dare you ask our Tiger Chamber of Commerce for money? When he entered the prison, he was extremely depressed. Relying on the ruffian spirit he had acquired outside, he soon became a troublemaker in the entire prison. I often fight with others over things that seem very ordinary. Once he was even beaten to the point of being hospitalized. And here, Qin Yun met someone who could change his life. She was a woman who looked dignified and upright. She worked in the prison hospital. After meeting Qin Yun, she began to tell him some things. Lend him books, encourage him again. It was because of this woman that Qin Yun changed from being violent at first to being silent later, and finally to accepting her advice. He gradually lost his edge and became more mature mentally. Later, when he was released from prison, if he had been in the same bad mood as before, he would have been so angry that he would have killed the Qin family when he saw their ungratefulness. Qin Yun originally wanted to live a good life and thank her properly when he had the chance. But I didn't expect that there would be no chance in the end. But Qin Yun didn't expect that the figure of the woman in his memory would reappear in front of him. For a moment, Qin Yun was stunned where he was. Hello. It was not until the woman's voice sounded again that Qin Yun woke up from his memories. Then he smiled and nodded and said, Yes, the price is exactly that price. There is absolutely no difference. Look, if you're suitable, you can give a lecture tomorrow. Hearing this, the woman's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. There are 4 hours of tutoring a day, and each hour pays $3, which is $12 a day. This price is very high even in the city. Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chun Shuchi, and I go to university here, but I'm studying medicine. As he spoke, Chun Shuchi handed a piece of letter paper to Qin Yun. There was no such thing as a resume at that time, and there was not much information on it. It just says what your current ranking is, how many points you have in the top of your major, and how many points you got in the exam when you entered university. Qin Yun took a quick look and said, Okay, wait for me here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll come find you. After saying this, Qin Yun watched Chun Shuchi leave. He did not have any feelings for the woman in front of him, but rather more like a teacher-student relationship. A teacher who saved Qin Yun. After making the agreement, Qin Yun did not delay, found everyone, and returned to Qingshui village. Early the next morning, Qin Yun took his younger sister into the county town. As for Huang Kuan and Depeng, they were in charge of fishing in the village. When they arrived in the county town, Qin Yun asked his sister to meet Chun Shuchi. Qin Yun was very relieved about Chun Shuchi. When they first met, he felt that Chun Shuchi should not be a doctor, but a teacher. Of course, Chun Shuchi is also excellent as a doctor. Then where do we go for tutoring? Chun Shuchi spoke. Qin Yun slapped his head, thinking that he was too anxious. Before Huang Wentian found a house for him, he couldn't wait to take his sister into the city. After thinking it over again, he decided to send him to the martial arts school. There were already many students in the school, and the noise during training would inevitably be too loud. As for other places, it is even more inappropriate. Let's go to the hotel. Qin Yun waved his hand one last time and spoke directly. Oh. This time, even Chun Shuchi's face showed a hint of surprise. Hotels in the city are very expensive now, costing more than 10 yuan a day, and better ones cost more than 20 yuan. Unexpectedly, the man in front of me wanted to take extra classes right in the hotel. Soon, they arrived at a beautifully decorated hotel. The hotels here are not the best in the entire county, but they are also considered to be top-notch. The price of the rooms inside was within Qin Yun's acceptable range. Qin Yun waved his hand and set the time limit at 7 days. If you need any teaching materials, I'll go out and buy them. Qin Yun spoke. No need, just buy a few notebooks and pens. As for the textbooks, I already have them memorized. Chen Shuqi said directly. Qin Yun naturally believed it, went out to buy something and put it back in the room. He also left $10 for the two of them, asking them to go out and buy something to eat at noon. Afterwards, Qin Yun walked out of the hotel and found Huang Kuan and others in the factory cafeteria. Several people had already sent the fish in, and Sun Dazhuang was pulling the empty cart out. On the cart, there were hawthorns and rock sugar that Qin Yun had specifically asked him to take, as well as some brown sugar and old tea leaves. It can be said that everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Qin Yun and a few others didn't waste any time talking and walked directly towards the well in the county town. At that time, the county town did not have a complete water plant and other facilities, and people mostly got water from wells. The well water is very cool, and soaking watermelon in it is so delicious. However, Qin Yun did not have such an idea for the time being. He just filled a large bucket with cold water and staggered toward the river. It was dusk now, and the riverbank was filled with beautiful women in cool clothes. Huang Kuan and the others were so excited watching this. Qin Yun didn't even look at it. After arranging everything, he hung a wooden sign next to it. Hawthorn fruit tea, refreshing and delicious, only $1.50. Brother Yin, why are there so few people coming this time? After setting up the stall for half an hour, they only sold 2 cups. Huang Kuan couldn't help but ask. This was a little different from what they had expected. Qin Yun, however, was not too nervous and said calmly, "Have you ever seen anyone selling water on a cart? Besides, this is all mule shit. They've done it here, so they're not bothered." After hearing Qin Yun's explanation, everyone nodded. I secretly gave him a thumbs up in my heart. As expected of Qin Yun, "Brother, your tea looks delicious. Let me try a cup." At this moment, several men wearing sunglasses and shorts came over. Qin Yun took a look and said calmly, "Pay the money first." "Give me money?" The men looked at each other, laughed, and said, "Brother, you don't know who we are, do you? Take a look at this and decide whether or not you want to ask us for money." As he spoke, one of them showed his arm. I saw that on the arm was this strange-looking tiger. "Shamat doubles the price, 3 yuan." Qin Yun rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Shamat." Several men were stunned. Although they didn't understand what this meant, the 2 words doubled at the end showed that Qin Yun didn't think highly of them at all. "Boy, you're the first one who dares to ask our Tiger Chamber of Commerce for money." Chapter 58, Go to the Black Market. Qin Yun's face immediately darkened. Why does this damn Tiger Chamber of Commerce seem to be haunting us? First, her sister started dating a boyfriend from the Tiger Chamber of Commerce, and now even when she sets up a stall, these people come to her. Damn it, it's true that after searching high and low for something, it's all worth the effort. Depeng doesn't care about that. Except for Qin Yun, several people practiced a lot with Huang Wentian. Although I was very tired in the martial arts gym, and sometimes even fell asleep on the cart on the way back, my muscles were getting bigger and bigger. Sometimes he can even suppress the sparring coach a little bit. How dare you look down on our Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Brothers, teach him a lesson. The leading man shouted coldly and was about to attack Qin Yun and the others. But no one dares to move forward. They all observed everyone out of the corner of their eyes. Qin Yun couldn't help but sneer. These people are not as strong as Chun Dong and his team. At least Chun Dong and his team are disciplined and ruthless. Fuck you, if you don't go, I will. Sun Dazhuang was too lazy to waste time arguing with him, so he just picked up a stick next to him and rushed forward. Huang Kuan and Depeng followed closely behind. The few people who were already a little scared became even more scared when they saw Qin Yun and the others rushing towards them. Fuck, looking at their idiotic appearance, they're just country bumpkins. I don't believe they can actually beat me to death. However, what he didn't know was that the last person who called Qin Yun and the others country bumpkins was still in prison. After saying this, the man rushed towards them with a trembling body. He also held a small dagger in his hand. As expected, just as he raised the dagger, the fat man hit him on the wrist with a stick. Ah! Only a scream was heard, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on the man's face. At this moment, the fat man was quite like Ma Dong-suk, punching the man in the face again and again. Brother, I won't dare to do it again. I will never dare to do it again. The man kept dodging backwards and hurriedly apologized to Qin Yun and the others. As for the others, they had already escaped. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Big Fatty sneered and let go of the man in front of him. The man immediately stood up in a hurry and ran outside. Qin Yun and his companions laughed heartily. What a useless tiger chamber of commerce. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Yun did not stay any longer and returned to the hotel. Brother, are you back? Seeing Qin Yun coming back, Qin Ling immediately stood up and asked Qin Yun. Chen Shuqi next to him also stood up. How is Mr. Chen's teaching? Qin Yun bent down, touched Qin Ling's little head, and asked. Qin Ling nodded and said, Teacher Chen's teaching is very good. I can now do all the math problems I couldn't do before. Qin Yun smiled and looked at Chen Shuqi. How is it? Chen Shuqi nodded. My little sister is very talented, but she doesn't fully understand some of the knowledge. However, I believe that she will change drastically in a month. Then I'll have to trouble you. Teacher Chen. Qin Yun smiled and took out 15 yuan from his pocket. You've been working a little longer today. Here's the money. Chen Shuqi was stunned and quickly refused, saying, That won't do. We agreed on $3 an hour. The price you gave me is already very high. I can't accept any more money from you. Qin Yun shook his head and said, I've been out all day. If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't even have enough to eat. Take this money, or I won't let you teach her anymore. After hearing Qin Yun's words, Chen Shuqi put the money away, bowed to Qin Yun, and said solemnly, Thank you. Qin Yun looked at Chen Shuqi's face. He could feel that when he saw Chen Shuqi that year, it seemed more like she had fallen into despair and was powerless, so she wanted to save others. At this moment, Chen Shuqi seemed to have an inexplicable tenacity. After seeing Chen Shuqi off, Qin Yun also tested his sister on some math knowledge. Only after I was sure that my sister had learned it did I feel relieved. Since he had already opened a hotel in the city, Qin Yun had no need to go back. In the next few days, Huang Kuan and his team were in charge of the peach blossom fish business, while Qin Yun and Sun Dazhuang were preparing to start selling hawthorn water. Qin Yun came to the flea market. It is called a second-hand market, but in fact it is more like a flea market. Generally, if you have something you don't need, you come here to see if you can sell it. Soon, Qin Yun discovered an old man inside who was sighing and stroking a cart with his hand from time to time. This cart is not big, but the space is used very reasonably. Qin Yun gestured in his mind, putting hawthorn here and rock sugar there. It is simply perfect. Thinking of this, Qin Yun walked up to the old man and asked, Uncle, how much is this cart? The old man turned around and said, $60. Qin Yun couldn't help but frown. Uncle, to be honest, your price is a bit expensive. No matter how good this cart is, it's impossible to sell it for 60 yuan. Hearing this, the old man's face showed some hesitation. Young man, to be honest, this stroller is really not worth the price, but I really have no other choice. My son is still lying in bed, and my granddaughter is still in school. The old man showed a bit of regret on his face. I am old and can't work anymore. I can only think about leaving some money for them. Hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes showed a touch of emotion. Okay, sir, 60 is 60. I'll take it. Qin Yun directly took out 60 yuan and handed it to the old man. The old man smiled and kept thanking Qin Yun. I wonder what the young man is going to do with this cart. The old man asked during the chat. Oh, I want to sell cold water. Qin Yun didn't say much, thinking that he could just find an excuse to get away with it. Unexpectedly, the old man said, Liangshui, I know a place. There is mountain spring water there. It is very cool and a little far from the city. If you want to know, I will tell you where it is. When Qin Yun heard this, it was a pleasant surprise. Then I took note of this place. Pushing the cart, Qin Yun returned to the martial arts hall. I ordered some of the Matai liquor that Su Yi had sent over earlier, and found that there were more than 70 bottles of Matai liquor. There are also some liquors like Wuliangya and Shifen. Qin Yun, why did you get so much wine? Huang Wentian walked over and asked with some confusion. Qin Yun chuckled and said, Brother Huang, this thing will be very expensive in the future. Also, do you have anything to do these 2 days? I'm planning to ask you to go to the black market with me. That's fine. Huang Wentian immediately patted his chest and said, Chapter 59, Renting a House. Hearing Huang Wentian's answer, Qin Yun laughed. After agreeing on a specific time, he was about to leave. Qin Yun, wait a moment. Huang Wentian called Qin Yun from behind and said, I think I'm getting somewhere with the apartment you asked me to rent last time. One is in the city, but it's crowded, and the price isn't too expensive, only about 200 yuan a month. The other one is farther from the city, but the house is huge, and there's only an old man inside. I'll take you there first. As he spoke, Huang Wentian led Qinyan outside. Soon, they arrived at an alley. This is a simple residential building. Due to planning reasons, a side room was added next to one of the main houses, which looks inconvenient no matter how you look at it. The only advantage of this place is that it's close to the school in our county town. If your little sister is suitable, she can live here. Qinyan nodded and walked into one of the houses. The furnishings inside were simple, with only a bed, a desk next to it, and a washstand next to it with an enamel wash basin on it. How do I go to the toilet? Qinyan couldn't help but ask. The landlord was a woman who looked quite powerful. When she heard Qinyan's question, she pointed outside and said, "There's a public toilet outside. Just go in there." Qinyan immediately shook his head. He had originally thought of just making do with it, but he had seen the public toilet just now. The hygiene inside is so bad that I almost want to vomit if I look at it for even a second. Tisk, rent it if you want. My house is very popular. Right outside the door is the street. The woman saw Qinyan shaking his head and immediately said something. Qinyan didn't care and turned around and walked outside. Huang Wentian also said something to the woman and walked out right after her. Just as he turned the corner, Qinyan suddenly saw a familiar figure. He was holding large and small bags in his hands, and his tanned face was covered with sweat. It was Qinyan's second uncle, Qin Erzhan. "Hey, Qinyan, why are you here? Do you want to rent a house too?" Qin Erzhan saw Qinyan and greeted him. Qinyan nodded perfunctorily and was about to leave when Qin Erzhan spoke again. "Qinyan, I was wrong about what happened before. I'm sorry, second uncle. But you see, my second uncle has ended up like this, so I'm shamelessly asking you for a favor." Qin Erzhan chuckled. "Your second aunt and I are employees of the textile factory, but we are temporary. I know that you have a relationship with a man named Director Su, but I don't know." Qinyan shook his head and interrupted Qin Erzhan without giving him a chance to finish his words. "I'm sorry, Uncle Air. I'm not that familiar with him, so I can't help you." After saying that, he walked straight out regardless of Qin Erzhan's attempts to keep him. Seeing Qinyan leave, Qin Erzhan couldn't help but slap his thigh. There was a look of determination in his eyes. He must make this happen. At this time, Huang Wentian and Qinyan walked out of the alley without being discouraged. "Let's go. Please excuse me, Huang, and go check out that house again." Qinyan continued speaking to Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian said with a smile, "It's no trouble at all. I'll go with you. But I have to warn you, the old landlord has a very strange temper. You may not be able to rent that house by then." Qinyan smiled and said, "I still have to go and give it a try." As they talked, the two of them walked outside. Soon, Qinyan saw a luxuriously decorated two-story building standing not far away. Qinyan's heart skipped a beat. This place is great. Not only is it close to the river, but more importantly, this is the place with mountain spring water that the old man selling the cart mentioned. These conditions are extremely suitable. Qinyan didn't even think twice and decided to take it down no matter how high the price was. When he reached the gate of the courtyard, Huang Wentian knocked on the door carefully. "Is Uncle Wei here? I told you before that I wanted to come and see the house." There was a sound of footsteps from inside, and soon an old man opened the door. The old man's complexion looked a little yellow, obviously malnourished, but he was dressed very well, with cotton pants and clothes, which were better than those worn by ordinary retired cadres. There are just some stains on the clothes. "Okay, you can rent a room if you want, but you have to rent all the rooms except the one I live in. $5 a month for one room. There are 4 rooms in total." Hearing this, Huang Wentian looked at Qinyan with a guilty conscience. The price of this house is not expensive, but if you want to rent all 4 rooms, it will cost you a full $240 a year. $240. Even in the city, there are few houses more expensive. "Uncle Wei, this house is too expensive. My brother." Huang Wentian still wanted to fight for Qinyan. "No, if you want to rent it, let's rent it together. Otherwise, forget it. I, the old man, will have some peace and quiet." After saying that, the old man prepared to close the door. Qinyan stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Wei, can we take a look at the house first?" "Look, whatever you want." This time the old man did not stop them, but generously made way for the two to come in. Qinyan looked at this house and liked it from the bottom of his heart. As you enter the door, you will see a 2-story building with 2 rooms on each floor for a total of 4 rooms. There are 2 separate, small houses next to it. The old man lived in a larger room downstairs, and the rest of the rooms were empty. Chinyan walked in. I was surprised to find that the floor here was paved with high-quality wooden floors, and there were beds, chairs, and other facilities available. There are even toilets and showers. Although there is still some dust on it, it is generally much better than hotels. Seeing this, Chinyan said without hesitation, "Uncle Wei, I'm ready to decide on this house." What? Hearing this, Huang Wentian couldn't help but look at Chinyan. This is more than 200 yuan, and you just rented it without thinking? But sir, I have to use the storage room next to you. Okay, it's just a shabby house. You can use it as you like, but you have to clean up the clutter inside yourself. The old man said, "But you have to pay the deposit now. If you leave the money to me, I won't let anyone else come." Chinyan smiled and nodded, then took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the old man. "Uncle, I left in a hurry today, and this is all the money I have. I'll bring you more tomorrow." The old man nodded indifferently and then walked in without saying hello to Chinyan. Chinyan didn't find it strange. He smiled and turned away. Chapter 60 ruined our feng shui. "Brother, why don't you reconsider this house? Such an expensive rent is actually unnecessary. I'll show you something else. Maybe there's something better." Chinyan shook his head and said with a smile, "No need, Brother Huang. This house is just right for me. This is it." In fact, he also had his own considerations in mind. Although the house was big, front teeth, and his family must have a place to stay in the city. "My younger sister will also be in the city after she goes to school. For rooms are just right." Chinyan liked the two storage rooms even more. Because of the structure inside, it is cold in winter and hot in summer. This may not be suitable for living, but it can be used to preserve some things. For example, cold water. Seeing Chinyan's insistence, Huang Wentian didn't say anything else. The two chatted for a while, and Chinyan returned to the hotel. "These days, my younger sister has made rapid progress under Chun Shuqi's teaching." After going back to have dinner with the two of them, Chinyan returned to Qingshui village. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the village, I saw a group of people rushing in a certain direction. Chinyan also followed. In the wheat field, several Jiefeng brand trucks were surrounded by villagers. Faced with these large trucks, the villagers were filled with righteous indignation. They held hoes and other farm tools in their hands, ready to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Chinyan stood by for a moment and roughly understood what was going on. If you want to know who makes the most money these days, it's those who drive big cars. It was a time when the country needed to mobilize energy, and one could often earn nearly 1,000 yuan by making a trip to transport coal. But this job also has its dangers. The public security at that time was not very good. Sometimes when you walked into the wilderness, a group of people would surround you and ask you for money. You can't leave without paying. So the drivers are also suffering. Moreover, most of the regional roads are not built, let alone the extremely convenient expressways of later generations. The road is rough and difficult to walk on. Some drivers think of taking a detour through the village, which can save time and avoid some road bullies. But there are risks in doing so. Villages in this era have a strong sense of collectivism, so there's a certain degree of xenophobia. Generally, cars from outside are not allowed to drive in. If the farmland is damaged and the car is lost, the villagers will suffer the losses. The current situation is that the big truck broke down in the farmland. Fellow villagers, we are sorry for this matter. Don't worry, we will definitely compensate for all the losses caused here. After negotiations between the production team, leader Zhang Yong, and them, a tall and thin figure soon walked down from the car. "You're crushing our land. If you don't give us an explanation today, you can't leave." At this moment, a sharp female voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Luo Fengjiao. Also standing next to them were Old Lady Qin and Qin Sihai. Qinyan couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. "I didn't expect that the farmland here belongs to the Qin family. If that's the case, it will be difficult for these drivers to go." Qinyan was very familiar with the Qin family's tantrums. "Fellow villagers, you see, the wheat fields we thresh aren't that large. How about this? I'll give you 10 yuan as compensation. Is that okay?" The tall and thin figure spoke. To be fair, 10 yuan is not a small amount. Even after the autumn harvest, you definitely won't make that much money from this wheat. However, Old Lady Qin stood up with her cane. "No, 10 yuan is too little. Our wheat field produces the most grain. This is definitely not acceptable." While speaking, Old Lady Qin kept looking at Qin Sihai. It's no wonder that Old Lady Qin is very experienced. Without saying how much it would cost, just saying no. The truck driver was also an honest man. He knew he was in the wrong. So he said, if $10 doesn't work, $20 should be fine, right? After the autumn harvest, even if we produce more, we won't be able to make this much money, right? After hearing this, most of the other people in the village agreed. 20 yuan. The Qin family definitely got a bargain. 20 bucks. Are you kidding me? Luo Fengjiao stood up and pulled Qin Wentong over from the crowd. If it were somewhere else, you might be able to leave with $20, but not this land. You've ruined our feng shui. See? This is the eldest son of my Qin family. He just got admitted to university this year. If it weren't for this feng shui, would he have been able to get in? Without $100, you can't leave today. Luo Fengjiao and old lady Qin spoke in unison. How can there be such people as you? The driver's voice became low. 100 yuan? Isn't this extortion? Old lady Qin, these 20 yuan are already a lot. Even if we rural people work our asses off, how much can we earn? Zhang Yong couldn't bear to watch this any longer, so he persuaded old lady Qin. I think we should just take the money and let them go. At this moment, the Qin family, to some extent, represents the entire Qingshui village. The drivers traveled all over the country and had been to many places. If word got out that Qingshui village was a bunch of unruly people, it would not look good for him, the production team leader. Zhang Yong, it's easy for you to talk without any pain in your back. This isn't bad for your family's feng shui, so of course you won't say anything. Luo Fengjiao put her hands on her hips and said confidently, it's just 100 yuan. No matter what anyone says today, it won't help. Hearing this, Zhang Yong couldn't help but sigh. Luo Fengjiao is unreasonable, but she will still make trouble, not to mention that she isn't a right now. There's no way we can give you this money, or you can call the police and arrest us. Several other drivers also got out of their cars and spoke in a cold voice after discussing with each other. Or like this. Old lady Qin rolled her eyes. You think 100 yuan is too much, but you've been occupying our land, isn't that right? $10 for half an hour. Give us the amount for how long you park here. Old Mrs. Qin had her own plans in mind. Qingshui village is located in the middle of nowhere. Although she has no idea what a big truck is, it does not hinder her basic understanding of mechanics. A few months ago, the production team's only mechanical handheld cultivator broke down, and it took 2 weeks to repair it. If you want to repair it, it will take a long time. By then, the money collected will definitely be more than that 100 yuan. Faced with such a demanding request from Mrs. Qin, the drivers discussed with each other for a moment and said firmly, okay, we'll do as you say. They knew that Qingshui village was not far from the county town, so they wanted to find someone to repair it as soon as possible. Even if it cost a lot of money, they would not give the old woman a penny. Just as they were about to ask someone to go to the county town, suddenly a voice rang out. This car, maybe I could try to fix it. Chapter 61, give you a bicycle.